design and object fabrication through ZBrush. Expert, beginner, and every skill level in between. ZBrush jewelry workshops can help you bring your digital dreams into reality. Taught by leading industry professionals. Use the offer code SUMMIT to get a $100 discount on membership.
Boom.
Hey.
Hi, Ashley. Hold on, let me get my timer going here. Today, welcome everybody to officially, this is day 2, but day 1 of presentations. And I am lucky enough to have Miss Ashley join me to be your co-host. Thanks, Ashley. Welcome to the stream.
Thank you. Dude, thank you for having me. This is crazy. This is honestly wild for me. So I'm excited. And there's like crazy presentations today. You've got so many prizes.
Yeah, we got a lot to do. So that's kind of what Ashley and I also want to start the day off with, just so you guys can see what today is going to look like a little bit. And frankly, for the rest of the day streaming, some things that we also definitely want to cover that you guys can all be aware of. And I'll run through a little bit some items here, i.e. what Ashley just said, our giveaways that we're doing throughout these next 3 days, the schedule. But Ashley and I are here to see the chat. We'll be following that as much as we can and taking your questions that we can there and finding opportune times to ask the questions when we have our presenters coming through. So by all means, feel free to put up whatever you want question-wise in that chat. Now, of course, I don't think we're going to be able to ask everything. It's usually not possible because you guys are usually really good at asking a lot of questions. And then our presenters have obviously a block of things they really want to make sure they show you guys. So we'll try to get as many as we can answered and thrown at the presenters for you all, right? So, but thanks for coming. I hope you're all like excited as we are. So I'm going to want to cover a couple things for you guys, just so you're aware of what's happening, what's going on for the today. And again, like I said, for the next couple of days, right? So
it's exciting.
Yes. So let's just first start with presentations, which you guys are going to be looking at today. All right. And the next couple of days. So obviously the kickoff was the sculpt off yesterday, which was pretty awesome. I thought it was really, really good. It's always a lot of fun. Ash, I know you were there watching.
Yeah, I loved the entries. I loved just stream hopping from everybody's different things that they were doing. I absolutely loved it. And just scrolling through, you guys can all check out too the entries for yesterday's sculpt off. That's over on the website as well. So like definitely go and check out all of those. They're really, really fucking really good. Sorry, excuse me.
It happens.
It does.
They're all on ZBrushCentral.com. So you guys can go there, and there's a big icon there for you guys to click and see all the official posts. They're already being judged. We've got a group of judges judging those. We'll be announcing those winners in the beginning of the stream on Tuesday. So we're streaming obviously today, Sunday, tomorrow, Monday, and Tuesday. And please keep in mind, any times I'm going to say today right now are always going to be Pacific time. All right. If you make it easier for you, those that are around the world, Los Angeles time zone. Okay. So make sure you are doing your time differences for wherever you live in the world. However, with that said, we have set up for these presentations, i.e. we're going to kick off today's presentations with actually a little fun thing that we've never done this before. We're excited to try this. We're going to have 6 of our streamers that stream with us on a regular basis. So here's who we're going to have today in a little bit here. We're going to bring them in and they're going to be streaming and they're going to do a little bit like what we just did for the sculpt off. But they're also going to try and share some things, and they want to show points of interest throughout the sculpt. So they're not trying to do like a sculpt off like everyone did. They're just using the theme from yesterday and making it like their streams. However, the difference here is we're all going to be in together. So all 6 of them and Ashley and I are both going to all be there having conversations, talking to them, and we'll be jumping to the 6 of their monitors. So I think this is going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be a combination of what one of the most popular things was last year's summit, which is the tips and tricks. So we're bringing that back. So again, if you guys want to get reminded about any of these items, if you click on this get reminders here, open a new tab, that'll actually go to our calendar. And on that calendar, you can actually get an email reminder. So within 24 hours or 1 hour. So obviously, none of these are going to give you a 24-hour reminder because they're all happening today, right? So This is going to be a lot of fun. Seeing being hang out. It's going to be like, I like to call it the old school LAN days when people used to bring their machines. Really, that's what we're doing now, right? When we're doing right now, it's a LAN, but we're just you're in Canada and I'm in the US, right? So
I mean, technically not, well, by definition of what LAN is, right? But yes, 100% with minus the pizza. Minus the pizza.
I was just gonna say minus the pizza. It seemed like that was the go-to for people for when they had LAN parties was everybody, let's get a pizzas. Right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Probably because you could just hold it in one hand and still like just put it down and play, and then greasy keyboard, greasy mouse.
It's a different type of energy. Just gives you that grease energy. There's something about it.
And then we were talking about the sculpt off. I'm sure a couple Jolts and Red Bulls, and well, at that time there was no Red Bull really, but Mountain Dews.
Yeah,
Dr. Peppers I know was a popular one. And some of the guys I hung out with, they were down to some Dr. Peppers. So moving along for this. So again, we're going to be kicking that off here in a little bit with the 6 artists joining us. And between every presentation, we're going to do giveaways. Okay. And the giveaways this year are going to be a little different, right? So you are going to need to put your name in the hat, in essence, get a ticket after every single presentation. So our team on our side is going to remind you to go register when we're getting near the end of each presentation. They're going to put some links up in the chat. They'll throw some items up on screen so you guys can be remembered. It's really simple. You're only going to have to fill your name out and an email address, and that's it, right? And then when I go do the giveaways, we're pulling from you guys that are actually watching right now. So that's the difference. You're going to not register only once anymore. There's no more just register once and then that's it. So you have to be at the event so you can see, hey, we're going to start pulling tickets for the prizes. Then you're going to go quickly put your name and email address in, and then that's it. That's all you're going to have to do. And then you're going to be in the system for when I pull the ticket to see what you guys have won. And we've got to be here. You have to be here. Yeah, we've got a lot of prizes. Ashley and I just counted up. We're giving away quite a bit of stuff today. Let's just say over 20 pieces today. There's so much. Yeah, and ranging in price all over the spectrum as far as value of the product, but some really great stuff, some cool stuff. Our sponsors are always really awesome. We're going to also highlight the sponsors here in a second, so you guys are aware of what could possibly coming down the pipeline for giveaways. So again, moving on to this, between each presentation, we'll be doing that. So after we're done the little fun challenge with our streamers, we're going to go into that popular segment, which is the ZBrush tips and tricks from last year. It was really popular. You guys seem to love it. So we're doing it again. We're going to have, again, some videos from our streamers as well, sharing some tips and tricks, and where Ashley and I can fit in any extra additional tips and tricks, we're going to do that. So during that segment too, I encourage you, if there's maybe some specific question about a tip or a trick or something that you want to ask in the chat, by all means, go ahead and we'll see if we can squeeze it in. This segment, though, is only about an hour long. So we're not going to be able to fit as many into today as we did last year. I know Joseph and I, one of the days, went on a marathon, which was crazy. So, but
I mean, I'm no Joseph, but I'll try.
Yeah,
I'll do my best.
Come on.
I'll do my best.
You're good. You're going to be great. You're going to be great. I'm looking forward to doing this with you as well. So it should be a lot of fun. And then after that, you got our main man, Kris Costa. So if you really want to get super realistic, portrait-like, anything like that, Kris Costa's the go-to guy for this. So his presentation is going to be really focused on hyper realism, right?
He does a lot of his pour detail by hand.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
Yeah, I remember him also talking about when they did the very first Avengers, right, with the Hulk. They they did mold a Ruffalo, right, Mark Ruffalo, and that way when they scan it, he's not breathing or anything, right? So they can go super slow. They were literally using his skin pores on the Hulk. And I remember in a video they mentioned that they literally took Mark Ruffalo's fingerprints and put them on the Hulk. None of us would ever know that, but that's
that's the level that it's at.
Yeah, that's the level they're gonna go to, especially in the in the film world as well. They're gonna go that crazy level. Like and And I think that's probably just a fun thing as an artist too. I'm going to take Ruffalo's finger, like the little hidden.
I was just going to say, it's for the artist. It's for the people at the studio, 100%.
Oh man, there's so many little hidden Easter eggs that I've heard about in the films. That's just cracks me up. So, but it's fun. It's what makes it fun for you guys as artists as well that are in these industries too, right? Putting little hidden little eggs in there here and there. So he's going to be awesome to come take a look at again for hyperrealism. Okay. And then after that, we're going to have id Software. I strongly recommend for those of you that have never sculpted hard surface in ZBrush, this is going to be a good one. They're going to show all, like a lot of their organic, their hard surface stuff. But this, I think this presentation as well is going to be a really good one for you guys to see how artists within a game studio use ZBrush to do organic, high fidelity sculpting and hard surface sculpting. I think this is going to be a really fun one. And this one's going to be fun for us, Ashley. We got people from all over the world in this one. Jason's in Texas, Denzil's in, I want to say Australia, if I remember right, and like Peter's in the UK. Like we are going to be doing a stream with multiple time zones happening at the same time with these presenters. So
I'm so excited for this.
Yeah.
And they all have like really crazy skill sets too. Like I realized that I've been following these guys for like an eon, all of them. Like they're amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing artists.
Yeah. And if you guys want to say, again, you can click on their names and it'll pull up information about them, links and images of stuff that they've done within, in this case, within the game. Right. And then if they get shared a link, you guys can actually link. And that's for every one of these presentations. So if you guys just click on a name, you'll get a little bit about who they are, what they're planning to present as well. And then links to their work here is okay. As you go along here for those of you who are planning out your next 3 days. Okay. And then after them, there's going to be Ashley and I going to be doing a special presentation, a little news, a little sharing. You got to stay tuned to see what the heck we're going to be sharing and what we're going to be doing as Ashley is doing it. Yes.
Goodies.
Right. So I can't share much else to tune in. That's all I can really share to you. Tune in and see what we're going to be discussing during this presentation.
Also, if you want your prizes, you have to stick around. I'm just going to keep saying that.
Yeah.
You have to stick around to get the prize.
I love it. Yes, please. Like Ashley's saying, between each one of these presentations, we're going to be doing giveaways. And again, we are going to remind you, hey, go get in essence, your nice little ticket. I want to bring that big silver bowl back. Get that ticket. So you remember that bowl is insane.
I love that bowl.
Yeah, it's from a volunteer. I said, hey, I need a bowl to pull tickets out of. And he shows up with this massive silver. Like, okay, that'll work. All right, let's do it. That'll work.
You could almost do like that vibration like thing, you know, like where they make that music with the vibrations of it.
that might put me down. Right? Yeah. For sure. And that bowl makes a noise too when you hit it on the table. And like it makes a noise a little bit like a drum almost or something like that. It's fun. Okay, so in between each one of these, again, we're going to remind you about giveaways. Okay, you're going to go every time we're ready to do some giveaways. You have to register. You can't register now and then get a giveaway that we're giving between id Software and say our presentation. You're going to have to be at the id Software presentation. Then we're going to tell you, hey, the system's now open for you to go register for giveaways. Okay. So it's not like previous years where you just register once and then you're in the pool. It's not going to work that way this year.
No drive-bys.
No, nice. Yes. No drive-bys.
He's in chat. Look at that. Kris Costa. What's up?
Oh, he's in there.
How are you doing?
Hey, Kris. Thanks for joining. So that's what today's going to look like. And then let's not forget there's tomorrow. And please keep on point. The times are different each day. Okay, so tomorrow we start even earlier. And again, this is Pacific time. We're going to start at 9 in the morning, Pacific time. And again, we're going to kick off with another stream challenge with our team of streamers. And this is the group that's going to go tomorrow in the morning. Okay, so this is going to be another fun. They're all doing the same thing, by the way, each morning. They're all going to go through that. The same thing. We're given the same thing, reimagine. I'm telling you guys, it's going to be, we already did some test fun streams with them just to make sure everyone's comfortable. We were already within 2 minutes making really bad jokes and having fun. So
Get ready for the ban.
It should be pure entertainment. Let's just say that it's gonna be and a lot. I'm telling you, there's probably gonna be a ton of tips and tricks and techniques shared during this 1 hour of doing these little fun challenges with our streamers. Okay.
Yep.
And then Marcin Clicky is going to be joining. Again, please remember you can click on any of these names to find out more information. So he works at CD Project Red, which I'm sure you're all familiar with. So he's also going to be showing how he likes to do really fine detail, different types of creatures and things like that within ZBrush. And then we're going to have our boys from the jewelry workshop, ZBrush Jewelry Workshop, which is Eric Keller and Thomas Whittlebach. So the cool thing about this one, everybody, is this is obviously going to be a jewelry presentation, but Eric's going to spend half the time in ZBrush Core, and then Thomas is going to spend in ZBrush. And they're going to be showing you guys how it's possible to create jewelry within these two applications and discuss that with you guys and show techniques between the two applications and what you can actually do, right? And they're both doing like examples of rings, and they're going to show other examples as well. But I think this is I saw someone jumping in about purchasing ZBrush and everything like this. Is a great one to watch, and ZBrush Core is a great way for you to get into ZBrush. Let's not forget there's the free version of ZBrush Core Mini. And with that said, we are also doing a special for the summit. So
spooky special.
A show special. So you're going to have special deals on ZBrush, ZBrush Core, okay? And then also the ZBrush is including perpetual license and our 2 subscriptions. We have a 6-month subscription and a month-to-month subscription. All 3 of those have a special summit pricing. ZBrush Core has a special summit pricing. And for those of you that are already in ZBrush Core, we're also doing a special price for the upgrade to ZBrush, right? So if you are a ZBrush Core user already and you want to get in now to the full version of ZBrush, then this is the opportunity to do it. We're doing show specials. Our team will be sharing links to that as well throughout your chat, so you guys can see that. But take advantage of this, and because this is literally the only time that I've ever even seen us do some kind of special. All right. So after them, again, that's going to be a great one with ZBrush Core and ZBrush. And then again, full tips. And again, these are going to be different tips. They're not going to be the same tips. So this can go a different direction. And by the way, tomorrow stream, I'm going to have Michael Poplovich co-hosting with me. Today we've got Ashley.
Even more tips.
Tomorrow's Michael Poplovich. And I'm sure you guys are all aware of him. I would say buckle up with that, because between Michael and I, we talk rather fast. So
yes.
we're fast talkers. I can't help. I get excited sometimes and I just go too fast. So
I mean, at least it's recorded, so if people need to, they can half speed it, right?
Absolutely.
The real challenge is double speed it after and while you're watching the recording. Yeah.
You probably, it'd be funny thing if you do half speed, Michael and I, it might be normal voice speed.
Yes.
Like it wouldn't be like it'd probably just be normal, smooth talking. I just can't do it. It's who I am. It's in my nature, right? So, but we both, I think, get also very passionate and have some fun sharing stuff with you guys too, as Ashley does on all of her streams that she does on this channel all the time. So, okay. And then, so again, the tips and tricks, and then another Pixologic presentation. So that's right. So that's 2 for you guys, right? So this is again scheduled for tomorrow. Once again, you're going to want to show up for this. I can't share anything else except that I'm showing you something special on that day as well. Okay. And then moving on to the last day, please remember, if you're going to come on any one of these days, remember there are different time starts. So Tuesdays starting even earlier, which is 8 in the morning Pacific time. Okay. And my co-host that day is, we're bringing her back. Jessica Drew is joining us again. So she's going to be my co-host on Tuesday.
She'll be so tired.
Yeah. I didn't realize that too until her and I got into like meeting. I'm like, oh man, that's the 8 in the morning one. I'm like, what did we do?
I would have gladly swapped with her.
Yeah. It would have made more sense for you. Probably. It would have been later for you. I'm not a morning person either. Okay. I'm like walking dead out of my bed. All right. You know, my daughter will come up or my wife will, good morning. I'm like, please just let my sister go. get moving first. I'm like a slow boulder at the top. That's at the top of the hill that you got to try and start pushing down the hill.
Oh, 100% same.
Yeah. But once I'm up, we're good to go. I'll stay
Yeah.
up. No problem. And no caffeine. Straight water.
That's
So I don't drink
crazy.
coffee or anything like that. So again, we're going to be starting with another one of our streaming group. So here's the group that's going to be joining us on that day. And please remember, you can click on any of the names and more information will pull up for you guys about the artists, about their artwork. If you're not familiar with any of them, they're all streamers on this channel. So then when you're watching this, there's someone you really like too. They're constantly on this channel. Some of them are streaming every single week. Ashley, what are you going now? Every week or every other week?
Yeah, I try to do every week, but of course, like, you know, if work gets in the way, then I have to push it.
Sure.
But I try to do every week. Yeah.
Yeah. So there you go. Right. So some of these are doing every week. Some of them are every other week. So if there's someone that you really like and you like what they're doing, here you go. You got another way. And then they're always amazing to answer questions for you guys. So it's another just an avenue of information for you on ZBrush. All right. And then after that, we're going to have Pitch Dev Studios, which this is a great presentation. Again, there's going to be a mixture of some organic, but a lot of hard surface as well. But their goal is about designing those elements in the beginning stages of a film or a game or anything like that. So this is a great one to come watch and see if you want to go down that pipeline as well. You want to be more of like the very beginning stage of a project, more of like the concepting and figuring out stage. This is kind of a little bit what they do. They do a lot of things. They're all over the place. They got many sectors that they work in. And then they're going to have a custom IMM brush kits. They're doing a special promotion for them on that as well. They're going to share the brush that they've made in their company.
Bro, what brush you use?
Only with a certain number. You got to come to that presentation to find out what and how that's going to work. Right. And then after that, we're going to do some more tips. Okay. And tricks again, and some more things. And again, I encourage you guys during this segments, and we're having one today. By all means, Ashley and I'll be again always watching the chat. If there's something that we can see in the chat that we can show after one of the videos that's going to play, we're more than happy to do that. So we encourage it, in fact. So I know Ashley's already in the chat making comments and everything.
Yeah.
Yes.
I get distracted. I just I see things, people are talking, I must talk.
And to answer a faceless question, yes, this is not, we're doing giveaways different this year. You don't register once and then that's it. You have to be at the presentation. And at that presentation, we will open up the registration again, okay, for you. And we will tell you, we're going to remind you when it's getting close to the end of the presentation. And all you're going to have to do is go to that link, okay, that we're going to share in your chat. And you just have to put your name and email address, and that's it. And then you're going to be in the pool for me to pull the ticket, okay, because we're giving away a lot. So that's the difference this year, okay? You got to be present.
Got to be here.
Got to be here.
No drive-bys.
No drive-bys. I'm going to use that all weekend. As Ashley says, no drive-bys. Okay? No prize drive-bys.
We're not a McDonald's over here. No drive-thrus.
No drive-thru. All right. And then Neville Page is going to be here with us on Tuesday. For those that aren't familiar, he's really big in the film industry. Okay. Awesome. And he's also was a judge on the TV show Face Off, which was really, I don't remember how many seasons they had. They ended up having quite a few seasons. And then we did a special with them. I remember working with helped put together a show where the artists sat with ZBrush artists and they did all their concepting of what they were going to actually make for the show, which was pretty cool to see too. So he's going to be here. So this is just going to be information dump on you guys on what it's like to be in the film industry, creative. And he works with all the big directors, big names. So
yeah, he's got quite the list of work behind his,
Right. And then I think he's a great example too of where he's at in his career, how everything he's done. He's also a prolific drawer, actually. He did a lot of drawing. He did a lot of product design. Like he designed like hockey helmets, like wheelchairs, like crazy stuff that then when you look at his work now, like, wait, you did all that. So it's just a great showing of, look, as an artist, you guys can be in and out of things all the time here. And I think ZBrush is also one of these applications that allows you guys to do that as well. So, and then we're going to end the summit with another Pixologic presentation. Okay, so that's right. We're doing all 3 days. We are going to show you guys some news and whatever else
Some secrets.
I get approval to go crazy with. So as they say, they're going to let me out of the cage during the presentations. So you got all 3 of those. I will share this with you guys. Again, just remember, because you guys can get reminders to this stuff by clicking on the reminders as well. So I'll put that in the chat. And again, we got staff. Our team is in the chat all throughout the stream. So they're going to be sharing stuff with you as well. And again, we will let you know when the giveaways and everything's going to happen. Okay. For you all. So with that said, I just want to give another little shout out to what we're doing for sponsorship so you guys can see some of the possibilities. So every one of these companies has given us something to give to you, right? So we got Keyshot, Luxion, which by the way is going to be the full version of Keyshot Pro with the bridge that we're giving away. So that's
nice.
Like $2,200 value.
That's really good.
Yeah. XMD's got a ton of stuff. They've got classes. They've got a ton of things that they're given to us to give away. Gnomon School, you guys are going to be able to do for those that, somewhere else in the world want to take a class with Gnomon. They have online classes as well. So you'll be able to do that. Anatomy Tools with Evolution is also great for references.
I want some of these.
Yeah. Like if you're an artist, you should have their product on your table, right? So the Anatomy Tools is really all the human anatomy stuff, and their newest adventure is in animals. So they're doing the same thing. If you guys are familiar with their product in the male, female, they're now doing a whole bunch of animals with that same thing. So we're going to be giving away some of that stuff today and throughout the 3 days. Wacom has given us some stuff to give away to you guys as well. Wacom or are you a Wacom or a Wacom?
I don't know. I'm confused now. Yeah, I don't know anymore.
It's one of the two. It's usually one of the two.
Wacom.
I say Wacom. Wacom. You say Wacom.
Wacom.
Okay. I'm a Wacom guy. I Wacom you. Okay. And 3D Connections again. Those 3D mice. We're going to be giving some of those away. Plus, they have a new product. They built a new sleek different keyboard for you guys. It's wireless and number pads wireless. We'll be giving some of those away. Formlabs was part of our Sculpt Off, so nothing for you. That Gnomon Workshops, we'll have some giveaways for that, which they have a 1-year subscription. MSI was part of our Sculpt Off sponsorship. Jewelry Workshops is going to be giving away some of their courses as well. And then we got Shane Olson, who's giving away some of his courses from 3D Workshops. We got Pablo Munez doing the same thing. And then we got some nice little cool little products. I know Ashley had her little one that she won from Funko there with her.
Yeah, like a couple years back, I won one of these. Heck yes!
There it
Look
is.
at him. Look
K2.
at him.
I love me some K2. I love me some K2. So we're going to be starting here in just a minute with our streamers. So stay tight. Get ready. Okay. Then we're going to be having them join us here in a second. And again, we're going to be coming back with all of them in the stream, all 6 of them ready to go. And again, here's your reminder. So get ready, everyone. As I say, buckle up for some fun in these 3 days that we have for the next ZBrush Summit. It's going to be a lot of fun. Ashley's a yes. I see they're ready to go. They're in the streams, ready to go. So we're going to be starting with them today at 10:30. And then from there on, we're just going to be going through all these presentations with you guys. And Ash and I will be monitoring your chat, answering what we can, looking at questions when they come in, and throwing in that any of the artists while we can. All right. How are we feeling? We're feeling. Are you good, ready to go now, Ashley? Now that we got.
I'm ready.
Yeah.
I'm super ready. I'm almost ready. That's how ready I am.
Says his body's ready. He's ready.
Your body's ready.
Sit tight. There we go. It's going to be
I'm stoked.
Of fun.
I'm ready to absolutely criticize the life out of everything that everybody's doing. I mean, I already have spoilers for what a few of them are going to be doing. I do. I know.
Oh, going to start off with some spoilers. I like it. That's a good way to go. All right. So we're just going to leave camera right now, and then we're going to come back. And then when we come back, we're going to have introductions to who's joining us again. So again, buckled up. We're just starting today. This is going to be a lot of fun. I see some familiar faces in the chat as well. So it's going to be a lot
We've
of
got
fun.
Tomas in there. Tomas is in chat right now.
Yep.
I saw earlier Spicer was in there. Ian was in there. Ian's going to be with us today, though. So.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's in here ready to go.
Yeah.
All right, Kyle, let's do this. Let's. Oh, there we go.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, everybody.
Hola.
There's my man. There we got. Look at the crew we got here, people. We got Mike. We got Ian. We got Luke. We got Anna. We got Daniel. And we got Alina here for you all. I'm sure some of you are all familiar with them as streamers. So again, we're all going to be live together from here on out. There's 8 of
All
us.
together. You're not leaving.
Big
All
happy
Stuck
family.
with us.
Together for
Big happy family. How's everyone doing today?
Good.
good.
Excellent.
Good.
Doing well.
Doing well. Everyone's in different parts of the world too. Again, for this one, so this should be fun too, right? All over the place.
Country
I think
sound
the
off.
only person that's in two people in my time zone at least are Ian and Daniel, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then Anna and Mike, you're on the East Coast. Luke, you're in the
Yep.
UK. Alina, where are you at again?
Canada. Still the same place as
Same place.
Ashley.
So you're with
Yeah.
Ashley. Right.
He's actually downstairs, so.
Yeah. Next door.
These are next- That would be incredible if you left for a minute and then you show up on her camera.
But
That'd be a fun moment.
I'm afraid it will be like a little bit of a trip, but
Yeah. Well, I want to thank you guys all for being here with us and doing this with us. So they're going to just start sculpting in their ZBrushes, and we're going to jump around to their ZBrush, talk about what they're doing. Maybe it sparks conversation about maybe a particular feature that they're using. So when you guys can feel comfortable to start going and sculpting away, and we'll start adding in your ZBrushes as we go here. And as we go along here, everybody's free to just jump in and have a conversation on what they're making. So this is He-Man.
Oh,
He-Man.
no, not first.
Oh. Oh.
You're up, buddy.
Not cool.
So
So I thought it would be cool to do a little mashup. What if He-Man were mixed up with Tyler the Creator? So as Prince Adam, I started blocking out, the little bowl cut, and Cringer is actually going to be a beatbox,
Nice.
and then eventually he'll turn into, I think LL will be He-Man, since that's more what I'm thinking.
Can't go wrong with some LL Cool J. Okay, I grew up
Yeah,
with
man.
LL.
Yeah.
Everybody in here probably has some LL Cool J growing up memories for sure. I love it. It's giving me. I love the vest too. You bring in the colors of He-Man in there.
Trying to. I figured
So
a nice.
it looks like you like to, when you're blocking out, you've got them each individual subtools, figuring out those shapes.
So he's gonna have some '80s style fur kind of leggings on to mimic Prince Adam's fur topped boots.
Oh yeah,
I
yeah,
think.
uh-huh.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So
Oh, yeah.
that's all that
Boots
is.
with the fur.
Yeah.
I haven't been able to watch the new episodes on Netflix. Has anybody watched them yet? The new He-Man.
I saw the first couple. I was like, I gotta finish it, but I was liking it.
You were liking it.
Yeah.
Okay. I got to add that to my list of maybes of where I'm gonna be able to watch that. There's so many good shows now to watch.
Oh, yeah. It's actually overwhelming.
Let's
there's
see.
always
Let's
something.
see what Anna's doing.
Oh, I got lucky, number 2.
Nice.
Oh, is this your Brahm inspired one?
It's going to be, well, yeah, sort of. It's going to be Krampus, but a little bit more modern. I'm hoping.
Wow.
I'm going to give him some accessories, maybe like a gold chain. I figured we're close to the end of the year, so there's no better
Yes.
time to do
Mhm.
a Krampus than now.
And how early do you put your poly painting on?
Oh, way too early, actually. I give a disclaimer every time I stream. I'm like, I'm about to poly paint. It's way too early. Let's do it. I like to be able to visualize what the final design is going to be, especially when I'm designing at the same time as sculpting. So I just kind of flip back and forth between the what is it, the render fade opacity, and I'll turn it off the poly paints
Oh yeah, that's
as
a
I
good little
go.
trick. You should show that. I don't know if
Yeah.
people know about that one. Show
So
that again.
Yeah.
so this came out. Was it last year?
All the versions are bleeding together for me now.
So if you
I
go
want to
to
say
the
it's about
render,
5 versions ago. I wanna say. But that
if
doesn't
you
mean
go
we
to
released 3
render.
versions this year, practically, or in the last.
Oh
10
my
years.
gosh, you're right.
Yeah,
You're right.
you might be right. I
Yeah.
think it might have been the beginning of last year.
I think so.
Yeah.
So basically, there's this new slider called the fade. I guess not new. The fade opacity slider that removes all of the poly paint for all the subtools at the same time, which I know can be a really good trick, because I know a lot of people are coming in here and having to turn off poly paint one by one on your subtool palettes. So that will just give you a all-around removal. But also, the best part is that's the slider, so you can just take it off a little bit if you want more clarity of your sculpts, while keeping
that's
the
awesome.
colors of the design on there.
There you go. You're already showing people that they didn't things they didn't know. Yeah, I'm a shift click person on the brushes. Too.
Yeah.
I see somebody throwing that in the chat.
Yeah.
Oh,
was
I
just
do
gonna
that
say.
too. Hmm.
Yeah.
Like whenever you switch subtools, right?
Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
not right.
That's awesome. That's great.
Yeah.
See, people didn't. All right. Let's see what Luke's doing. Ready, Luke? Here we come.
Sure.
We're going to be bouncing around. So what do you got going here?
So I figured I'd kind of do like a little kind of redesign of the predator, but it's like as a kind of a crab.
He's so cute.
I'm sure he's going for cute, Ash.
He's very.
I
It's very.
definitely am.
We've been having this debate about whether insects and crab-like things are cute for a
Right.
while now.
Yes.
You know, and I think they are. I think that there's lots of people that think that insects are cute. You know, I don't think that's
ZBrush
weird.
one, a cute one.
Yeah. Especially
Yeah.
when you watch Little Mermaid, Le Poisson, Le Poisson, Le Poisson. Do you start early with your? So you're starting early with your poly paint then too. It looks like.
Kind of. So with this guy, I did kind of just try to get the overall shape in, and then I figured I'd just put some poly paint on top to make it look kind of nicer, you know. But I do normally do my poly paint more towards the end, since for me it can be a bit distracting.
Okay.
But yeah, I sometimes just like putting it on early as well if it's to help me get a better feel. But I mainly do it in the end.
Nice. Well,
Yeah, and I guess
looking
it's good for it's good for like you know, when you're sketching as well, right? Like if you don't plan on taking anything super far, if you just throw on poly paint early, then it's like can kind of be sort of like this way, like I like to describe it as like hiding mistakes that are not actually mistakes, but it's just like making it look more complete.
Yeah, definitely.
I think it's also taking a little bit of like in the concepting idea, right? So when 2D conceptors, they'll do color blockings, right? They'll just do 2 or 3 colors and create that depth with the color.
Yes.
Yeah, I do the same thing sometimes with like, oh yeah, I'm not sculpting that. There we go.
Yeah.
Paint. Render, shadows,
Yes.
cover, shadow, cover. Right. All right. Let's see what Daniel. Ready? Here we come. Let's add Daniel and see
Go
what he's
for
got
it.
going on. Here we go.
Yeah, just been. I just added some underpants to my Cupid here, but
Oh.
but this was
Censoring for stream.
yeah, it's a little censor, you know, keep it family friendly. Yeah, but this is something I was working on stream for those few people who were following my stream like earlier this year, I guess, and I guess end of last year, I don't know. But this is something I've been trying to finish up, and so I just figured I'd get back to this reimagining of a famous sculpture by Antonio Canova. He originally did this piece in the Louvre, which I remade a couple years ago. And it's the same kind of pose, but this is sort of like a 300 kind of style as far as just going for realism and a little bit more maturity. Because Cupid in the original sculpture looks a bit more androgynous and younger and kind of just, you know, more of like a boy, like how a lot of Cupid's iterations are in the past. So I figured why not make him a bit more masculine and make the woman just a little bit more accentuated feminine and just kind of really kind of, you know, bring out the beauty and the positives of the genders in this. So this was my reimagining of that. And now this is a remix or a continuation of that now here where they're ascending from Hades. You know, in the story, he descends into hell to save his love, Psyche. And now this is their kind of ascension from that department. So it's been working away. Yeah.
Oh, very cool.
LL Cool J remix too. Let's do it. Everyone's got incorporate LL Cool J now. It's in my head.
So I got
Can't get it
some
out.
LL Cool J elements in here. Okay.
Yeah. It's in my hey, Mr. Smith album, one of the best ever made. Love it.
Yes, sir. That's
Yes,
right.
right.
Facts.
That's right, Mike.
Yes,
Right?
sir.
Yes.
Such
Yep.
a good album. Such a good album. All right, let's jump to Alina. Ready? I'm gonna put your monitor. You're up. There we go. Beautiful.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah,
So
this is
I
good.
need to give an explanation. This is reimagining of Disney Mermaid, like Little Mermaid,
Mhm.
and the fairy tale. So, but Prince Charming doesn't look that charming anymore.
So wait, he's got the
Perfect.
prince. I like that's the prince in her hand. The skull.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean,
So
like,
she's almost like a siren. That's a little bit of a way too. Your touch is just beautiful. You have like that
Yeah.
softness. You have a fine art touch in your work that
Very
Thank
gentle.
you.
is very totally.
Yes.
Totally. Like I could see this totally in a museum somewhere.
Oh my god, Allure.
Yeah. And it's crazy how much stuff you see now. Like, there's a lot of ZBrush stuff now being put in museums where they're just straight up 3D printing them and plopping it right in a museum.
That's
And
cool.
That's a
We'll
ton
see.
happening.
We'll see. Like usually, you know, to become famous, you have to die. So maybe.
First step, make art. Second
Not
step,
anymore.
die.
Right. First step, make art. Second step, die.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or actually, I'm going to put in between there, make something for my kid to live off the debt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Make a will.
Yeah. Well,
Sorry,
I
I went too dark.
Like, look at Beeple, for example, right? You can't just make art for 13 years every day. And then there you go. He didn't need to die.
Oh yeah, you did.
That's
It's
it, yeah.
it's the just is the key word. Just
Just do that. Just do that, guys. One new piece
Right,
every day.
right.
Come on.
All right,
You
well,
You
know,
ever
we're
tried
good to go.
drinking water?
It's never just anything. Just make
when
it
you
look
did
good.
your hair, is there a particular brush you used to get that nice movement that you're getting through there, like spiral, or you're just
So-
moving it around?
Like you can see, I have this basically. I believe it's Dynamesh.
Mm-hmm.
The mess. I started with a mess of a hair.
Yeah.
I prefer a more classical approach since you mentioned it. Yeah, it's more fine art way of doing things when you start with the big shapes. And then I add like hair strains separately.
Yep.
Usually what I do, I use curve tube. I make intensity lower so it's kind of flat. Oh, sorry, not on this one, on this one. And like you
Right.
can see. And I also have like, my stroke usually in size. So it go from thinner to thicker to thinner. This is my secrets. I'm giving them away for free. Right?
Tapers are the answer to everything. Just taper
Yeah.
everything.
Basically, this is what people usually ask. How do I do my hair? And I do it by using like built-in curve tube, no fancy brushes, nothing. And then I just sculpt over it. Sometimes I do add subdivisions. Like, let me jump into, for example, this one. It has like 2 subdivides. Because subdivides are great because they keep this like flow and clarity of the shapes. But yeah, that's pretty much it. And those I will sculpt by hand, like using probably Demian standard to add like few sharp details on it.
Nice.
Yeah, it works really well.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And this is the point sometimes is not finding the one button solution. Sometimes you're just straight up sculpting and moving it around.
No one button solution, unfortunately. If you want to
Yeah.
do really good
There's
art.
no ZBrush button? I thought there was a ZBrush button.
We'll make cool art button.
Yep.
Good. Let's see what
brush you
Ian's
use?
doing.
That's what my parents think I do.
Mine too, yeah.
Listen, my mom still has a hard time sometimes even figuring out what I do, even though I've been with Pixologic now going on 13 years.
Oh,
I would say for the first 6 years, she's like, wait, you work at Pixar, right? I'm like, no, I don't. Not where I work.
Oh my goodness.
At one point, you just have to go along with it and just be like, yes, yes, that's
Just say
exactly
yes.
what I
Yeah,
do.
that's
I make all the movies, actually, every single movie.
I've been there several times, and I have helped with some of the production in that sense, where they're working on movies, and I need to go in and maybe they're asking questions. Like I've done trainings there, but no, I've never worked on anything. But it's always funny. And then I don't know about you guys; they never explain it right. Any of your relatives?
Oh no.
No.
Oh no.
No. My parents still introduced me to people by going, "Hey, this is Carol. She draws for a living."
and you teach though too, right? You're teaching at
Yeah.
Ringling, right?
Yeah, I'm teaching at Ringling. Started last year.
Nice.
so
But I
awesome.
teach a little bit of everything actually. I teach game development, programming, and like all sorts of other things.
Are you part of the? I know they have a big toy track with Hasbro there. Are you involved in that one too?
Not directly, but my students are. Mhm.
Yeah. So that I know Hasbro gets a lot. It's a lot of their interns from Ringling.
Mhm.
What's Ian? What do you got? Well, let's see what you
So
got.
I'm working on a reimagine of Super Meat Boy. If he was a pork chop.
Oh, that's great.
I really love the character and I thought he was cute. So I was like, yeah, let's make him a pork chop. Why not? So I started with a sphere and then just started cutting out with a knife curve to get this basic shape. And then just started applying just some clay buildup to get his backside and all that stuff going.
He's sure he's not a cake? Like, what was that?
Yeah, Yeah. But yeah, no, it's yeah.
And I see you built your own cam view of
Yes.
Captain America.
Really, really simple. I love this one too. I took my favorite sculpt and just propped it up there.
Right. Yeah. I know there's a couple artists that have done that. I know Thomas Whittlebach, when we see his screen, he made with like a hands, bone hands and everything, which was a cool one. He did that for his gizmo too. Made a custom gizmo.
That's really cool.
Yeah. Having some customability into that. That's a good one. This will be a fun one too to see where you go. The knife brush is a game changer for me.
Oh,
It really is. It changed my whole workflow, to be honest.
Yeah.
I usually am the type who just will just brute force everything until it looks good. So this helps me just chop out shapes really quickly. And it really just changed the game.
Well, I'm usually yelling at my monitor, be art, be good, go. Right? Just like we were talking with our parents, I don't know what they do. They make things.
Just grab your Cintiq by both ends, just scream at it. Why aren't you good?
Do you guys ever have relatives or friends who'd be like, "Yeah, this is my friend. He does 3D animation or 3D." Everyone refers to animation a lot of times. Like I find that's a common thing, and I'm like, no, it's a completely different thing, but sure, right?
Yeah, I get that a lot because I think that's probably the easiest thing for just general public to understand that animation, 3D animation, especially with all the 3D movies.
Yeah.
I always explain it like everything you see in a film where there's a creature or character or the Hulk or something like that, or any video game, that's what we do. We're making those items, assets that you see in the films or in the games or the toy that you're holding in your hand or the change in your pocket, whatever. ZBrush is in a lot of workflows now, man. It's deep in 10 different industries, big time.
Yeah.
I just tell people I make toys now. I tried explaining what I do, and now I just say, well, I just make toys. I make toys. Perfect. And then when they ask too, it's hit or miss when I tell them who I work for. They're like, oh, I don't know that company, or they get really excited. But either way, it's I just tell them I make toys, and it's pretty easy conversation starter or ender.
Yeah.
I want to come back, Mike. I want to come back to you. I'm going to show yours because I think what's in Mike's career, for those that don't know, he's from a 2D background. Like you were doing CD covers, everything, right? And then you discovered ZBrush, and then you're like, hey, I can use this as an artistic tool for me.
Absolutely. So definitely. So what I do with my stuff is I kind of I'll sculpt something and then use that as a basis for what I paint. So if I'm doing like G.I. Joe box art, I'll get the
here. Hold on, we can
toy.
hold on. Let me make. Let me see. I can make. Let me see.
Yeah,
if I can
his
make it bigger.
webcam.
Right. Kyle, can you make his webcam the bigger one?
I'm holding up the toy and you can't see it, so I'll describe it to you. So imagine there's a box in my hands, and I'll just wait.
Here,
Your Captain America looks really cool, though.
Describe the
Thank you.
box.
Thank you. Yeah, I saw Ian's and I was like, man, let me try to steal some of his fame. So
Granted,
imagine I'm
take it.
Paul. If I were Paul, it would be his hat.
Hey, I don't know how to make just your webcam bigger. I'm not good enough at this.
There it is.
There you go.
Oh God, my
wow.
head is huge.
Or great.
All right, so
there you go.
So like something like this is kind of what I do. A lot of Hasbro GI Joe guys and this dude.
Yeah, so you're making the artwork
down
actually
here
on
is
the
fine.
box.
Yeah, so they gave me a OBJ of the of Roadblock, and I did the first one here, and then they had a special edition one that came out, and so I used to do this kind of stuff a lot. So this is the side, that one, and the side of this one. But what I found was it was really hard to do all the gear, like all the, figure out how light and stuff would go around the hard surface areas and everything. So I took, I started, taking the, the sculpts and then using that as, I just printed this on my Anycubic.
Yeah,
but I
now
would
you
take
got
this.
printers too now. You full circle, 2D to full 3D.
I'm all in, man.
Yeah.
I'm loving it. I'm loving it. Yeah. So I'll take something like this Captain America here and then use that as a base to paint over, and then I can do this kind of stuff. Hold on 1 second. One more thing for the screen, and then I'll get off.
Okay.
I'm hogging all the time here. And then I can do this kind of like upper deck cards.
Oh yeah,
So
the trading cards.
yeah. So I actually repurposed my Hulk into Juggernaut. I don't know if you can see.
Mike, you want? Whoever's can
There
put
it
them up
is.
bigger if you
Boom.
can, real quick.
Okay.
I
Or
don't
not.
know. I don't know.
It's Juggernaut. Take my word for it.
So, how many of you have 3D printers now?
I got one in the mail yesterday. My first one.
What did you?
Hey.
You got one, okay?
Exciting.
I have
What did you get?
two.
I got a Frozen 3D Mighty 4K.
Okay.
Oh, nice.
Yep.
Nice.
Now I just gotta rearrange my entire house to make room. For
Yeah.
Like need it to be in a ventilated area, but I don't have a garage, so I need to put it in the window, but it can't have direct light. So I'm going through a whole phase right now.
Right. But Daniel got one. Daniel, you still have your Form 2, right?
Well, yeah. Now I have Form 2, 2 Form 3s, an Ultimate Maker 3 Extended, and an Old Maker Bot Replicator 2. But I don't use the FDMs anymore, so my life is just all Form 3.
Oh, really?
You're an entire factory.
Yeah, I've been really lucky and blessed to be an ambassador with Form Labs, but then also just work has been great lately, just recently, and so I've just turned my spare bedroom into a whole office, so it's just my 3D printing lab now. So it's just
awesome.
printers and a workbench and just a whole bunch of tools and stuff. So it's been pretty cool. It's been a journey though. It's definitely started from just a MakerBot Replicator 2 and learning how to use PLA, and just ramped up slowly from there over the last 8 years. So yeah, big journey.
Nice. And then Luke, do you have one?
Sadly, I don't. Ian's been trying to push me to get one.
Alina, do you have a printer?
No.
No.
Sorry, I have too
No?
small of apartment to feed a
Yeah, me too.
printer.
And then Ian, do you have one?
I do. I have a few, and I've been through quite a few. I have an Epax X1 for my resin printer, and then I have a Ender 3 because I still do FDM because I find it cheaper to make big prototypes quickly.
Sure. Yeah.
Not quickly, but
Yeah.
I let it go for a couple hours, and I don't really care.
Yeah, that's what I did my 24-inch Gremlin on. I did it on my artillery.
And that turned out awesome, by the way, dude. I just saw
Thanks.
again some of the pictures that you had on Instagram. It was phenomenal.
Yeah.
It was a fun project. It's become the Christmas projects I've now done in my household. I'm going to sculpt something from the 80s. Go figure. And then print it out. And then myself, my daughter, and my wife all get a crack at painting their own versions. And we have some friends that come over and paint them
So
too.
cool.
And
That is really
I'm going to make
Nice.
an 80s Christmas tree. So it's
Oh my
just
god,
going to be
that's
nothing
so
but
cool.
80 ornaments on it.
Maybe you should think
That's
about
really
doing,
cool.
because it'd probably be easy and quick, would be doing the I think they're calling it the Muncher or something. It's like the new Slimer from the new Ghostbusters movie that I heard is really good, actually.
Oh, really?
But he's a blob with a face, so that could be a really fast, easy thing to do from the 80s, right?
Right. I'm intrigued. And those in chat, who has a printer? Just to see who
Yeah.
I'm intrigued to see how many people are printing these days. I'm always stuck in the 80s, Daisuke. Don't you forget it, man. I can't leave. It's just like the joke yesterday. Jess was like, okay, your knowledge now stops at the 90. I'm like, yeah, it stopped at 1990. That's it. ZBrush and 80s in the brain and nothing else. So we're looking at Anna's crumpus right now.
Oh, I'm redoing the hair right now.
Did you say crumpus?
Crumpus? Did I say crumpus? Yeah.
I didn't even think about it. I was like, yeah, the crumpus.
We got you. We knew what he meant. We speak
All right.
Paul.
DM Saturns. All right, there's quite a few people printing. Nice. So you're redoing your hair, you said?
Yeah, I'm redoing the hair with more detail, with a new technique that I started doing a few months back.
Oh, what's that?
Which one?
So basically what I do is I create a really ugly base for how I want the hair to lay. So that's what this black thing is. Underneath.
Yeah.
Then what I do is I grab the curved tube snap brush, because that creates a tube that like snaps to something, so it will lay in the direction that you already put the base in. Like that.
Yep.
I come into stroke curve modifiers, and by default this doesn't look like this. I'll reset it. I turn on the size so that I can change the size, and just like Alina was talking about, like you kind of make it taper and then ruin everything. Let me reset it again. I always say that my weakness in ZBrush is like the easy parts, like making straight lines and using the curve editors. So I turn it like this so that the hair starts somewhat thin, gets thicker, and then ends up thinner at the end, kind of like that.
Yep.
And then you can just edit it as you want. I do this for tongues too, which is super fun.
Nice.
Then I lay it on there as needed. I
and then you're tapping on the surface. You're tapping on the surface. The curve, right?
Yeah, in between.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it kind of continues, right? Like the curve sometimes.
Yep.
And I'll create like a T-shaped hair. I'll create a clump that I want like this. I'll change it up if I need to. Then once I'm done, I'll come in here with the move brush just to kind of separate it a little. Oh, I forgot to tap it last time. Now that we've talked about it, tap it. Grab the move brush, kind of separate it from the base. Just to give it some depth. Then I'll split it out once I've done a clump. And I like to do a clump, like a few kind of like default clumps, so that I can just copy and paste them everywhere.
Yeah.
Which just makes life easier, right? 100%. I love copy and pasting. You guys don't know this, but I am a technical artist by profession, so my life is all about saving time. So I'm going to split unmasked points, grab that, divide it up a few times. I like to use the move topological to kind of move one hair at a time to create whatever shape I want. This particular clump is very aesthetic, but it's just for demo purposes. Then I grab the Demian standard with one of these stripy alphas, like alpha 61 or 62, and just kind of drag it on there. Sometimes I'll separate the hair, kind of give it this like more hair-like feel. And I make sure to get the root too, so that it blends in better with whatever it's going into.
Yeah.
Like that. And then at the end, like Paul was mentioning earlier, the spiral brush goes a long way, especially when you have like multiple clumps.
Oh, I love
and that are all the same. Oh yeah, I know. Whenever I use it, I think of you. So
we should make one that's called the ash spiral or something.
Make it like cranked up to 1 million, and
anything that'll just completely destroy your mesh, it'll be great.
If it stretches the polygons like really hard, then it's perfect. So yeah, I just kind of separate them. So if I like copy and paste the clumps around, now I have that division, so I'm going to lay it lower, and you can turn like just kind of copy and paste them around, and then use the spiral brush to create variety. It's very ugly for the demo, but you get the points.
Yeah. I think
it looks great.
Fast, like it's makes you work fast. And I've been doing really, I mean, we all have here, right? We do 3-hour sculpts or something like that a lot here on the Pixologic channel. So I got to move fast, right? So that's the habit, the new habit.
Get sweaty.
get streaming, oh man, if people in chat want to get fast at sculpting, I suggest streaming.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
absolutely.
Or teaching, right? Just teaching, because then people are relying on you, and that's essence what you guys are all doing too when you stream. You're kind of teaching at the same time.
Yeah.
Too.
Yep.
It's got me interested in teaching.
Yeah, let's bounce to Daniel. One thing I can't help myself for the graph too. A little fun fact that maybe some of you don't know that are watching. If you guys tap on the dot, you'll actually zoom into that dot as well, so you can get a defined movement in the graphical dot as well. Sometimes that helps when you're trying to adjust the dots on the graph as well. I can't help myself. I like to share information. All right, Daniel, we're back to you now.
All righty. Well, I
decided
to. I took in the wing from. Took the wing from my Trico model. So I originally, for those who probably saw this a long time ago too, I did this model of Trico from The Last Guardian a long time ago now, like 3 years ago now. This is a crazy dense mesh, but I figured it's always great to have as you work and build your models, you always start creating a repository of just different assets you can just pull from other models and then repurpose, as Mike was saying, right? Like it's just a whole process that you normally just go about doing and then realize, oh yeah, I have this other thing I can use. So I took one of the wings from here. I figured, because I'd like to have some physical feathers, not just feathers mashed together, but actually have like individual feathers. So I pulled one from this guy, and now I'm bringing it over here, and I'm going to attempt to sort of follow the same extension. We'll see how good this turns out.
I have a question about the feathers. For placing, did you do everything by hand, or did you use like nano mesh or?
Yeah, it was a mixture. It was nano mesh, and so like Solomon Blair, he used to be with Pixo. He and I figured out a way to create the checker pattern, and then make sure that all edges aligned with the checker pattern of your polygons, and then that has an alternating like two different colors of polygroups, and then growing out the nanomesh feather. So then I created a feather brush essentially. So I created individual feathers. Here they are, and so I can just kind of go through some of those. So some of these were actually designed from looking at wing anatomy and bird feathers to properly get each proper feather, then so that they would array across the wing correctly. But then a lot of the wing, it would get me like 50% there maybe, but doing the nanomesh on the wing only because I would create like the actual, again, the anatomy of like a bird or chicken wing, where you take off all the feathers and it's just kind of this nub, right? Like almost like a finger kind of, or an arm, and then choosing a whole bunch of different polygroups along strips of the wing, and then growing feathers out, growing specific feathers. So it was a lot of time consuming, choosing different poly strips and edge loops really, and just creating those as polygroups, and then growing certain feathers out of those, then switching to the other feathers and going down the line of progressing the proper feather anatomy down the conical shape of the wing. So it was it's a lot of work. It's tedious. But I'm not sure that there's any other way to really go faster to create such specific anatomy than that, really.
There's always some sort of. Sorry.
You shared that tip last year in the tips and tricks.
Yeah,
so
that's right.
It's on YouTube right now. Your little quick tip on that too.
Yeah, how to feather anything, kind of. Yeah.
Yeah. So, all right, very nice.
Yeah,
looking good.
Thank you.
All right, let's jump to Alina. Let's come back to Alina. Let's see where she's at. Oh, there we go.
Hey, I'm doing fishes.
You've been adding some stuff to the arms, right?
I did stuff on the fish. No, this has one. So maybe I should talk how I made those, because I did use a little bit of nano mesh to create like this movement.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the fish.
The small fishes on the back.
Yeah. Do you want to share that?
So I'm not gonna go through the process, but I will like just breeze through. The whole idea. So those are very low polycups. Let me share it. So and it's like very, very simple. Let me zoom into that so everybody can appreciate how ugly it looks. So very, very low res, decimated model. But then you actually zoom out. It's it just looked fine. Because this scene is already pretty heavy, so I didn't want to load my computer even more. And I use this plane with polygroups to populate them, and then I just move them with a move brush, so very simple. And for the bigger fishes on the back, like you can see those one, I did create a model. I polypainted it, and I create insert fish brush.
And then fish.
And
Love it.
And then I go around and I tackle them so they don't look, duplicated.
Right.
I change in the colors, I change in the shapes a little bit. So yeah, it needs some back. I figure out if it's underwater, I have to have more stuff behind her. So
that's great. That's a great technique, right? Using another piece of geometry and then using that to guide that movement you want to get with your fish.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah. I'm all about reusing the topology that I already have to do something else.
Yeah, I for anything that I need to duplicate, I usually just do the gizmo trick where I hold control and drag the thing, and I just kind of spam that around everywhere.
Yeah.
But this is a very, very efficient way of doing it and clean as well.
Yeah.
Well, it helped me with planning. So I'm kind of, I got this plane and I know like the movement will be like circular, like the fish flocks usually do. So
yeah.
Yeah.
That was an idea. Thank you.
Another beautiful piece from you. For sure. All right. Let's see how Ian's doing with his meat.
There he is so far. Trying to get the basic shape of him going.
So he had a run in with Rocky.
Yeah, pretty much.
Looks like somebody grabbed him by the bone and just like tenderized him on like a chopping board or something.
Well,
yeah, for anybody who's played Super Meat Boy, they'll know that's the game is intense and brutal, but
hard.
Super fun. I just love it. Yeah. So yeah, just at the point right now, I'm just trying to really make sure that I get the overall silhouettes and color scheme down. And I like to break symmetry pretty quickly, even though he's still T-pose technically, because he's mostly asymmetrical. I just try to get all those elements that will tell me the story of who this character is, so that way I can get out of that valley of the suck that a lot of people who watch my streams we talk about quite often, because you can just you feel overwhelmed sometimes when it's not going the way you want it to. So I just kind of paint it up and push through.
Well, I think what you're talking about is important, because during the summer we get a lot of people watching that, starting out sculpting, figuring it out. I think that's an important element of sculpting, is the beginning stage. We all live in that valley where the beginning part isn't the greatest, but you got to keep going through, and you got to keep going, and it'll come to life eventually.
Yeah.
But just stay on the right path.
Yeah, like what's that people say? Like it looks really bad until it just doesn't anymore. Like, it's just
Yeah. Yeah. And it's interesting too, because, those are the times where I personally have stopped projects when I was first trying to get in as a sculptor. I would stop projects early because I thought, oh, this is just no good, I'll scrap it. And I had this, I used to watch speed sculpts, and I had this unrealistic idea that everything can be done in 30 minutes.
Oh yeah.
Oh my
So
God.
it's like, oh man. Yeah, but now I've learned.
Yeah. You find out when you start sculpting, the more and more you sculpt, you'll find that balance of when the switch comes to you as an artist to go from what's not working to, oh, now it's working. But yeah, I always stress on it. Don't become the divide king and the divide queen. Don't just divide and start working on the cool skin pores. You haven't looked at everything yet in the sculpt, in the silhouette. Like, make sure you're looking at everything.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep.
I try to urge people to stay as low res as possible for as long as possible until you're happy with like how that looks from far away, and then you can start working on everything else.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. I use a lot of Dynamesh, but I started using Dynamesh with groups turned on, and I always auto group my stuff, so that way I can just keep pulling the material around until I'm satisfied with it. And even if I just break it, just break your model and then you'll find it.
Yeah. Destroy the mesh. I'm a fan.
I'm a big fan of that workflow.
I would encourage people to clean topos. Clean topo is such a crucial thing to work with. I think is like it's great to start with Dynamesh, but also I encourage younger artists to learn at least to know how to do clean topology, so that, or at least ZRemesh. You know, don't be afraid to duplicate your model, ZRemesh it, and then project back your detail. So at least you can make it easier on your computer, and it also makes your life easier. A lot of times sculpting, if you have edge loops that complement the design that you're going for, that can just make life a lot easier.
Absolutely. Well, a lot of times what I'll do is like once I get the main shape, like with this guy right here, I'll use Control-Shift-D all the time and just duplicate that subtool and then immediately just hit ZRemesh. And then I'll make sure it's just something pretty decent. And then I'll just project any history on the previous subtool that I had going. Yeah. So come back at the arrow key, project, and then just project all, or I'm sorry, project history. You guys know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
That history brush is awesome, by the way, too, right? I've been using that so much now.
Oh, yeah.
I love it. It's like Photoshop. It's like being able to like, oh, I want this from that state, but I'm here now. Let me go back in my history, tap the history brush, and then come back to where I am now, and then apply that one specific area. I love that. It's awesome.
Yeah.
I didn't know that was a thing. I gotta check it out.
Yeah. But, it's relatively new, right, Paul? It was like a few versions ago that you guys introduced that.
What, the history brush itself?
Yeah, isn't it?
I want to say 2019 version.
Okay.
I want to say.
Semi-recent, sort of.
Yeah, it's recent. It's recent. Yeah, it's recent. Yeah, it's not one of those when someone goes, "Oh, hey, this." I'm like, no, that's like 10 years old. You know, kind of thing. No.
So I'm not doing too bad then.
No, you're
no.
But listen, you guys are all artists. You shouldn't have. That's part of my job is knowing the application and sharing as much as I can with all of you, right? So you guys can take whatever you can information and run with it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and there's like so many things in ZBrush to know as well. Like when you're first starting out, I think one question that I get a lot while I'm streaming is just like, oh, well, how do I start? I think the most important thing is to not overwhelm yourself and just pick a few things, like maybe 5 brushes, and work with that when you first start out, and start building up the tools as you go and get more comfortable with it, because that's like a really big, I guess, discouraging factor as well when you're first starting out in digital sculpting and digital art in general, is just overwhelming yourself with tools, but they're all incredibly useful later on down the road.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I personally take a sphere, and if I'm starting from a sphere, even a mesh, I will just put it on there, and then I'll just start making movements to get my brain engaged with, okay, you're now doing the thing, and I have my reference up. I need that 5 minutes to just like kind of warm up a sense. So I'll just quickly sculpt something real fast out of a sphere. I'll just start manipulating the mesh until it's at least in the shape I want. Don't overthink it.
Yes.
Yeah. So and, you were asking that you didn't know about the brush or his workflow that we were talking about. Is that what you were asking, Luke?
Me?
Yeah.
No, I just didn't know about the history brush?
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, like I'll have a look.
Yeah, in essence, to sum it up, it just use your undo history, and you can go back to an older state, make a marker with the control key, go back to where you were, and then that brush will actually take the sculpt from that point of undo history and put it in where you're currently sitting at right now. Right. And you can also use it across subtools. So you can make. That's kind of what Ian had done. It looked like too. He had a state in one subtool, and then went back to a different subtool and projecting that state from the other subtool into the subtool he's actually got selected. So you can do stuff like that too.
Really cool.
And there's a lot of features now that are using this undo history. Now there's at least six, seven features now that takes advantage of your undo histories, besides just the history brush as well. I'm a big fan of what Ian brought up too, the project history. I don't do the duplicating as much anymore in my subtools when I'm remeshing, for me.
Yeah, I gotta stop doing that.
Hey, it still works
so quickly.
Yeah,
I think I do that because it's kind of like, for me, it's my own little OCD where if I ruin that subtool, I could just get rid of it and then I have my backup. That's like,
nothing wrong with that. I don't think there is necessarily a wrong way to certain times to do certain things. It's art. That's what it
Yeah.
is. Everyone's got different workflows.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. That used to freeze me up so much back when I was in college. Like I needed to find the perfect right way to do things.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Right.
Yeah,
And then you get stuck
Mhm.
because I didn't know which way was the right way.
Yeah.
Every tutorial is different. And then once
Yeah.
you just embrace the fact that one, it's art, two, the finished product is all that matters, really.
Yep.
Yep.
Life's easy.
Yep.
Absolutely. Yep. And it's at that point too. Like I know I'm a YouTube learner. Like when I started sculpting 6 years ago, I was like, oh, okay, I'm gonna follow this to the letter. And if there was something that I didn't have in my version or I just didn't understand, I got frozen. Then I stopped it. And now I just realize, oh, okay, I see how they did it. And like a lot of other programs, ZBrush just really lets you do it your own way. So
Yes.
just because somebody
Yes.
shows you one way doesn't mean it's the exact way. It just gives you an idea and it points me in a direction. So if I'm missing something now, I'll do a quick look up and then, oh, okay, they did it that way. Let me see if I can do it this way.
Mm-hmm.
And that's like a perfect segue for me to just tell everybody too that every single one of these people that you're watching right now, we're all our own individual streamers and we all have our own workflows for things. So if you're watching one person and it doesn't necessarily click with you, like it's not working for you, you could go and try somebody else. Maybe their workflow and their tricks will work for you better. And that's usually what I tell people too, because like I have a very like free way of doing things, sort of the same kind of thing that like Luke is doing here as well. Very like everything by hand and, just kind of like noodling in the details and things. And it works. It really, really works, but it isn't for everybody. Some people might like a more efficient approach, like what Anna was talking about, right? So to go and jump between different artists that you look up to, essentially, you'll be able to find different tricks that might work better for you.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're looking at Luke's screen, right? We've been looking at, he's just sculpting, right? He's putting in his details by switching to a couple of brushes and doing it by hand. He's not finding one alpha that he just spreads across. He's doing the sculptural way of doing it, right? Everything's different. There's different ways for all of that, for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Like,
I always tell my student, oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I always tell my students, be aware of anybody who tells you, it could be a teacher or a streamer or whatever, there's one way to do something. Right? Like just recognize that as a red flag, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Be careful with that kind of messaging.
And then call them out in front of every student.
Yes.
like an angry Facebook post.
Anna told me no.
I'm gonna get some angry emails soon.
I'll back you up. I got you.
I like where you're going.
Thank
Luke,
you.
You're giving me a little also District 9 vibe for me too.
Yeah.
It's thinking the same thing, but I like it.
Yeah.
Those damn prawns.
It's becoming a little bit Predator District 9 mashup now for me. It's looking dope.
Thanks, man.
Yeah.
So like I basically, so everybody's their own way of working and their own kind of brushes they like, and for literally everything I use like 4 or 5, like quite default. Like I have my own little custom clip build up, and then I have damn standard brush and move brush. Pretty much it. Like I don't like doing really fancy stuff. Like I do enjoy kind of putting stuff in by hand to some extent before I do alphas. It's getting to the point where it's actually starting to be a bit of an issue where I'm like, man, how do I do alphas again? Like, how do I use them in my workflow? Because I'm just so used to just kind of working like this.
Yeah.
That's awesome. It's looking good, man. I know people love your streams too. When you're streaming on all 6 of you people enjoy coming and watching you guys as well and doing it. And I want to just let you guys know about the time. We got about 12 minutes left only in this segment. It's been flying by. And this is now the registration's now open for giveaways. So the link has already been put in the chat once. So go get your name in the hat. Go get your ticket. Put it in the hat for the giveaways. We're gonna go back to LL Cool J. Mike.
Yeah. I didn't even get a chance to touch LL. I'm still stuck on Tyler, the Creator guy.
It goes by fast. Like you guys said, an hour is not a lot of time, right, to do what you guys really want to do. So I saw what you were doing with the vest jacket. That was nice. You're making some poly groups and then inflating.
Yeah, totally. It kind of did what I wanted it to do. I just did a piece for Sideshow where I had to do a really nice bubble goose jacket, and when you take your time, it looks dope.
Yeah.
So
you got to finish. Are you going to finish this one in your stream?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. I mean, do I ever really finish anything in my stream, Paul? Come on.
I don't.
I start many things and finish none of them.
I think that's the life of an artist. I can't. How many things you have in hard drives that? Oh, look at that project! I never finished that.
Exactly.
I'm sure you guys all have that, right? Every one of you have something like that, right?
Oh yeah, sure.
I think that's important for the people watching. Don't get discouraged if you didn't finish something. Just move on and take what you've learned from that experience and apply it in your next pieces. That's
I gotta tell you, not every project is worth finishing. That might be a little controversial, but like,
that's true.
you know, you don't want to get caught up in the sunk cost fallacy of your projects. If it's not where you want to go anymore, like, you know, take those lessons, like Paul said, and move on.
I like to just say, you know, don't polish the turd.
And maybe there's some too that are a good idea that you just need to come back to years later, and then you know, you have a whole different perspective, and you can glorify it and make it look incredible. Maybe even just restart it completely. But it's sometimes time is a great educator too, and that you have all this much more experience. You come back to something, and suddenly then it can look 1,000 times better than whatever you might have even thought of originally. So.
Oh yeah, I like to. I have Venom is my progress character, where I like to sculpt them at least once a year and try new techniques and apply the things that I've learned before. And so I have 5 Venoms right now.
Wow!
Oh my god!
It's just going up and up and up. And this way I can constantly go back. A, he's a fun character, but B, it's like there's so many ways to approach the same thing, and you learn new methods every single year. So. Yeah, I have progress characters.
That's a great idea. That's a great study idea. Taking one character and doing it every year. That's a great idea. And but Dan, and what you said too, I think is a big one. You guys, as an instructor as well, you can't be afraid to restart something too. So like Ashley said, it's too busy. Sometimes we're trying to fix what's already not working, and you're just, as I like to say, you're in the corner with baby. There's no more Patrick Swayze. I'll save you. Okay. Don't go. Just redo. Right, and you probably will go faster because then you're not trying to fix the problem. You're making it again, right? I like this.
Hey, let me ask you guys a question while you're on my camera. Do any of you have a thing now where you go to use like a curve tube or curves, like a curved strap snap, and it shoots off into space?
I have one where if I duplicate stuff with transpose, sometimes it just goes flying.
Yeah, because I was even looking, with sculpting. It's just a bug, right? It just goes diagonal. Just sometimes just shoots off.
I don't know. Mine doesn't want to stick to the surface now for some reason, and I know that it's something simple that I'm missing, probably under like the picker or something.
Well, I don't know. It depends on what curve brush you're using and what options you have on the picker.
So like I have like the curve flat snap. Let me just do this real quick while I have you in here. Paul is just like, don't do this now, Mike. I'm gonna do it right now, Paul.
Okay.
Doing it live.
Doing it live.
Making things live.
Do it live.
Auto saving.
All right, so if I look 101, here we go.
Yeah. Okay. Picker.
Hello, I am Paul. I'm going to be helping you on your support ticket.
All right. So if I look at the depth, right, it's set to 0. Like I didn't mess with any of this stuff. But if I come over to my jacket here and I try to do a stroke, now watch it work this time. No.
Oh no.
See, I don't know where it is.
Where do you have subdivision levels right now?
No.
Okay. Well, your biggest problem right now is you have an undo history on a different subtool. That's why it's not working.
Okay. All right, let me try this. See, I knew it was something simple. Yeah, let's try it now. Damn, son. That's it.
You got it.
Thank you, Paul.
That is a good point, people. What he's asking, though, this is very important information. And you know how I knew that? Because I just do. Okay?
He's good like that.
I knew that because his undo markers had a red mark. So that's on purpose by us to tell you that's the flag saying, hey, you've stored an undo on a different subtool. So then the curves also appreciate the undo history now. And they'll look at that old mesh that was stored and try and snap to that mesh, not the one you're looking at.
Oh.
Oh,
Thank you, man.
Cool.
Thank you. If I haven't
Very
gotten
cool.
anything else out of being here today, you have just saved me. You saved my life, man.
Here we go. That's all I'm doing here, saving lives.
He's doing good work. Thanks, Paul.
Yeah.
Doing the Lord's work.
But that's
Pixologic
but it's a
Live
good question,
support
Mike, because
stream.
I've seen a couple of people run into that where they didn't notice that they had an undo marker stored. That's why we changed it to red that way. So any of you in front of your computer now, try it. Just go grab the Demo Soldier, make an undo mark on something, and switch to a different subtool, and you'll see that your undo now will have a red icon. So that's what that's for.
Thanks, brother.
There you go. I like it.
Very cool.
There you go. All right. Let's see. Okay, we're at Mike's. Let's jump back to Anna.
That was very much a dust the off the
Has a
side of
mustache.
my just no problem.
Ooh, he has a mustache.
Nice. So you got some more of the hair in there, I see, around the neck and then up on the top of the head.
Yeah.
This would be a good one for your first print. This would be a good one for your first print.
Yeah. I don't know what I'm gonna print, so just as good as any, really.
That mustache makes me think of Dolly. It's like Salvador Dali.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Little Dolly there.
Yeah.
I'm going for like a slight mad genius hairdo, so it kind of goes together, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's good.
Very
Doctor
cool.
Strange.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's beautiful. Like I could see that being like on a wall in the front, on a door, front door, printed it on your front door in your
Like a knocker.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Like an
exactly.
old school knocker.
Or-
We'll just
Yeah.
hang it from
That'd be
his
awesome.
mouth.
Yeah.
Just dunk dunk.
Yeah, that's the beauty of also what we're all doing right now that these printers and stuff, there's so much stuff we can do. So
Yeah.
my
Take
daughter
it
comes to
for
me constantly and asks me to print out a toy for her. I'm like, you have an army on a regular basis. You're good.
This 3D printed toy went viral on TikTok. It's like a little slug that has like movable joints, so it's like really wiggly, and you can just
Really?
download it and print it.
Oh, I hadn't seen it.
It's super viral.
You can
know?
print it already articulated?
Yeah, it's pre-articulated.
very cool.
People they use their little little spatula, I guess, to like unstick it from the 3D printer base. I need to learn all the speech, and it's already articulated. So like it kind of like starts wiggling right as you're trying to unstick it.
Nice.
Oh, that's
yeah,
awesome.
it's probably the supports, and then it's got a raft. It's probably got a raft on it.
I will
the
learn
base-
all of that
the base
stuff
thing,
soon.
raft.
You'll
learn
you guys,
all day.
there's an elephant that someone made that's very similar. You could print it on FDM, and it has like hinges in the arms and the legs, and the trunk is segmented in a way that it flexes and wiggles. Maybe it's probably something similar to that.
You
It's
can
really
pull,
charming.
like, jewelry off that are links, and then there'll be links, and then you can put it on, and all the links will work. Like it's crazy what we can do now. It's awesome.
That's wild.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will
Jane.
3D print jewelry. I will wear jewelry that I made all day.
Well, tomorrow the ZBrush Jewelry Workshop group are going to be showing that. Thomas and Eric Keller.
Oh
and
my
Eric's
gosh.
going to be showing also how he does it in ZBrush Core.
Awesome.
We're
Whenever I
running out
got
of time, so
married,
I'm just going to jump through everybody. You guys keep talking.
I almost asked Tomas to make my wedding ring. I was like, there's nobody better for that.
I did
Oh,
mine,
yeah.
and I went through him. I made
Coolest.
mine in ZBrush, mine and my wife's rings, and then he helped me get it manufactured.
That's so cool.
That is so cool.
Yeah.
He's such an MVP.
Yeah.
This is actually something I'm looking for. I'm planning to do like some jewelry also and try to print test and see how it will be converted into actual silver.
Yep.
But I'm not gonna do it at home because I don't have a printer. I gonna use some servers.
Thomas is in here. He's saying we can do it.
Yeah, Thomas. Actually, he helped me a lot. I did first attempt, and I did print test for something. I'm gonna show, but he helped me a lot actually. High five, Thomas.
We're making connections, people, for everybody. Here we go. I love it.
Bringing
So,
everyone together.
yeah.
Just imagining his inbox is just exploding after Z Summit.
Thomas, I need this made. Yeah, totally. All right, we're looking at Alina's right now for those that are just joining us. This has been a lot of fun, actually.
Yeah.
Oh, this has been awesome.
I want to make this segment longer next year.
Yeah,
This
it's
is
so
something that would be
sad.
nice to have everybody actually do, maybe like once a month or
Yeah.
once every 2 months. Is just have like a group, this kind of thing, like a group live stream,
Mhm.
if we can
Yeah,
all
someone said
synchronize.
that in the
Yeah.
comments. Someone,
Oh.
people were like,
I was
"Can
gonna
we
suggest
please
that
do
as
this
well.
every month?" So
Me,
Yeah, let's do it.
Ashley, Pablo, and a few others did that like 2 years ago. We
You
used to do
did.
it once a
That's right.
month. Yeah, with Steven,
Yep.
and a bunch of other people. We would make like pass the sculpt games. One
That's
time we
cool.
did totem poles. Like we each would make a segment for the totem pole and then put them together
That's
and
Oh,
things
wow.
like that. So we should bring that back. It was
Yeah, let's
so
do
much
it.
fun. It's something to
was
look forward
fun,
to all
yeah.
week long. I would be like, yeah, it's coming up.
Yep.
a good idea. Good idea.
There's Steven in the chat right there. Going
Yeah.
like,
Oh,
yeah.
I think we should
Those
get
are on
together every
YouTube,
day.
too.
Let's do this every day, you guys.
Every
Oh,
day.
no,
You say,
every day.
come on.
not every day.
Day, oh my God.
You've heard of TikTok houses and streamer houses. Why not Pixologic houses? And we
There
just
you go.
Right?
live together.
Well, we did
Let's
Yeah,
start
roll
a
this
let's all
up.
move
segment
to
that's already been
Noman. Let's all
marketed.
move to Noman and
Yeah.
Noman is
Do it.
beautiful. I would love to.
Well, we did the clubhouse. Me and Joseph did a couple. Me and Solomon did a couple. We're both streaming at the same time, doing the same model. So if you guys are up for this, yeah, this is something we can all put together and figure out when you guys would all want to do it, who would want to do it, what days, so we can recreate this. Because I think this has been a lot. For me, it's been a lot of fun. I don't know about for the rest of you.
Yeah,
been
it's a
fun.
great way to
Oh, no,
learn
absolutely.
too, because everybody has different processes and ideas, and you share information, and so we're all learning from each other. But then also the audience is learning all kinds of new information too, which is pretty
Yeah.
cool.
Absolutely.
It's definitely a fun way. Well, unfortunately, we're out of time for this group, but we are doing this every day. Again, tomorrow morning is the first thing, and also Tuesday, but a different group of 6. So I want to thank you all for taking some time out of your Sundays to be here with us. I really appreciate it. I'm sure the community has been really enjoying it, like we all have as well. So thank you all for joining
thank you
us.
so much.
It's been a pleasure.
Yeah. Thanks for having.
Thanks, guys.
Absolutely. And then we will communicate with you guys all to figure out when we can do things like this on a regular basis.
Yeah, let's do it. I'm down.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right. We're going to start doing some giveaways and get ready for our next segment. So thank you guys all for being a part of this. We will see you on our channels. And when I mean that, not just ZBrush Live, but our Slack and everything else we communicate with. All right. All right. We're back. It's just you and me now, Ashley. It's just you and I. Let's do some giveaways. So let me get my giveaways up and running here. Let's see. Let's give away some prizes. Let's see. Let's just we said it. So let's start with this. So I'm gonna put this. Hold on. I'm gonna move some things around on my monitor here. And move this over. Here we go. All right. And let me put my screen up. Boom. Let's just start it off. We talked about it. Let's start it off with a little bit of a KeyShot Pro. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's draw a winner for a KeyShot Pro. Again, this is a full version KeyShot Pro.
Love
okay.
KeyShot.
With the bridge too. So that's a great way to work. Let's draw the winner. I'm going to draw that winner. Bam! Tom. Here, I'm going to put the name in the chat. Here we go.
Tom.
Here is, well, sorry about that. Let me.
Yeah.
It's coming. It's coming.
Oh, there it is.
Tom's.
Yep.
There you go.
Tom Zandonati.
You got it? Oh, there it is. There it is. Okay, it came through. Right? You are the lucky winner of KeyShot Pro. All right, let's give away something else here. Let's give away something else. Let's keep going. Let's keep it rolling here. Let's give away. Here we go. Let's give away this. Show image. Let's give away a lifetime XMD membership. So this is a great plugin for ZBrush, and it's also you're gonna have a ton of brushes in here as well. So it's not just about the plugin. You can search for brushes, you can tag brushes, but also tools and fiber mesh and everything. So it's a great system for you all. So let's draw that winner now. And here we go. Wait, no, I'm gonna redraw that one. Hold on, got it.
No, I got all excited.
Got it. Got it.
Maybe.
There we go. So Gabriel, and you are the winner.
Gabriel.
Gabriel with a I'll put your Gmail. I'll put the start of your email address so you know what Gabriel this is. I'm sure there's several. I won't share the full with your email address. You are the lucky winner. All right, let's keep going. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. All right, so let's close this one down and let's find another one. Let's draw this one. Here we go. So here is one of the new items from 3D Connections, a Keyboard Pro. So everything's the number pad's detached from the keyboard. You can actually even program the keys up here for multiple applications as well. So that is going to be, let's see who won this. Keyboard, let me draw that. And Scott Hampshire, you are, come on down. And when I say come on down, just shout out in the chat. There you go.
Check your email.
Yeah, I won't put your, I'm assuming there's chances of being multiple. Your email's the same. So just to keep that rock and roll. All right, let's give away some, what was that, 3 items so far?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Let me grab something else. Here we go. Let's grab this. Animal and Anatomy online on-site course.
I love this one.
Okay.
Love this one so much. Whoever gets this, you're lucky. I'm jealous.
I've done it. It's amazing. It's amazing. It's really, really good. I'm telling you, Andrew's one of the best people to learn from. And our winner is Zerchan. So hold on, I'm gonna put your name in here. And I do apologize if I mispronounce anything. We all know I'm not the best at it. And your email here, I'll give you a section of your email so you can see that you know, in case there's more than one in our chats. There you go.
There we go. You are lucky. So lucky. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. All right. Let's
so many prizes.
Let's do another one. Let's do another one. We're moving right along here. We're moving right along here. Let's do this one. Let's do a free online class at Nomen. Free online digital class at Nomen. Let's draw that winner.
Good.
See who we got. Karen, come on down. I just got to do it. So let me see there. So Karen, there's the name, and then let me put a part of your email address so you know it's you, Karen.
Congrats, Karen.
There you go. You can take any digital class that you want at Nomen. Congratulations.
Anything
digital online class that they have. All right, let's do another one. You feel another one? Yeah, let's do another one.
Oh yeah.
All right, let's do this one. Let's do this one. Here you go. Our man Shane Olson.
Oh yeah, Shane's great.
Lifetime membership class. Great class. Let's draw that winner.
Good class.
Here we go. Here we go. Oh, there you go. I'm going to say Sadukas. Is that even correct? I don't know.
Everything's phonetic today. It's okay.
Yeah. There you go. And then here's part of your email address. There you go. All right. So I think, what was that? We gave like 6 items away right there.
Something like that. Yeah, so, I lost count again.
Yeah. So again, right? So we are going to be giving away between every single presentation. And again, you got to be here because we're going to shut down the registration and then we don't open it back up again until near the end of the next presentation, right? So please keep that in mind. Keep an eye on the schedule. You're going to have to register every time. So our next thing is a popular segment, which is our tips and tricks. So we're going to be sharing some videos, and then where Ashley and I can maybe pop in and share a couple other little things, we're going to do it. All right. So don't go anywhere. We're going to be coming back for this. It's going to be a great bunch of tips from some of our artists. Okay. And that'll be starting again. This is LA time, Los Angeles time, 11:45. Right. So we're going to take a quick little 7-minute to get some water so you guys can stretch out a little, And
everybody should stretch. Blood clots are bad.
Segment. All right. So we'll see you in 7 minutes.
Yes.
Yes. we're back. We're stretching. I see you're stretching with your pen. Doing little pen stretches.
Little dumbbell curls with my pen.
I like this. Take it off. Yes. Come on. Let's go. All right. So we're moving right along here. That was a real fun segment. That was I thought that was great.
I only wish it was longer so we could get into more stuff.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to the next 2 days too, of doing that in the beginning as well. But we're rolling right into this. So we're going to be doing tips and tricks next as our next segment. So again, for those of us just joining us, we've got myself, Paul, and Ashley along the ride here for your guys' ZBrush Summit, first day of presentations, actually second day. We will constantly be putting stuff up on the screen for you guys of information, i.e. we've got a nice promotional deal right now for ZBrush and ZBrush Core going on. We'll be pulling that up. And as you guys probably saw, we got some giveaways. They just pulled it up right now for you guys and put it in chat, ironically. Look at that timing. Look at that.
Wow.
Right? And we're going to get into this segment where we're going to be showing you guys some videos that have been made by our streamers. And then where Ashley and I might be able to sprinkle in some stuff along the way to give you guys some extra little tips. Yeah. Oh, little sprinkle dust. Or is Ashley like? Right. So this should be a lot of fun. This was a popular segment last year, so we wanted to bring it back. But again, this segment's only going to be an hour. Okay, so we'll be monitoring the time. And then we'll be moving right along through the day. And then again, we will let you know when it's time for you to go do the giveaway sign up. Again, you have to be here for the giveaway.
No drive-bys.
You got to know that, hey, we opened up the registration to you to go and register. All the thing you're sharing is your name and your email address. And I would say put your full name in after looking through this. Don't just put a first name.
Like, hi, thanks, Bob. Good job.
Yeah,
like, who's Bob?
Could be several Bobs, right? And I'll share only a portion of your email address so that you guys can understand that. Okay. And I see tangent alerts. We'll see. Well, in essence, we're going to be doing some tangents probably with this segment for sure.
Just put my name, my whole name, every single time. Just my name.
Winner every single time. Hey, actually, you got a lot of email addresses. It's kind of weird, right? That'd be fun. Okay, so we've got a couple videos here for you guys to share. So we're gonna get going on this. We're gonna have a video for you, and again, once we show the video, Ashley and I will come back, and if we got something else that we want to share with you guys, we'll sprinkle it on that. All right, Kyle, let's play that first video.
Hey there everybody, my name's Anna Carolina Pereira. I am a ZBrushLIVE streamer and I have been for almost 4 years now. Or has it been 4 years? I am a VR developer, technical artist, and character artist. Currently working as a professor at Wrangling College of Art and Design. And running my own business on the side. Today I'm going to show you how to make really easy eyeballs using the new Stager feature that just came out. Let's get into it. Let's get started by appending a new sphere which will become our eye. So I'm going to choose Sphere 3D. I'm going to select it, keep it symmetrical, so turn X on, and I'm going to make it a little bit smaller. But I'm going to keep it in the center of the world. This will be our home stage, and it's going to be super important to maintain the symmetry for now. Under the Geometry tab, we're going to go to Stager and set this as the home stage. All you have to do is click that. Now we're going to turn off solo mode and actually place it in the world around the same size and location as the original eyeball. You can turn on transparent mode to make it a little easier to see. Once that's placed, I'm going to go back to Geometry, Stager, and turn on Target Stage. Now to switch between the stages, all you have to do is say Switch Stage. You can't quite see it with the head. There it is. So let's get started. I'm going to divide it up a few times. We're going to go to Transform, Activate Symmetry, and we're going to press this R, which is Radial Symmetry. The radial count, we can leave it at 8, and we're going to choose the Z Symmetry instead. You'll notice that as I hover over the sphere, there's a bunch of little cursor marks. If I grab it, you'll see that I can do some really cool stuff with it. Let's start seriously making the iris. I'm going to start by masking out the size of the pupil. And I can always check by switching the stage to see if the pupil's the right size. So it's way too big, and also the whole eye kind of needs to be rotated a little. All right, that seems fine. So from here, I'm going to invert the mask, and I'm going to take the move brush and create that concave shape. Then I'm going to use my clay buildup to create kind of the pupil. From here, I'm going to use multiple brushes, such as the Demian Standard with this Alpha 61 on it, for example, to start creating the details of the eye, just very broadly. Don't forget that you can change the amount of cursor points in the radial symmetry, so if you want to tone it down for a little bit of variation, you can. And then finally, we can add the finishing touches with maybe no symmetry. Whenever you're ready to test it, take off solo and switch stages and see how it's looking. I think I'm ready to add some veins, so I'm going to do that with the radial symmetry turned back on. Sometimes less is more, I think. And then let's talk about the paint job. So I'm going to start by creating the color of the sclera all over. I'm going to go to color, fill object, and that should fill the whole object with that color. Then I'm going to mask the iris again. And I'm going to start with a darker color. This is always my painting process. I don't like to use pitch black, so just a dark gray is good enough. And then let's choose the color of the eye. Maybe like a brown. For the inside of the pupil, I'm going to go for pitch black, and that will create that effect of light not being able to escape. Then we're going to go to masking and mask by cavity. And that will create this very neat mask for us that will allow us to darken the crevices. Let's create the red parts of the eye. Let's see how it looks. So I'm going to say switch stage. And I actually like it quite a bit. I like the way the light catches in there. Once you're ready to do symmetry, you can freeze some divisions. Go to Modify Topology, Mirror and Weld, then Unfreeze. And there you have it, eyeballs with the stager. So the benefits were that it let us check out, for example, the size of the iris and all of these other things, seeing what looks good in our model without having to commit too fast, and while still allowing us to use the radial symmetry and a bunch of other goodies like that. Hope you enjoyed this tutorial, and I hope you're enjoying the rest of the summit.
Hey, we're back
Yeah.
from that tip. That was a good
I was like in it. I was like,
yeah. You get lost a little bit, right, into it when you're watching. And I think that was a great another example of just she was keeping it simple and then bringing it to life, right? Yep. So I want to share something really quick. I'm going to use the same model as her just for giggles. This is something we were talking about actually in the segment with that we just had with the streamers about the undo history stuff. I think there's a beneficial thing for this too, right? When she was here, we'll just solo it out so you guys can visually see. When you're sculpting anything like this, right? A lot of times we're doing this. We're taking multiple strokes, right? We're switching brushes. In my case, maybe switch to a Demian Standard and start doing a little more elements to this, right? And you can see there's a lot of strokes that I'm starting to take, right? And in her demo, she was working on the pupil, right? And doing a lot of sculptural elements in here. And then she started masking things out. So I just want to highlight again the undo history for this, because I think this will be useful for all of you. And it's going to actually lead me into a couple tips. But let me start with this one first. So again, you're going to be able to go backwards in your undo history, okay? To the point where, say, you stop where you don't want, right? Where you were. So I'm going to go, say, to here, right? Before there was anything. You hold control and you click on that undo history. So you see if I pull back to where I was, there's the gray marker there, right? And now what you guys are going to be able to do is in masking, okay, you can actually mask changed points now, right? And what that's actually doing is looking at all the sculpts from this point to that point, okay? And by default, it's going to have a gradient in the mask. So if you open up that circle right here, so I'll go magnify, make that a bigger circle, and then click it. So you see all points that are actually affected now get masked. So there's two different types of masking actually you guys can do this. You can do, this is every single vertex point that moved during that sculpting phase, okay, gets masked, right? And then the closed one is a gradient. It's looking at those, but then there's a nice gradient, okay? This is also going to work for you guys if you come down here into polygroups. You also have the same thing here, change polygroup points, right? So you can see now this whole part that I was sculpting on as a new polygroup. Okay, so I think those are two quick, fun ones that you guys can use. And with that said, since we were talking about with Mike, since I have an undo marker, for those that were, I don't know what you were talking about, the red. So if I click on now the female head, right, you can see there's a red marker now. That's your indicator that there's an undo history on another subtool. Okay, so
Very
hopefully
nice.
those two little ones. Well, let's move on to the next video though, and then keep this rolling.
Hello everyone, my name is Boehme. I've been using ZBrush since 2007. Currently working in Technicolor as art director. Today I'll be showing you the tips and tricks to create low relief. The first stage is blocking the character. So I usually use 3D blocking for my relief. So I start with the demo head in ZBrush and give his characteristic and proportion and prominent features. So I won't spend much time on this process, just it's going to be as a base for me. So once you're happy with your base, the next step is to create the base relief. So I usually create with very low polygon so that you can I can subdivide multiple times so that I can take advantage of having a smaller detail. So I usually use somewhere around 8 to 9 subdivision. It's always very handy when you have so much subdivision. So once you are subdivided, go to morph target and store morph target. This is the very key and important process. You have to store your morph target because you will be playing with morph target quite often, and you will be doing more back and forth using morph target. So once this is done, let us go back to the 3D blocking what I have created. So once you're happy with everything, so you have to fix the angle, what angle you want in the the relief should look like. So I wanted little chin up, so I will place a little like this and then go to alpha. Here you have to create alpha from mesh. So once you click that, you will get a separate dialog box opened. So usually it will be 512 map, and I usually use 2048 fullest. So one good thing is ZBrush gives you a 16-bit alpha, which contains 65,000 gray values. Okay. So once you created that, and still if you want to enhance your alpha, you can play with intensity. There is a lot of other parameters you can play with that, and you will get even better result. So once that is done, so I go for chisel brush and select my alpha, hold alt, drag on the canvas. So I'm fine with the depth. So go mask the plane. So once again, go back to your deformation, morph what you have stored morph target. So you can increase your depth or decrease your depth using morph tool. So let me go a little more lower, since I'm going to do a low relief. So once I'm happy with the depth, so I would I wanted a little chin up for this character, so I'm a little rotating and having that chin up. If you see that you have angular over there, so once that is done, inverse the mask, smoothen up the corners, the artifact what has been created. The same process, reverse it. So you can spend time cleaning up that. So the next step is use morph brush, and usually I keep it very low, 2 or 3. Make your brush size little bigger, and morph, blend it to the plane, because I wanted the hair to be blended to the plane. So you can go in detail, and you can play with this morph brush. Since we have subdivision for this, go down and smoothen out the irregularities what you have while using morph brush. So it's blended for me, and I'll come once again for the higher subdivision. So you have to clean up once again. So once this is done, the next stage, use layer. It's very important to use layer. So create a new layer, and once you start sculpting, it's really helpful if you have layers. So right now I'm not worried about since it's becoming the depth of the stroke is too much, so right now I'm not worried about that. So I keep on sculpting. So I'm blocking a bigger chunk. So in this manner I sculpted the whole character. And the one good thing is in the relief, it's very challenging, as well as it's very hard to get a likeness. So I would suggest everyone to get a hands and try once to get a likeness in relief. So this is the advantage having a layer where you can control your stroke. So in this process I created this character Maradona. So it's always challenging to get that subtle muscle movement, the musculature change of play of light. Keep on rendering and checking the depth what you have got on the relief. It's very important. So it's a fun to work on relief. So I hope this will be useful for you guys. Thank you.
And we're back. That was a good one.
Yeah, it was. I've got like a lazy man's version though.
Okay, so you got a tip to share.
Yeah.
Right. So
yes,
let's put your screen up. There you go. You're up.
Yeah. So I'm going to do like the same thing that he kind of had, like the coin idea. But so this is sort of like a really lazy version of doing what he did. Let's say you didn't have layers and you were working really messy, like, like I do a lot of the time. What you can do is, let's say you have like your alpha here, like all of these bumps, like you were doing skin or something like that. If you were to actually just kind of mask out just the area that you want to play around with the level of detail there, you can do that and then go into your deformations menu, which is in your tool palette, scroll down, and then there's this little slider right here. Wait, it's Shift M, right? Shift M to show. There we go.
Yep. Yes. Shift M to show the magnifier. Yep.
Woo. Okay. So if you use this contrast slider, what you'll see here is you can essentially like boost it or push it all the way back, whatever you just kind of sculpted in that area. So that's sort of like a really lazy way of doing what he showed. It's not nearly as clean or anything, but I do use that a lot for a lot of my like sculpts and stuff like that when I'm just like, oh, this needs a little bit more or this needs a little bit less in certain areas. But it's important to mask this stuff off too, because if you don't have it masked, let's say you were doing the coin thing and then you were going to use the contrast, you see it kind of boosts like everything, right? So that's where the masking comes into play. But that's like super, super useful for me. So hopefully that helps.
Yeah, that's a good one. And there's brushes too, right? That also do it. So just keep that in mind. There's also what she was talking about. There are some brushers. There are brushes that can also do that. So there's a contrast delta and a contrast target. Okay. So the target's going to be more like what she just showed. And the delta is just going to keep letting you push and push and push and push. And also it's doing both. It's looking at the cavities and pushing them deeper and looking at the rays and pushing them higher. So you guys can also locally do that as well. Okay. So I want to make sure you guys are aware of that. Also, I want you guys to know there's something that what Vachar just showed was pretty amazing. I got something that I'm going to add to that in our presentation, the very last presentation of the summit on the Tuesday. But I'm not going to do it until then. So you got to come back on that Tuesday presentation.
The anticipation.
Yeah. Dropping the anticipation.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you're hooking them.
And then the other thing I forgot to show about the red marker for your undos is how to get rid of it. It's kind of an important thing. How to get rid of that.
Yeah, it's just there forever.
Yeah, it's never going away, right? Okay, so to get rid of it, you just make another undo marker on any subtool. Because the important thing to understand about this as well is this, I can even load a new project, right? So if I even load, say, a completely different project, it's still going to see the original, see, it's still red. So this feature, actually, you could load a tool, have a subtool, make that your undo marker, load a completely different tool or even a completely different project, and we will still remember that tool or subtool, that subtool that you actually marked for your undos. Okay. So it's really important to understand this. So all you do to get rid of it is just do the same thing. Hold down Control, click, and it'll make now. See, now it's gray, and then click again. So here, if we sculpt a little bit on him, right? So when you make one again, right, it'll be the gray marker. And if you switch to any subtool, right, see, it's red now. So to get rid of it, it doesn't matter what subtool you're on. You can be on any subtool you want. You just hold down Control, click on it. See, now it's gray, and click on it again. And now all undo is gone. So it's in essence like a Control double click kind of a thing for you. So that's how you can get rid of it, because that's important, because you don't want it stored. Because like I said, there's like 6-7 things now that really take advantage of that undo history big time for us. All right. So I wanted to make sure you all understood that as well. So we're ready for the next video. Let's do it. Let's roll the next video.
Let's go.
Hello, this is Tomas Wittelsbach with another tip and trick. You've created this lovely piece, and you've masked all this stuff out, thicken them up, and use them as cutters so we can make this a multi-metal ring. So each one of these would be a different metal or a variety of those metals. So you spent all this time and energy, and you have done all of this subgrouping, or polygrouping. You're in a meeting and we're talking about it and everything's on its way. And what happens? They decide they want the whole crown to be a different color because in your fastidiousness, you forgot to do the crown separate. Normally, if you just go like this and you want to do a different polygroup, how do you do it? Well, you can see that this can be problematic. It's super easy now that we have regroup by visible. All I'm going to do is take this, come down to these tips. I'm going to come in. I also have the insides a separate polygroup because I often put stuff on the insides of the parts. And we haven't decided what's going on the inside of the part yet, so I want to keep it separate still. Now I'm going to come in And I'm just going to mask this off because this is where I want my separation line to be. Obviously, you would probably spend a wee bit more time and energy making these perfect, but it's a 5-minute demo. And you'll notice I'm not worrying about the inside. I'm just coming in and deciding where this cut line is going to be. And we'll want the skull material to come up in here. So now I am going to hide part. And I am going to regroup visible. You see how it changed all of the selections? So now when I have this, I don't have to worry about going back and retracing different polygroups. And here we can just select this one, mask, select this one, mask, bring them back, Control W, and then the outside is the right thing. And so now I have this broken up. I quickly removed something that had a bunch of different polygroups in it, and it retained the polygroup separation. This is also really good when you're trying to, like, let's say cut an arm off that has a bunch of different work and you want to key it. It's an easy way of being able to separate parts without messing it up where you are keeping your polygroups either for painting or resculpting. Regroup visible, super great. All right, have a great summit.
Not a good one. Okay,
Yes.
we both got stuff this time, huh? All right, so, and I can't help myself. I've got a couple that I'm going to do, like bam, 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 bam. So we'll let you go first, and then I'll
try
go.
to be fast.
So I'll throw your screen up right now. Okay, so you go first. Go ahead.
So I got a great haircut here that I did. It, like, you know, spent a lot of time on grooming this. So he was talking a lot about polygroups, and one thing that I want to say, because a lot of what he was doing, he had everything in one subtool, and moving around things within one subtool sometimes can be a little bit tricky. But with polygroups, the way that he has it all set up, you can actually do that not just with Move Topological Brush, but with an auto group function. So if you can see here, I've got everything as its own group, but that if you come down into masking, you can actually do an auto group. Paul, help me out again, like remembering where it is, because I have it on my I have that on auto groups in polygroups. Yes, polygroups and auto groups is right here. So I have that on my UI because I use it so frequently. But you can use that, and essentially what it's going to do is it's just going to take everything in your subtool and create its own group if it's separated topologically, right? And so once you have that, what you can do in your brush menu is come down to auto masking right here. There's a slider that says mask by polygroup. I throw that up to 100. And then if I have, like, you know, you have your snake hook tool, if you're cool like that and move things with your snake hook tool, or if you use with a move brush, that's fine too. And you have the masking on, you can actually now move. Whoops, see, look at his head go. It's a separate polygroup, and you can move each individual thing that is its own polygroup within the same subtool. So this is all in the same subtool, and you can start moving stuff around that way. And so I use that a lot for grooms and things like that. So that's what I wanted to share.
Yeah, that's a good one. That is a good one. Okay, I want to, now that I saw what you did, I want to add one thing also on top.
Okay.
This is why I said I get too excited sometimes.
Are you going to use snake hook though?
Here we go. Here we go. We're going to do this. So I'm going to, just like what Ashley was talking about, right? Inserting things and like that. I'm sure you all for those that are using ZBrush, have all ran into something like this. There's one other thing I want to add to this. Okay, so when you're doing things and you're inserting other meshes within a given subtool, just like Ashley was calling out the polygrouping, right? So let's say there's a scenario where let's make a couple of these the same, right? Polygroup like that, right? So now I got these 3 are the same polygroup. That's a different one. And then our sphere is completely different polygroup. Okay, I live by selection stuff a lot of the times. And one of the new ones that's a newer feature that I really love is being able to do this where I'm just selecting out a portion and then I can get all 6 with one click, right? So I'm actually growing now based upon polygroups and even separate shells. So it's not even the same shell. So just like Ashley was showing you guys with separate shelling, in essence of geometry, I'm growing looking for polygroup ID that's exactly the same across this subtool, right? And that's living in the visibility here, where you also have your grows and your shrinks. There's now grow to polygroups, which I use the shortcut. As you can see, Control-Shift-Q is the shortcut. And since Ashley asked to, just an FYI for everybody, when you hold up Control, you guys see your button path on the bottom. That actually tells you in the UI where your buttons and sliders live. So any of you making custom stuff, you're not sure, this is just another little fun-filled tip for you all right there. So
that's a good
there you go.
reminder.
That one is a big one for me. But we were also talking in the stream previous with the streamers. We were like Ian was talking about the duplicating thing and all that. Okay. So I wanted to touch base really quick on that one as well. So you can see this frog, okay, has been subdivided and then he's been remeshed. So the original frog was a Dynamesh, right? And so what I want to do now is I want to undo marker that original frog, come all the way back to where I'm at now, where I've got a clean frog, he's subdivided up, but I've lost a lot of the sculpting detail. So now, because I've made that undo marker and I'm sitting at the part that's nice and clean, you guys in the subtool can come down here into this projection menu, okay? And then this is where the project history is going to be awesome. So I'm going to turn off color because I don't need color. And then now what ZBrush is doing, it's only looking at that gray marker undo and then bam, projecting the detail into my frog back. But it's projecting it into new version. This is why I don't duplicate as much as I used to. I use this as a technique. And then to add to Thomas's reconstruct thing, I think this is a nice little hidden gem that some of you might like. So for example, if I start pinching this, we're gonna make it really ugly.
Pinch. A lot. Yeah. Oh no, oh, yeah. Pinch is great. Pinch is great. Look at how stylized that is all of a sudden.
Look at that. Yeah, but the problem is this. From this, right?
Right.
So if you guys want to now say, I want to take Damien Standard and sculpt here. Oh yeah.
That's beautiful. What are you talking about? Crunchies are gorgeous.
It is pretty cool.
Yeah,
pretty cool.
Yeah, Dynamesh that and it's great.
Yeah. Happy mistake there.
Yeah.
Right. But you might not want that. So just like what Thomas was talking about reconstructing things, something that you guys could do, okay, is walk down. And in this case, I'm walking down a couple levels and I'm going to smooth it out a little bit. Right. So I've lost my pinch, most of it, but the topology is back to being at least a lot better. Right. So same thing in the same menu I was just in projection, I can tell it to reproject higher subdivision level. And what it's actually doing, it's taking the geometry that it looks like now and giving me the sculpt at the higher level. And boom. There you go. So now I've got the pinch back, but the topology is good again.
We're crunchies.
So just another thing, I can go smooth out that roughness. And like I said, switch back to, I can move the Damien Standard and you see I get a new good stroke now.
Beautiful.
Just some other little extra things for you all. All right. So let's keep this rolling. Let's move on to the next video. Next video, play.
Hi everyone, my name is Pablo Munoz Gomez. I'm a 3D concept and character artist, and I love using ZBrush. I'm going to go ahead and show you another feature from ZBrush 2021.7 and how I've been using it to sculpt and model specific objects in my workflow. So in this case, I still have this character from my 3D snippets project, and in this case, I'm going to show you, let's go into solo mode, how I created or how I set up the sword or the blade for this sword in this character, which is pretty simple and you can follow along. It's just a matter of a few steps and you can get something going that is pretty decent like this. So let's go ahead and start with a new tool so that it's easy to follow. I'm going to click on the tool palette and select Cube 3D. And let's enable polyframe so that we can see the mesh. And of course, we need to click on Make Polymesh 3D in order to edit this mesh, to sculpt it or move the points. And let's turn on the lines and maybe turn on a different material so that you can see this a little bit better. So there's nothing new at this point. It's just a simple cube. We're going to go ahead and bring in the Gizmo 3D and scale this down in all axes, maybe scale that in the y-axis to establish the kind of like the height of that mesh. And in the x-axis, we can reduce the thickness. This is a pretty stylized sword or blade, so it can be a little bit thicker. And it also goes with the visual language of the entire character anyway. So something like that, right? Let's get out of this Gizmo 3D. But what we have done is stretch that cube. So we need more resolution in order to add more details and change things around. So we can use a feature in ZBrush called Dynamesh. So let's go ahead and open up the geometry palette, open up Dynamesh, and we can change the resolution maybe just a tiny bit more and click on Dynamesh. So now we have 123,000 points, which is fair enough for this piece in terms of the resolution. I'm going to turn off the polyframe and change to a different material so that you don't have to do this. It's just so that you can see better what I'm doing. Right, so this is where one of the new tools from ZBrush 2021.7 comes into play, and it's actually just a brush. So if I click on the brush palette, these are the two new brushes, the Bevel Arc and the Bevel Flat. They work in the same way. I'm going to select the Bevel Flat, and this is the one that I'm going to use to create that sort of blade. So first, I'm going to show you something that is going to give me a weird effect, but I'm going to explain why. So I'm going to click and drag. So this range between those two yellow circles is how thick or how wide that effect of the flatness that I'm going to show you is going to be. So if I go back, this is what this brush does, but obviously that doesn't look great, and that is because of the size of the brush. So this is the first thing that you need to keep in mind when using this brush. So I'm gonna undo that, right click, and increase my brush size quite a bit. Don't worry too much about the size of the brush as long as it is a larger brush, because the width or the thickness of that flatness is gonna be given by how long you drag. So let's repeat the same thing. I'm gonna click and drag like so, and then go back. And now we have a pretty clean mesh, right? So this is how we can determine that blade or the sharp edge of that blade just by using that tool, right? So that's pretty easy, right? Let's go ahead and turn on the polyframe, and I'm going to turn off the line. What I want to do now is being able to extract some polygroup information from those change points so that I can then use something like ZRemesh or something like that. So there is a very simple way to do it. Which is going to the polygroup palette and clicking on change groups. That's all you have to do. So this is a new tool from ZBrush 2021.7 as well, which basically looks at what are the points in your mesh that have changed, and it creates a polygroup based on those changes. So obviously this is the flatness that we created from using the bevel flat, and clicking on the group change points gives us the change polygroup. So another tool that you can use as well, let's go ahead and hold Shift and rotate the camera, and also turn off perspective, just to make this a little bit better in terms of the sharpness of this edge, is use another tool from 2021.7. So I'm going to hold Control and Shift to access these brushes, the clipping brushes and all of that, and you have the knife curve. So this curve or this brush allows you to cut pieces. So I'm going to hold Control and Shift from the bottom, and you can use the spacebar to reposition that curve, and I'm just going to try to find something there, let go. And now ZBrush is going to cut that piece. Let's go ahead and get closer here. So we have a fairly decent topology, and we also have a new polygroup. So that purple one is a different polygroup. Great. So now we have the basis of that blade, and now we need to give it a bit of form to make it a bit more interesting. So for that, I'm going to use another tool in ZBrush. This one has been in ZBrush for a while, and it's part of the Gizmo 3D. So this Gizmo 3D is obviously a great tool to manipulate the meshes, but it also has all of these deformers within the gear icon. So I'm going to click on the gear icon, and I'm going to use the bend curve. So this bend curve allows you to create points along the mesh, and you can adjust those points. So the first thing I'm going to do is from this cone right here, the curve resolution, I'm going to increase that just a tiny bit. And the idea now is that you can take these points and move them around, right? And because we have a fairly decent amount of topology, it's going to be pretty sharp and clean. So now I'm going to take the top one, and I'm just going to rotate it back a bit like this. And that's what is going to give me that sort of sharp roundness of the mesh. Let's go ahead and click on the gear icon, accept that. And obviously, we don't want to have, or in my case, I don't want to have this corner sort of like sticking out. So again, we can use the knife curve. I'm going to just knife that through there. And we end up with another nice polygroup right there. And I'm going to do another one here for the bottom, just to clean that area like so. So we have another polygroup in here. Now, if you want to go further and continue tweaking the shape of this blade, you can bring in the Gizmo 3D, click on the gear icon again, and use something like the taper deformer. So the taper deformer allows you to increase the size of these two corners, right? So I can exaggerate and make this a little bit more interesting. You can also click on the white cone to adjust that profile of the curve. So it's quite versatile. And once you're happy with this, you can click on the gear icon again, click accept, and now you have your blade. And because you have all of these different polygroups that we generated quite easily, actually, you can just run a series mesher with the polygroups enabled. So I can go to the series mesher tab here, and you can click on keep groups. And because the difference between polygroups is quite obvious and quite clean, you don't have to have the smooth groups, and just basically run a series mesher with that. I'm not going to do it because I'm going to show you one more thing before I wrap this tip up, which is using the knife lasso instead of the knife curve. So the knife lasso allows you to do this type of thing. So I'm going to hold Control. Oops. Let's do that again. Control, Shift, and I'm going to hold the Alt key to invert that effect. And I'm just going to clip and chip things out on this sword. So this is how you can achieve this type of really interesting details. And every time that you use that knife lasso, you also get a set of nice topology plus a polygroup. So again, you can keep using the series mesher. So I'm just going to do that a couple more times. Again, hold Control and Shift to access that. Then hold the Alt key and add a couple of like chips of geometry like so, which before the introduction of this brush was quite tricky to do. So again, hold Control and Shift to add something like that. Maybe something here at the bottom, at the back, sorry, as well. And there you go. So we have a set of polygroups that we can reuse to do the retopology, but overall, this is a very clean and simple way to generate this type of objects with all the new tools in ZBrush 2021.7. So hopefully you have found this useful, and I'll see you in the next tip.
There we go. Another good one from Pablo. Another good one.
Literally recapped everything. Everything. Just everything.
Yeah. Most recent version recap in
yes.
a 7-minute trick and tip part.
That's great.
Right? Yeah. Before we keep moving on here, one thing that's going to happen soon here, because this segment's coming to an end soon, and we're going to have Kris Costa next. So the giveaways, right? So we're going to be opening up again your giveaway registration. Again, you're only going to have to share your name. And if you can, please put your full name, first and last name, please. And then obviously you got to put your email address in so we can contact you. That's it. That's the only thing you got to share. And when we open those up, again, between every single segment here today, we're going to be doing giveaways. But obviously we are closing and opening the registration as we go throughout the summit. So you got to be here in order to put your name in the hat, right? Or the big silver bowl, as those that are used to the summit days.
The digital
and
bowl.
So I just want to be aware of that, because this segment's coming to an end soon, right? So, but before we go to the next video, Ashley, do you have anything that you want to add? Because I got a couple things I want to add.
Well, I don't want to take up too much time.
Nope,
so
you're good.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to like add in about like moving things with this, like, okay, again, I know I'm like putting in my snake hook stuff like all the time, but like the Acu curve is actually a way. So Pablo was doing things very clean and cutting things out with the knife curve tool. But what you can do as well to exaggerate those parts afterwards, especially if you're doing something a little bit more organic, or you wanted to like maybe make an underwater type thing with like barnacles on it, and you wanted to like pull out certain points, is if you're moving things, if you go into the brush menu again, into curve, and you click on this button right here, Acu curve, it will actually pull things out to a very sharp point like this. So you can see, like I just did a quick clip so that we have a hard surface on both of these things. If you use AccuCurve with a move brush, you can actually get something similar in a very, like I like to say, the lazy man's way of doing these kinds of things if you're going really quick as well. So that's another alternative to getting really pointy points. That's all. That's
nice.
all.
That's a good one. All right. I'm
Curve's
going
fun.
to throw some extra things in this too, since we're talking about it. As far as he was doing like a knife and a blade, I think a really quick way that you guys can start, and everything is, where do you start, right? So literally just taking a cube and then doing your gizmo and just rotate it 45 degrees and then reset, and then now just squish, and then you've got a blade right out the gate, and now you're just making it longer, right? So it's a good start for a blade, right? It's an easy way to get going and having a blade like this. And then you can start using, like he was using, the deformers. What I really like to do as well with the deformer is the deformer, right? Which is this one. Okay. And what I like to do, because the deformers are all based upon actually your gizmo. So I'm not sure if everyone is aware of that. It's about how, see how this is going right along the vertical part of the blade now. If I was to come back and let's do an angle like that, and then now hit the deformer, you'll see the deformer goes on that angle. So this is important to understand, because what this opens up for all of you is 360 degrees of putting these deformers at. It doesn't necessarily have to rely on the mesh itself. It's relying on actually where your gizmo is sitting. So the reason why I'm bringing this up is the deformers, many of them have their own symmetry. So they're not using like your world symmetry or the mesh symmetry. They're using the deformer symmetry. So in this case, this deformer has its own symmetry. So if I go backwards, and let's go back into this, right? When I have this, if I grab this red cone, which is for symmetry, there's actually two types of symmetry as well. There's a parallel and there's a mirror, okay? So if I pull all the way out, okay, this direction, I am now getting a mirrored. So just like what you guys are used to when you're sculpting symmetrically, okay, to do that. And then this whole system is based on these little white dots, right? Whatever white dots are available, those are the ones that I can move around. So the only dots I want are these three right here. Okay, so this is a masking system. So I've just masked those three dots. So this is something that we've added specifically. I'm about to show you with the deformers. This is one of those Lisa needs braces moments for those that watch my streams. All right. When you come out here, and if you notice, I'm not holding the keyboard, I'm clapping my hands, you guys, right? If you just hold now the Alt key, and then you can see everything else got masked, but those three dots. I use that all the time, just even sculpturally, I'm using that all the time. So I don't do as much the mask a square out and then inverse it anymore. I'm just doing that as a technique now. And then to further this on, so now if I do this, you can see I can start moving just this portion to start making that tip of the blade, right? Really simple, easy way. And then now throw in another one. I can throw an extender, right? And then just make this even be a longer blade if I want to. Then I can move that extender wherever I want as well, right? So just a couple other things for that. And then with that said, I was talking about symmetry here, right? So again, this red cone, right, has more than one symmetry. So you can see there's a number, 1 equals parallel, 2 equals mirror. If I drop down to 1, then that is now parallel, which means as I move this side, the other side's moving with it, right? So the points on the left and right, they need to stay parallel together, right? So as I have this side and this side, I now want this kind of movement, not this kind of movement. Yes, Ash.
I wanted to ask what the difference between the two deformers, deformer soft, and then there's deformer hard as well.
Yep. So there's in essence three here, right? So there's deformer hard, and deformer soft. So if you'll notice, when you click on one of these, you lose the white cones. They're gone. Okay. And either one that you go with, whether it be deformer hard or deformer soft. So the easiest way I can show this for all of you, let's do a quick cube. All right. And then let's make that a Dynameshy. Oh, Dinah. Oh, Dinah. For those that know that song, go with me on this. Okay. So when you guys are moving this, right? And let's go here. Let's go completely like this, right? Notice that the cube is rounding here, right? It's not actually going to the whole part of the deformer itself. So these white cones are actually the hard and soft deformer built into this. So we're going to allow you guys to, some of the access can be soft, another access could be harsh. Okay. And so to go back, if you are doing now hard, okay, and I do that exact same thing, you'll notice, see, the form is following exactly where the deformer goes. Hence a hard deformer. It's the surface got to follow exactly what that deformer is doing. Okay. And then the soft is what you guys are used to by default, is no, don't fall, just making a nice curl, right? So what we did is we took both of those and made it one, and then just said, well, we'll just add white cones. So in essence, the white cones are allowing you as the user to switch from hard to soft or go in between at your disposal. So, right. So if I grab this white cone and start doing this, you can see I can get a combination of hard deforming and soft deforming, or I can just switch this to hard, but then these two axes are still soft, right? So if I'm going to do anything with any of these other dots like this, right? When I pull on this, right? See, it's staying, this is arcing.
Yes.
Right? And this is harsh because this cone is telling it to stay harsh. So you can start getting shapes like that just using only that deformer, right? So that's what that does.
The almighty cones.
Did that answer that question?
Yes, it did.
Yeah. Okay. Good to go. All right. Well, we got one more video, so let's get going to that next video. Kyle.
Hello, my name is Steven Anderson. You may or may not know me as Smartest Online. I am a 3D concept modeler for Netflix Animation and a ZBrushLIVE streamer since 2016. I'm really excited to be here to be able to share this quick tip that has been really helpful for me in setting things up and being able to work for things for production. You may have heard of the tool called Stager. Stager is a new addition to the latest version of ZBrush, and it is immensely helpful. It is really helpful for when you want to work on something that is posed and you want to bring it back to the origin or bring it back to your, the center of your workspace and be able to work on it with symmetry and do all sorts of different things with it that you wouldn't be able to do with it being posed. So let's take a look at this. Over here, we have our scene. This hat, we're going to use the hat as an example. Now, the thing that I really want to be able to show you, currently it has Stager. You can see Stager's open over here underneath geometry. We have our home stage and we have our target stage set. Now, if I hit switch stage, you'll see that that's currently, it's not showing up at all now. That's because it's gone through and it's taken it back to the home stage. And you see if I turn on my floor, it's centered right here in the origin space and, right around that 0, 0 area. So really, really kind of handy. If I turn that back off, you see it's actually hidden inside of the scene. It's hidden inside of the boulders. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit switch stage. And in fact, we can say hit transparent so we can see that. If we hit switch stage, you'll see it disappear again, and it's right back up here on top of his head. Now what I want to be able to do is maybe I want to try a different hat. You know, maybe I take it into a different program, or maybe I work on lots of different iterations of hats inside of ZBrush even, and export them as OBJs, and I want to be able to replace them and swap out the hats. What I can do, let's turn off transparent so we can see this a little bit better. I haven't sculpted the hair. The hair is still just standard, regular hair, no hat hair, right? But what I can do, I'm going to hit switch stage, okay, just to make sure that it's at the origin. This is the safest way to do it. I've run into issues if I do it the other any other way. Let's go ahead and hit Control T. Well, I hit Control T to be able to turn on transparency. I like to set up custom hotkeys for buttons that I feel like I use all the time. Transparency and solo are a couple that I like to set my hotkeys for. Anyway, so there we go. We have our hat, we have our bowler hat set to the origin right now. Okay, I'm going to say import. Now I have a couple of hats that I've already had I've already gone through and kind of prepped and gotten ready. Let's go ahead and let's grab this newsy cap. This newsy cap is really nice. If I hit switch stage, boom, turn off transparent. And you can see it's not quite in the right place, so we just take this, just kind of reposition it a little bit, and beautiful. Look at that. Fits great. It's awesome. And then I can just go ahead and switch stage and brings it back to our origin point, and then we can work on it some more. Yeah, this has been awesome to work with. I recommend using this as like a way to be able to go ahead and be able to swap out different props and things like that for if you're working in collectibles, if you're working in toys. And it's a really great way to just be able to test your props, different props that you've worked on. I hope that was a helpful tip. I hope you enjoyed seeing that process. And man, enjoy ZBrush. It is a beautiful tool. It is so helpful. And little things like this have really helped to improve my workflow and helped to expand my thought process as I'm going and trying to work with props or work with pieces of clothing, work with characters and posing. It's amazing. So I definitely encourage you to dig into this tool and think about how it can apply to your workflow, both professionally and personally. Thank you for your time. I hope you enjoy the rest of the summit, and I will see you around. Smartest out.
I love how he ends his video. He's so comic. It's like a comic.
I know.
he's like
I saw somebody said like this is like guided meditation.
Especially in comparison to myself and to him, it's an extreme definitely thing. I saw a question pop up that I just wanted to touch on. Someone was asking about the new bevel brushes, right? Like the new bevel flat and the new bevel arc, as I adjust this, right? Which I'm using these brushes a ton, right? To give us a little bit of quick bevel, right? I'm sure anybody watching this has now used these brushes at some point and are experimenting. We can do an arc instead. So I can start even rounding all that out. Someone was asking about it going on a rounded surface, say like this. These two brushes do not work that way, but the trim dynamic does. And that trim dynamic is a popular brush for hard surface people within ZBrush. That one can work along, okay? And as you can see, my hand is super steady. Yes, yeah.
It's got that bent metal, that bashed metal look.
Yeah, it's been in a battle. It's been in a battle, right? So what you want to take advantage of course, is your lazy mouse, right? This is really the point of lazy mouse, is having the ability for us that can't keep our hands steady enough, let the program do it for me, right?
The ZBrush button.
What's that?
The ZBrush button.
Yeah.
We found it.
And then, so you can start playing with these settings, right? And that way you can have a little bit more control to what you're doing here, right? So this would be one way. Now, what I want to add to this, besides just doing this, You guys also have this, which this is, and you can use this for masking too. I use it for masking a lot. So this is just your backtrack. Okay. So this is saying I'm going to do a stroke first, and on the way back, actually apply it. That's what these are. So then there's 4 options to do that. All right. There's 4 different ways to tell Lazy Mouse how to apply. Okay. And so, for example, if I go to path, right, I'm going to, again, I draw out a path first and then come back and then see the brush stroke follows it. So if we switch to something that's more visual for this example, okay, again, we'll go path. I draw a path first. Whoops, moved my hand. Draw a path first and then see, then the brush follows it after the fact, right? So going back to the trim dynamic, you could, as I said, draw out a path first and then start pushing it back, right? So that means even if you got something that's not like me right now, I've got this, you might have a surface that's more a little different, right? So you have something a little bit more, has some movement to it up like this, right? And then now you want to go along that path, right? This is where this can come in handy for you. And I know a lot of hard surface artists are using this. I'm so used to having my Cintiq. And then boom, you can have that path, right? So this would be a way for you guys to do that, okay? So Ash, do you have anything else? Because I think that's the last trick for this segment, because we're going to be moving on to our next segment, which is with Kris Costa.
Yeah. Which
is going to be epic. Okay.
It's going to be super good.
Super good. If you want to know how to do hyper realism, portrait style, super detailed stuff, this is the guy you want to watch and you want to see 100%. Okay. He's going to show you guys some stuff that you probably didn't even think of doing in his presentation, right? And by the way, I'm going to throw another one out there. Steven, right, was showing Stager and something else to add to both their videos today in our presentation. Okay.
More hook and line. More hook and line.
More things to share. Again, that I got to wait until that time to share something. Okay. I'm going to share something in that presentation. But let's do some giveaways, and then we'll go to the quick little videos, and then we're going to come back and have Kris Costa. So let's get going on some giveaways. How's that sound?
Yep.
Everyone good for that? I'm sure you guys are all, yes. Let's
you guys
do
better be here.
Yeah. You're not saying no. I know that much. That's not happening. Okay. So let's start off with this one. I got to see what you guys are seeing. Okay. Let me throw that up there. All right. Let's do another lifetime XMD membership. Again, this is a very cool plugin that you guys are going to be able to use in ZBrush. It's going to allow you to even tag brushes. Like I've tagged hard surface, organic brushes. You can search in this as well. And then they're giving you a ton of brushes that you can use as well with this. So let's draw a winner for this. We've got a winner, chicken dinner. And let me share that in the chat. There you go. Bruno.
Who is it? Bruno.
Bruno
is your lucky day.
Oh, the winner. All right, Bruno, you're the winner for that. Okay, let's keep doing this. Let's keep this rolling. Let's keep
get it.
Let's pick some more in here. All right, let's see. What do I want to grab next? Let's do one of these. Yeah, let's do one of these for sure. Let's do one of the Space Mouse. Let's do one of those. Let's throw one of those out there. All right, let's see who our winner is for our Space Mouse, which is another way to navigate inside of ZBrush now. All right, here we go. I'm going to put the name in here. Let me just confirm in the system and in the chat. Anna Paula.
Nice.
Anna Paula.
Congrats on your new mouse.
There you go. You are the winner for a new mouse, Space Mouse, using inside of ZBrush. All right. So
move around all smooth and liquid.
Keep going here. Let's keep throwing some prizes up there. All right, let's see what's next. What do I want to do next? Oh, let's do one of these. No, I changed my mind. I've changed my mind.
I don't even know what it is.
Yeah.
I don't even know what it is.
Here we go. Let's do, since Pablo, let's do a Pablo class. The Extra Mile course from Pablo, who is also doing one of our tips in this segment. Let's draw that winner. Let's see who we got as a winner. All right. Let me copy that. Confirm. And Andre.
Andre.
Let's see. Let's see if it's coming. Make sure it's coming through.
It is.
There it is. There you go. All right. Congratulations, Andre. You have won a class with Pablo. All right. So let's keep going. Let's keep going. Let's do another one. Let's do another one. Yeah, we'll do another one. We'll do another one. Let's.
See, I don't know what it is either.
No,
I'm just as surprised as everybody in chat when it pops up. I don't know.
Here,
what do you do?
Let's do another one of these. Let's do another lifetime. I'm just giving things away. Let's do another one here. Okay. XMD Lifetime membership. Let's see who the winner is for that. All right. And let me copy the name. Okay. Wade. Wade. The winner. Wade.
Congrats.
Congrats.
Congratulations.
That make sure. Okay. It's coming through. Good. Wade. Carmichael, you have just won a lifetime membership XMD plugin with all the brush kits and everything else that they have in there. It's a very useful plugin. You're going to have some fun. Let's do one more.
Another one.
Yeah, why not? Come on.
Oh my God.
Got stuff.
All right.
We got a ton of stuff to give away here. Let's just do it. Let's see. Oh, let's do this one. Let's do this one. Oh. This one, I think Ashley's going to want this one. I think.
Yeah,
for
probably.
Sure.
Probably. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now just whoever wins this, if you didn't put my name in there, I'm just saying.
Well, you're gonna want to get to know this person, Ash. Okay.
Yeah.
You're gonna want to get to know Curtis. Curtis, you are the winner of the 1/8 scale wolf. So this is coming this is a very cool piece. They're
cool.
just anatomy tools known for their anatomy pieces for humans, and now they're doing animals with Evolve. Right, so there you go. There you go.
Congrats! I'm jealous.
There you go.
Only a little bit.
Curtis Ruffin. There you go. You are a winner. Right? How many was that? How many did I even go away? I don't even know what we're at right now.
I have one job and I can't even do that.
Okay,
so.
we're doing another one. Just for giggles. We're doing another one. Okay. Here, let's do another course. Let's do another course. Okay. Let's do another
good one. I'm biased. I love this.
Yeah.
I love his illustration work. Like it's great. Yeah.
So this is a ZBrush for illustrators. It's a great course. He's going to show you guys a lot of really cool techniques in this as well. So let's see who our winner is. Okay, I'm going to put, because you went with just one name, your Madonna are sharing me right now, Amber. Okay. Ooh. And I'm putting the first part of your email in there as well. All right. So Amber. So there we go.
Or Ambra.
Like Ambry or Amber?
Ambra. Like the color, but with an A. Ooh.
Yeah. Okay. So there you have it. So there are some more giveaways. Again, we're doing this between every presentation. And up next, we've got Mr. Kris Costa coming live to you all.
So excited.
So, yes, his is going to start at 1 o'clock our time, again, Los Angeles time. Also, keep in mind right now, there is a show special for ZBrush and ZBrush Core. We're doing a show deal on regular ZBrush, subscription ZBrushes, the 6-month and the monthly ZBrush. We're also giving a promotional deal for ZBrush Core, and also a promotion for those of you who are on ZBrush Core that want to upgrade to ZBrush. We're also doing a promotional pricing on that as well. So there's a lot of ways for you guys to get into the world of ZBrush now, and in savings. They're putting it up right now. There is a code that you got to use for the subscription ones. They're showing you the ZS for ZBrush Summit 2021 monthly. And then there's the bi-monthly one, which is obviously for the 6-month one. So take advantage of that. If you're not already using ZBrush, or you're not using it at home and you're in a studio, you don't have a home copy, now's the time to do it. Do
Absolutely.
it.
100% worth it.
Okay. So everyone get strapped up, get ready. We're going to go to our sponsors videos and things here, and then we're going to come back with Kris Costa. Okay, super excited to have him here with us again today. All right, let's roll the demos.
Learn jewelry design and object fabrication through ZBrush. Expert, beginner, and every skill level in between. ZBrush Jewelry Workshops can help you bring your digital dreams into reality. Taught by leading industry professionals. Use the offer code SUMMIT to get a $100 discount on membership.
So, if you guys hadn't tell, Ashley's excited for this next one.
I'm really excited. Like, so I love anything hand sculpting, anything like, you know, where you put in meticulous detail into things, and Kris is like the guy, you know. So
yeah, this is going to be another good one. And again, I'm excited for this. And I think for everybody, you know, it's a Sunday, everyone taking time out of their day to share with us and our community is just amazing. You're all great. I'm really excited for this. This is going to be a lot of fun. This is a buckle up, definitely double buckle, because you're going to learn a lot of cool stuff from Kris in this presentation for sure. So without further ado, let's bring him in, everybody. Let's bring in Mr. Kris Costa.
Hey guys.
Hey Kris.
How are you?
How's it going? Good. It's a rainy day outside. It's actually pouring water in here.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. It's
I
bad.
think we're getting that tomorrow down here.
No, it's pretty bad here in Surfell.
Yeah. I like the mood lighting too. You got a little of the purple going.
Did you see that? Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the total YouTube.
Yeah.
I'm such a YouTuber these days, man. So
Yeah.
that's the style.
You have to do it now, right? You
Yeah.
got to have some kind of thing going on in your background,
Yeah.
element, right? I've got the mystery pillow going.
Oh, there you go.
You haven't
Nice.
revealed any.
You know, mystery. Only that part today. Only that part. I'll reveal a little bit.
I
more.
want some. Yeah.
A little bit, maybe. There you go. A little bit more.
This-
I'm going to reveal some of it as we go along throughout the days here, just for fun and giggles. So, Kris, thanks for joining us. We're really excited to have you here.
I hope I don't let you down.
So I'm like, oh, let's go.
So we're going to put your screen up and let you start taking control over this. And then as questions come through, we'll try and throw them at you where we can. So anybody feel free to throw up some questions, and we'll find right times to ask Kris as
This
well.
is my shameless plug right there. So like my humble school. So if you guys want to check out, learn from me, that's a good place to start. So let's start with my presentation itself. The idea today, because if you remember, you know, it's like a couple of years ago at the Summit 2018, I approached the whole thing like going to like fine detail and doing all that kind of stuff, but not so much in terms of the structure and how to observe the form. And I think these fundamentals are very important. So I'm definitely going to be doing some demonstrations about like the detail and all that stuff. But I'm going to focus a lot on the, you know, how to observe the form and how to understand the subtlety and things like that. I think it's going to be an interesting one if you haven't seen it yet. So realism idealized, what does that mean? Like is that some kind of like a pretentious term? Probably is. No, not really. It's about like interpreting reality, you know. When you have for example, like when someone invented like the photography, right? Like, so all of a sudden you didn't rely on illustrations or paintings or anything. You have to rely, you could rely actually on photographing something and capturing reality as it was without having to interpret it. And then a lot of people start questioning, you know, it's like, oh, maybe painting is not going to be necessary anymore. Now we have photography, right? Obviously that wasn't the case. There is always space for the artistic interpretation, right? And so my whole goal, like doing my experiments and doing my personal work and even professional work, it's about experimenting and learning with what I see. You know, it's like, so reality to me is very intriguing. Sometimes it can be very twisted, but I like to focus on the, you know, it's like, for example, if I'm doing a portrait, I try to interpret what I see. For example, like if I look at the skin, I want to understand what makes the skin. And I want to understand the structures of the skin, so I can actually use that understanding to recreate and you know, it's like I can basically like come up with a character completely random, and having the understanding of how the direction of the wrinkles and pores and all this stuff, like how things relate to each other, I can recreate something out of nothing basically and make it look realistic. So that's the whole intention. I'm going to start like talking about the form hierarchy. And I think the main thing that we are so constrained to, it starts with the primary, secondary, and tertiary forms. You know, it's like we always use those terms, and especially if you come from from a traditional background, there's no way to escape from that, right? Because all those forms are interdependent, and they depend, like the next step depends on the previous step. So if you're sculpting with clay, you need to nail your primary forms first, because you're going to need to establish your planes, you're going to need to establish the distance between the elements, so like proportions and everything, before you can move on to the next step, which is the secondary forms. And then you're going to go, you can see my cursor, right?
Yeah.
So, for example, like if I look at this image in here, my primary forms would be like basically like the shape of the head itself, the distance between the elements and everything. But if I could simplify this, you would see just a bunch of planes and not a lot of form in there. The secondary forms would be everything else that you see in here. For example, this specific piece here, I don't have any tertiary forms, which would be like the pores and wrinkles and the super fine stuff. So everything here is basically secondary forms, right? But over time, like treating things as primary, secondary, and tertiary forms, those terms became a little bit obsolete to me, because I'm talking about digital art here. So when you talk about digital art, you're not dependent on the previous step. So let's say if I'm sketching something like this, I'm not sketching just the primary forms before I move, before I move to the secondary forms. I'm gonna try to represent the expression as a whole. So I'm going to sculpt my primary and secondary at the same time, almost like if I was sketching on the paper, but in 3D. That's the ideal for me. And so in that case, I started to treat things as like a form, any form in the face, for example, as a fractal progression. So if I show you, for example, like let me just share some screens here just to illustrate what I mean by that. So in nature, you're going to find things like this, for example. This is obviously a tree, like tree branches. But then you're going to find in the human body, for example, this, which is like lungs, right? Like you have your lungs compared to this, it's pretty much like a fractal. So the forms, they just like evolve into smaller versions of themselves. So it's just like a repetition. You're going to find this in nature in many different things. For example, you're going to get very like mathematical expressions basically that create like the matrix of everything that exists, right? So you're going to find in plants and in ice, for example, like a snowflake, right? Everything is very mathematical. You're going to find, for example, veins. When I was like researching how I could create like micro veins for the eyeball, for example, or like micro veins for the nose and things like that, I started to look at lightning, for example, and I actually made some alphas out of lightning to recreate those little veins, and they work great. Actually, they work perfectly. So there's this fascination that I have about like this repetition, like things that happen to the human body reflected in nature, in plants, in the sky, for example, like galaxies and things like that. The shape of a galaxy, almost like mirror to the shape of a neuron in your brain. Very interesting stuff. So I started to look at form as a fractal progression, and a good example of that is when you look at something like this. If you don't know, Daniel Boehme, this guy, he actually created this technique. He uses like a robot to actually photograph and create something he calls face cartography. So those are images like 900 megapixels images. And I have some examples in here. If you go to gigapan.com, you can just type his name in there, Daniel Boehme, and you're going to find a lot of those images. And the cool thing about this is that you can get like really, really close to to everything, right? Like you can see all type of detail. So the cool thing about this, isn't it crazy?
Yeah, especially when you like go to the whiskers, they look like fishing line or something.
Yes,
like that. You go
exactly.
to his mustache, it looks like fishing line.
Yeah, and you can see the dust and everything. It's incredible. So. It's like, imagine this, like if I'm talking about like a traditional sculpture of a head, for example, and I'm talking about primary forms, I'm gonna definitely like, pick up like, if I blur my eyes, I can pick up the shape of the ears in here, so sizes, distances, planes, and things like that. And then you have the secondary forms, like I said, those shapes, like let's say like the major folds in here, it's like those are all secondary. And then as you get closer, you're gonna see like the tertiary forms, like the wrinkles and the pores and everything. But then this is all a matter of context, right? Because let's say if I'm sculpting an eye, for example, like this area of the eye here, and I just imagine, it's like what are the primary forms in here in this context, right? Then you're going to start seeing like, okay, so the shape of the eyeball itself, it's actually affecting the surface of the skin in here, bulging the eyelids. And I'm treating the eyelids now as being the primary forms. And within this context, I'm going to have like some smaller forms in here, like slightly smaller, which are going to be those folds in here, my secondary forms in relation to it. And then as you get closer and closer, everything becomes part of a context. So in that context, I cannot treat anymore as primary, secondary, and tertiary, because at any time anything can become primary, secondary, tertiary, because it's a matter of like how much you're approaching the subject, right? So that's why I decided to actually call things, it's like a fractal progression, it's like, in terms of sketching emotion, like I said, when I'm sketching something for my classes, for example, or in this case here was a portrait of Hitchcock, which was based on this single picture here I found on the internet. I thought it was pretty cool. It's got like he's looking to the side. In my case, he is looking more, it's like down. But just like trying to capture that emotion, it's like by sketching freely without having a ton of reference or anything, just like trying to capture that emotion, Sometimes when you're too constrained by using those terms primary, secondary, and tertiary forms, you get constrained and you don't feel like, it's like you don't have the freedom to actually express things in a way. So instead of like focusing too much about like nailing the proportions or anything, I just start doing my sketches, and then if the proportions don't quite work, with ZBrush or some other tools, it's like you have like a multi-resolution. So at any time you can go back to the lowest resolution, adjust your primaries, go a little higher, adjust your secondary, and you keep going with that, it's like, but without interfering with the expression itself. When it comes to collision in weight, what I call collision, it's basically all those forms. For example, like you have those shapes here of the nasolabial in here, you have your cheeks, you have your muzzle area. In all those forms, they're actually interacting with each other. They are not alone. So it creates a kind of like a ripple effect. It's like every time you have a facial expression, the facial expression is created by a bunch of levers that we have underneath, all the muscles, pulling things, and when they pull things, they are pulling skin, they are pulling fat tissue, they are pulling like loose skin, all kinds of things. And all those forms, they're creating this ripple effect. For example, when you have a smile, in the smile here, so a little bit of the corner of the nose is going to be pulled up, the nasolabial is going to come up, this whole area of the lower lid is going to come up as well, creating a little bit of a squint. So everything is pulled and it creates a ripple effect. So all those forms, they depend on each other, they push each other, and they are never alone. So the best way I can describe this, like when I'm sculpting, for example, is that I'd never used the standard brush for basically like anything. I only use standard brush, I believe, just like for veins. If I'm sculpting veins, it still works great. But for the most part, for anything like this, I always use the clay buildup. And the clay buildup is cool because it respects the boundaries between the different forms. So if I'm sculpting like the muzzle in relation to the cheekbone in here, the cheeks, then I'm gonna have that crease right in between there. And the clay buildup actually helps to create those creases very naturally. It's like, and then there's the weight as well, right? As you age, you're gonna get a lot of the gravity affecting the forms and everything. And, it's like in this case here, I even made a little bit of a joke in here. I made like this big fat piece in here, just like colliding against the table in there. And then you have something that I call the bone landmarks, and they are totally dependent on the age as well. So if I bring up some other image in here, let's see my bone landmarks. So you have those things here called the fat pads, right? So the fat pads happen in everybody's faces, right? When you're young, you have like this full, beautiful faces. Not everybody, right? I never had a full, beautiful face, but you know what I mean. And then, so like you have like those fat pads pretty tight against each other, right? Like so, everything is very full. But as you age, they shrink. And so they start shrinking, and then as they shrink, they start revealing more of the bone structures underneath. So you have your zygomatic bone in here starting to show up quite a bit. And not only that, but the muscles, they become a little bit weaker as well and thinner, and they lose volume. So for example, you can see at the masseter in here, losing volume and becoming a little bit tighter against the skull. So that's why when you see someone older, you see the skull structure underneath, like quite visibly, depending of, let's say like a 9-year-old or something like that. So those things actually end up like revealing a lot of the form structures in there. So this is very important to keep in mind if you're sculpting like certain ages. Remember that, it's like if you're not sculpting someone who's completely emaciated, you're probably going to have a more naturalistic feel to the whole structure, instead of like wanting to represent all the muscles everywhere just to show that you know where they are. It's like the whole thing about people are so obsessed with like representing muscles, almost like the character has to be completely flexed at all times. I'm quite the opposite. I like to represent the forms very naturalistic. So keeping that in mind, the form subtlety and the flow. Form subtlety to me is one of the main aspects of what makes a portrait to look cool and appealing, and it's all in the secondary forms, if you consider secondary forms, right? In my case, it's just part of the processing here. But the form subtlety is something like this, for example. Even though this is a sketch, there's a lot of concern about how the forms interact with each other. So if you get this area here, for example, right, just a quick example, you're going to see like I have this form in here between the lower lip and this one here. So there's one form in here, another one in here. There's a tiny one in here. There's a fourth and fifth in here. There's a sixth one right there. So like all those things, they are very subtle, it's like between, it's like in terms of the relationship they have. Same with those transitions. I mean, like if I'm transitioning from the nasal labial here towards my zygomatic, those forms, it's like the way they interact with each other. I don't need to make them scream, it's like I don't need to make them really pop straight away. So that's why the best way for me to sculpt portraits, I use a clay buildup with a very low intensity, I would say like a 2 or 3, and create very, very thin layers. That way I can actually build the subtleties in between those forms. For example, like you see this form in relation to this one here. So, and then in relation to the zygomatic, there's 3 forms very distinct in here, but they don't scream. They're just like, it's a small, subtle transition between those forms, so it's very important. And the flow happens naturally, because if you are able to actually present those transitions in a subtle way, one form is going to flow into the next one, and it's going to be very harmonic at the end. Another thing to keep in mind is like when you start to look at the super detail models, like a super fine like detail in terms of wrinkles and pores, the distance that you are representing the character in relation to the observer, right? Like, so if you're doing like a close-up shot, you're definitely gonna want to to show off like all the detail that you added and everything. But if it's like, let's say like a portrait that's like head to waist, for example, so like a full portrait like with the waist and up, you probably don't need to have like all this detail represented in there. But at the same time, because my approach is always trying to keep things as physically accurate as possible, the fine detail affects everything. Affects like the specular, affects the sebum, which is basically like the how you call like the sweat pass in the face. Everything is affected by the surface itself, right? So obviously you can simulate things with some roughness maps and other things like that, but in order to represent the face as I think it should be represented, it's like physically accurate, it's very important that you keep the tertiary forms and you make them very tight and nicely done, So physically accurate renders for form evaluation. What I mean by that is this. Let me just bring this one up as well. Some examples here. Let's say there's some lighting comparisons in here. So for example, if I see something in ZBrush, right? So I have this is like from my portrait of Velasquez. If I have something like this, I'm sculpting and I have a very good idea about where the forms are and everything. I can use like the quick ZBrush render as well, and ZBrush has some HDRI capabilities as well. You can use the key shot as well. But in my case, I mean, it's part of my workflow to use Maya with Arnold. So what I try to do from the get-go, as soon as I have like a sketch, way before I have something like this, I start throwing those models into Maya and start to do some renders straight away. And then over time, I start actually adding different types of lighting that I can experiment with. So this is like the model, same model Velasquez, but rendered in Arnold. So experimenting with the lighting itself to be able to evaluate the forms, because it's very easy to, it's like to get lost when you don't have like a physically accurate representation. Certain volume is going to look correct from a certain angle under certain lighting, but then when you switch the lighting, it looks completely off. So having like different lighting setups, you can test things, is very important to be able to evaluate how the forms actually are physically, right? And then the last thing here is about refining your eye. It's back to that same example of, it's like the more you look, the more you learn, right? Like if you want to stop around right here, it's like in always treat a portrait as something that you don't go beyond this point. It's fine too, you can do that. But the more you look, the closer you look, the more you learn about the structures are made. It's like the directions, everything. So refining the eye is about that. It's like every time you look at a piece of, you're working on, you start seeing more and more things, and they evolve quite a lot. I mean, like from my first sketches for my portraits all the way to the final piece, they're very different. It's like it's this incremental understanding of how the form behaves. Injecting life, this is another part of the presentation here. If you guys have any questions, do you have anything, Paul or Ashley?
Yeah, a couple questions came through.
Yeah.
I shared the website with them, and then some were asking, how long do you give yourself to do these pieces?
All those pieces, yeah. So I would say like my main goal before was to actually create one of those portraits and use it as a leverage for future portraits, right? So I could reuse the skin structures, all this stuff. But then obviously, like when I started my school, I was like, now I'm gonna have to do this to show my students, right? So instead of like leveraging like everything, I had to actually start everything from scratch every single time. So every single portrait you see is basically from scratch, which have a few things, let's say like specular maps and things like that. Sometimes I leverage from the previous models, but everything is from scratch. So I start doing the class, and I spend 4 weeks with my students, and I get to a point that the model looks good enough, but I probably not like completely finished, but at least like all the techniques are in place. I just have to, take my time to actually refine things from that point and finish it up. So I would say after I finish my class, this is 1 month. I would say 2 to 3 weeks after that, that's what I would take to finish it. So I would say a month and a half probably for each one of those pieces.
Wow.
That would be something like that. It's a lot of dedication.
Yeah, it looks great.
Yeah,
It's worth it.
This one here, for example, that's the stage that I had when I finished my latest class. This is like a portrait of Frank Frazetta, still in progress. I can show you some other shots. So I have actually the ones I have in Maya. It's a little bit further than this, because at the end of the class I already had some of the hair and eyebrows and eyelashes and all this stuff. It looks like this. This is like when I stopped during my class, and then I have some of the hair as well. I can show you guys later. But yeah, about a month and a half for sure.
Yeah. Okay.
To a lot of people, that would be fast too.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I love the sketches. The 1 to 2 day sketches, they're fun. But yeah, this takes a lot of dedication.
Yeah, I don't even want to know where I begin trying to do I have something I've always wanted to do, and portraits scare me.
No, don't be scared. Yeah, you just have to go like Jack the Ripper. You go part by part.
Yeah. Well, that's I think for everything, right? You just gotta do it. You gotta do right. Do.
So yeah, back here. So like the injecting life. This is the part that's the most interesting for me when it comes to portraits, right? One thing is to be able to create something that's technically accurate, and then you can have like something looking completely realistic, but at the same time, at the risk of not looking alive, right? Like looking lifeless. So I have a special attention to making sure that my characters look alive, that they have intention, that they have thoughts. And there are a couple of ways to approach that. Like some of them are very technical. I'm going to be exploring that next. But at the end of the day, what I try to do with my portrait is simply like emulate reality, right? Like I'm not trying to create something that's absolutely real, because I'm not using scans, I'm not using ready-made materials. With the tools that we have nowadays, you know, it's like with Texturing XYZ, you have like the 3D Scan Store, you know, it's like you have a lot of awesome resources you can use to create super realistic stuff. But in my case, I'm into this exploration about like how can I create something that's convincing enough. You know, it's like a character that looks alive, that the skin looks alive, by imitating reality, but not like a one-to-one. It's basically like trying to understand how reality works, the structures of the skin, the structures of everything. You know, it's like how this fractal evolution of the form happens as well, and try to recreate that in a way that if I want to apply those techniques to a monster, for example, to a creature, I can do that and create something that looks very realistic without having the need of having an actual creature in front of me. You know, it's like to copy, simply like do a carbon copy of it. Studying the subject is very important. I can tell you, for example, let me just open another file here. Let me just make sure that I don't get confused. Just a second. Let me just get this.
Yeah, I love that you're mentioning all of this is applicable like outside of your portraiture as well.
Oh yeah, definitely. Some of my students actually, they started to apply this to creatures, and it looks very, very cool. I mean, like there's some amazing stuff out there. So, for example, this guy here, this is my Frank Frazetta. So normally when I start my works, you know, it's like I create a folder, and then I create my structure for my Maya files and everything. I have a ZBrush file folder in there, and I have my references, and then I try to collect as many references as I can of the character I'm going to be representing. And at different ages, you know, it's like trying to keep everything in mind. In this case here, Frank Frazetta, to me, he was one of the best like cover artists. You know, it's like back in the day in Brazil, I used to collect those magazines called Crypta, which in the United States, they are creepy. It's kind of like similar to heavy metal, a lot of horror stories and stuff like that, like comics. And Frank Frazetta, I remember like the best covers was like all like oil painting. He did all of those covers, you know, it's like they're incredible. So he was a big inspiration for sure. So I decided to actually make a portrait of him. He had you know, it was like a stroke at some point, so he got like his eye got affected and everything. But I decided to go with an age that's a little bit after this, so it's kind of like probably his 50s. He actually used to use himself as a model for his heroes and everything. There's a picture in there with Clint Eastwood. So looking at all those portraits before I even start doing any sculpture is very important to understand the forms. You know, it's like to see what parts actually strike you the most. You know, it's like he has a very peculiar eye area, his nose as well. And then it's almost like a caricature artist, you know, it's like who before does like the final version of it, does lots of tests, you know, so I can see what parts you can actually exaggerate and everything. But in this case, instead of exaggerating, I'm just observing, trying to capture the facial expression, the intention, you know, it's like what kind of expression I'm going to give him, if it's going to be a smiling one or not. Some of my characters I represent like with the smiles and everything. In his case, I think I'm going to keep his mouth closed. But yeah, trying to understand first like the mood, you know. So the mood and intention, obviously. In the case of Velasquez, I mean, I want to create this version of him that he had this gaze, you know, it's like that was kind of like a little bit like a almost like a sleepy here, but at the same time having this. It's almost like you can rest on him, you know. It's like when you're looking at the portrait. So it's kind of like a calming type of expression. It's at the same time looking at him in a state of wonder, you know. So for example, he has this slightly looking to the side, and so the eye gaze is important to me to represent this type of intention, you know. It's like, for example, if I open some of my pieces in here, in her case, for example, I like this type of, you know, gaze, like looking slightly up and to the side, because it makes you connect in a way, you know. It's like it's almost like you're looking at someone who has thoughts. And this has to do with the technical part as well. The technical part is about how you create your eyes, like your CG eyes. And normally when people place the CGI in there within the skull, at the 90 degrees, so like facing straight forward, it looks completely crossed eye, right? Like, so the model, it's crossed eye. I'm going to explain that after. But normally what you have is about like 3, 5, 7 degrees of rotation outwards. And that happens because there is a kappa, that's a term that's used, that is actually the axis between like the iris and, it's like, it's a little hard to explain, but the fact is, like, if you're looking, for example, if you extend your arm and look at your finger, for example, your eyes are probably going to go more straight, I would say 90 degrees. As you get closer to your nose, let's say really close to your nose, just a few inches, then you're going to get crossed eye. But if you're looking to a distant place, for example, like a mountain through your window, your eye is going to start to diverge a little bit, right? You're going to rotate back to this about like 5 degrees outwards, and then you're going to get the more naturalistic feel, So when you're trying to represent some character that you want the character to be believable, someone who has thoughts, is looking far away and having thoughts about something, then you normally add this rotation, it's like, and you kind of like fake that. So very important. Lighting as a storyteller, it's very important as well. Always, depending of the type of story you're going to tell, obviously. This is all from the internet, obviously. But in cinematography, it's like you're going to have like some color codes, it's like you're going to have a color language, right? Like certain symbols that you use in a movie, for example, depending on the type of character, that character is associated with the green light, for example, or to bluish light or something like that. So the elements in the scene always follow that structure, And also the lighting here as a storyteller, for example, like in this case here, the same portrait under different lighting, for example, you're going to see this, the very intense looking here. You're going to see this type of lighting from below in covers of magazines, like for horror movies, for example, or posters. It's like it's this very intense look. And then you have something that's much more subtle, which is like a more portrait lighting, like a more traditional portrait lighting. And then this is more like a flashlight, so it kind of like washes out all the detail and then flattens the whole face, right? So
So someone asked for your maps, your diffuse normal displacements. You're using ZBrush to do all of those.
All of those, I'm going to go over them.
Yeah.
Let's see how I'm going to do. Halfway already. It goes fast, man.
Yeah, halfway.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it goes super fast. So those are other studies also trying to capture, like, what type of lighting would represent the character with the mood that I wanted, Same for those guys in here. I mean, like, I was doing all those tests with different HDRIs to see what type of mood I would go for that character. Same with this ones here. So for lighting, you can go to HDRI Haven, which they changed the name now, but if you type HDRI Haven, you still can find a website. I download all my HDRIs from there, So let's keep going here. So the details that draw your eye. I'm going to go back to another one that I just showed you guys, which is a good example, I think. This one here, for example. So when you're sculpting a female or young children, for example, the forms are very subtle, right? Like, you don't have a lot to rely on. It's not like sculpting an old man. You can hide a lot of the problems with wrinkles and everything. So, but you still can see certain things gonna draw your eye in here. And I would say, like, the first thing that draws your eye are the eyes themselves, because you have this connection since you're a baby, so you connect to your mother or whoever is taking care of you, is this direct connection. So the first thing you're gonna look normally in the character is the eyes, and then everything that surrounds the eyes. So if you have like structures that need to look like soft, for example, it's like those wrinkles here is basically going to help a lot to represent this type of soft skin around it, some flexible skin. If I created those wrinkles, for example, just as a single wrinkle in here, it would not look as interesting. If I didn't pay attention to the hierarchy of those forms in here, it would not sell the idea that it looks alive. But when you start introducing like those secondary folds, it's almost like, okay, I can feel that that's a form that is actually soft. I can actually understand that. Same for those wrinkles in here. So you see, like, if you look overall, you don't see a lot of forms in here. Everything is very subtle. But those details around here, the eye around here, obviously the nasolabial little wrinkles in here, lips, those things capture your attention. So there are certain landmarks in the face that always capture your attention and make you understand as being alive. You know, it's like, so those are some of them. Then obviously you have the symmetry. If you get like a Giger in here as an example, it's another portrait I made. There is this asymmetry in here. It's based on a couple of photographs I found of him online. So you see there's a little bit of a smirk on the side in here. Like I said before, everything is motivated. So the side of the nose in here is going to be pulled up slightly. You know, it's like it started to become like a squint in here as you go over higher and higher with the cheeks. You know, this asymmetry is the only way you're going to be able to actually capture likeness for the most part, because most faces are completely asymmetrical. Not completely, but mostly asymmetrical. And then the pose itself, like if you're talking about the portrait, my poses are always very, very subtle. It's always like a little bit slightly tilt the head, for example, to a side like this. You know, it's like in portrait, I mean, like you're going to be talking about someone coming to a studio, and I have my old Rick Baker in here as well, like if you remember. You bring in someone to the studio, you want to make sure that this person is actually sitting comfortably there. You know, it's like he has a connection with the camera, and the pose is very subtle. You know, it's like if you don't want to get the person to do a lot of gymnastics in there, like for a pose. So normally very subtle stuff.
No flips.
Yeah, exactly.
And then the website, just I put the website in chat. It's now called Polyhaven.
Oh, Polyhaven, yes. That's right.
That's it.
Now
right?
they have models as well and
Yeah.
everything. They are really great, man. They do serious work. Oh, I'm not related to any of those people actually that I'm talking about here, like any of them, like in terms of being associated with them. But I really like what they make. That's why I plug their work like without getting anything in exchange. But with HDRI Haven in the past, I remember like I paid, I think it was like $5 or something in their Patreon. And they gave me access to the entire Google Drive. So you can go to the Google Drive, you can download all the HDRIs straight away. I don't know if they still have that. They probably do. So check that first. And then if they do, it's totally worth it, you know.
Wow, that's a great deal.
Yeah, it's really cool.
Yeah.
And then when it comes to the detail here, accessories and everything, obviously if you're telling a story, you're going to have to put in the context of, you know, it's like it's a piece that's kind of like someone who lived in the past, right? You're going to have to research the type of outfit and, you know, it's like the costume that they used like back in the days and everything. And then everything is going to be part of the story being told in here. The story can be told by a bunch of characters, or it can be just like a simple portrait, as long as you have like the right facial expression, you know, it's like the mood, the lighting is correct, like the costume is correct, you know. You can tell stories by just having a simple portrait. Here are a couple of measurements I brought up as well. That those are very important, and they are just like averages, obviously, but they can be very helpful for you guys. When you're working with actual renders, let's say like physically accurate renders, like Arnold in Maya, you want to make sure that everything is like world scale, right? Like otherwise the subsurface scattering, the scale of the subsurface scattering is not going to work, things like that. So I keep everything physically accurate as much as possible. So for the head average height, you're going to use about 9 inches. Something between 8.6 to 9.4 would be like the size, the height of the face. And then the eyeball is going to be about 24 millimeters. It can be a little bit smaller, a little bit bigger. In the case of my Frazetta, I actually made slightly bigger, so I think it's close to 25. It's 24 point something. The iris average radius is about half of that, so you can have that as a reference. This is important because otherwise you start making the eyes too tiny or too big. Sometimes it's intentional, sometimes you want to make the eyes bigger to look cuter, so it's like closer to like a baby or a small child proportion. So we want to make that. And if you want to make more creature looking like, you know, then you're going to make the eyes smaller. But in general, those are the proportions for a, average human. The pupillary average distance, this is basically when you go to have like your eyes exempt. They're going to actually measure the distance between the pupils. So if you get in this ballpark here around 63 millimeters, you're in a good spot. The eye rotation, like I said, about 5 degrees outwards, you're going to rotate them. Between 3 and 10 average, so sometimes if you want to make a slightly more wall-eyed, a little, you can increase that. I think my Frazetta is about like maybe 6, something like that, because I noticed that his eyes are a little bit further. And then when it comes like to the grooming part, then you have some averages here are important as well. So the eyebrows are going to get between 250 and 1100 per eyebrow. 250 for plucked eyebrow, obviously. If it's unplucked, then a higher number. Eyelashes, the upper eyelashes between 90 and 150. So let's say 150 compared to the lower 175 in average in there. So like double at the top than the bottom. They're normally at the bottom they are thinner as well, and a little bit more spaced out. For the scalp itself, around 100,000 follicles, and for the beard, which is not her case, 30,000. And most of the concentration is around the chin and the muzzle area. So you're going to get between 5 and 25,000 around this area specifically. And then let's go dive into the skin itself. Let's talk about like patterns by region, tone by region, depth, direction, all this stuff. So I can open a couple of websites here for you to take a look. So the first one is going to be the direction. Let's get Carla in here. And for example, like you're going to find like different patterns around the face. You're going to find out, for example, around the chin in here, you're going to have this direction. You're going to see those micro wrinkles in here that are going to start actually creating a little bit of it's like a circle in here. So they start going down in this direction, down in here. They start going in a circle right here, and they're gonna start going almost like a around. How can I say that? So if you have like the muscle area here around the lips being a circle, they're gonna try to follow the perpendicular way. It's like, so basically like those lines are gonna happen vertically in here, slightly diagonal here, more horizontal in here, and then they're gonna keep going that way. So those are like micro wrinkles I'm talking about here. They're going over the pores themselves in here. Then you're going to get certain areas, for example, the frame of the lips. You're going to have those micro little wrinkles at the very edge of the lips in here. And they're going to start getting bigger and bigger and then becoming the lips themselves. Then they start actually blending back to the pores themselves in here. So getting closer to that. The nose itself, the pores are very shallow. You're gonna get those, those black heads and everything, and a lot of the peach fuzz as well. You're gonna be seeing here in the ears as well. So it's amazing stuff. In terms of the type of skin, the chin, the cheeks area and the muzzle area in the chin, they're gonna be somehow similar. And also they look a little bit more like spread out. So the pores look a little bit more spread out in those areas because they're more bulged, right? Like you're going to have like the bulge of the teeth pressing against the muzzle area here. You have the chin itself, you have the cheeks. So they're broad areas. So they look like they're more spread out. But in terms of structure, they're fairly the same across the whole face. They just change certain directions, When you get to the forehead, you're going to get a little bit more of a horizontal line like that. They're gonna, it's like the pores start to actually become more horizontal in that way. There's this very interesting little area here. In her case, not very visible, but you have a lot of micro wrinkles, very horizontal, right around here. And imagine that every single wrinkle, when you look at the face like this, they are basically a memory of the facial expression. So you have the facial expression. It's like over time, you do the facial expression for years and years of your life. When you're older, you're going to have those, wrinkles pretty much like very well marked in there. It's almost like an echo of the past, It's like all the movement that your face did across the years, as you can tell by looking at Roger here, right? Roger has...
So when you were sharing the one with the measurements, someone was asking, are those measurements per, for example, they were asking per the eyebrow, or you're doing the same density per side? Density.
Well, I started doing that, yes, but because I had a lot of variation in my grooming, it's like I can actually make things a little bit thinner in one side than the other side. But overall, yes, I start that way. In the case, like certain people are gonna have like scars. My son has a little scar in his eyebrow, for example. I'm gonna have to deal with that as well. But overall, yes, it's the same for both.
Okay. And then you're using for your hair and your eyebrows. What are you using to do that?
Oh. Let me. I can jump right into it here. Let's see. So my Maya here, I can show you what I have for my eyebrows and everything. So this is the model in Maya, and I'm using XGen for everything. So I can show you like the eyebrows that look like this right now. Let's say if I break everything down here. So for example, I have my eyebrows in here. I have a bunch of different patterns that I use in here, different modifiers. So I start with the clump. So first I have my guides in here. So like I start with the eyebrows pretty much like straight like that. So I have my guides in NextGen that I just show like this. So they follow a certain direction. They normally create this V shape. So like you have those little V shapes in here. So when I turn them on, I actually force the eyebrows to follow that direction. But then later I start to incorporate like, okay, let me add some clump, get some clumping going on. And then some noise as well. The noise I tend to actually exaggerate a lot in NextGen because if I try to do something more subtle, normally in the render it doesn't look right. So I try to do that. But in terms of the hair, I can show you what I have for my actual hair. And here it's not done yet. But for example, this is the main upper part of the hair. So I'm actually separating the upper part from the sides. So that's not finished yet. Obviously, I'm just like grooming things. So I have everything separated. So I have the hair itself right there. And then I have this blend here, which is just like this slightly thicker hair. Let's see, where's this one? So it's slightly thicker hair. This one is going to blend to the peach fuzz itself. So the peach fuzz, it's the vellus hair in here. So I have this one. So the peach fuzz starts like very thin and small, and then it starts getting a little bit thicker and a little bit longer when it gets closer in here. All of that to create some kind of like transition between those forms. If I open, for example, like let's say Giger here, see like there's some thinner ones in here. Even I think Rick Baker had some better transition somehow. Yeah, there's some thin ones. Yeah, it's hard to see in here. But yeah, let's see if my old lady. Yeah, I think she has plenty of those. So it has like this thinner hair in there. And everything starts with the peach fuzz itself and then becomes more of this blend transition. And then it becomes the hair itself,
And you cover this in your course, someone's asking.
Oh, yeah, everything is covered in the course, yeah. But yeah, so for the eyelashes, that's what I was talking about before. So about like double the density at the top than what I have in the lower part. What I try to do with the eyelashes as well is to, before I start the grooming, I select like, let's say like 2 or 3 rows of faces, because sometimes people select just one and it looks like dull, it's like everything is just like linear. And if you have like, if you look at the references of eyes, you're going to find out that they actually spread quite a bit. They have like some ups and downs in there. And then, yeah, there's a lot of stuff. Like there's, some nose hair, it's like all this stuff.
Gotta have that ear hair.
Yeah. So ear hair and all that stuff.
Right.
And then
Can't forget any of that stuff.
yeah. So when it comes like to the skin tone, then let's talk about this last part here, which is the skin tone itself. Those are all like from the internet references I found, but it's pretty much like they all kind of agree in a way. A little bit more yellow towards forehead, a little bit more red towards the center, especially with males, right? Because of the, we're gonna have like blue, green, and gray around this area. Same example you can see around here. This is a little bit more, separated, so a little bit more complex in there. Same with this one, simplified version, a little bit more complex in here. So when I start to paint my colors, my albedo, everything is done in HD geometry, and I try to do something like this, it's like to incorporate those colors. But
so you're poly painting in ZBrush when you're
everything is poly painted. So before, let me just go back in here to the model to show you guys what I have. So this is the model here, just with the sketch hair. And then let's look at the albedo that I have in here. Let's switch to HD first. I'm gonna go here. So the entire face, if you plan your model correctly, you can get the entire face in HD. As long as you have around like between 40, 45 million polygons, you should be able to actually accommodate everything into HD. So the entire face here works in HD. So I'm gonna press A, I'm gonna go to HD here. And now if I press solo, I can just see exactly what I can sculpt in HD. And this one here obviously shows the whole thing, but I can only sculpt within this area. So if I switch to show you my albedo, it looks like this, like the flat color. So this is all hand painted. And taking into account, I mean, like I start with that same structure, right? Like a little bit more blue around here, a little bit more red in the center, a little bit more yellow at the top. But then everything is painted, keeping in mind the structures and microstructures of the face. That means that I'm never going to go with a plain color and just paint a huge amount of, a huge portion of the face with a single color. Like I said before, if you look at something like this, let's look at Peter here, for example. You see his nose, for example. When you look at someone like this, the tendency is to just think like, oh, he has a red nose. And you don't even think about it. You just like go and paint the nose slightly more red. But then when you start looking at what makes his nose look red, you're going to see those micro veins, for example. Some are deeper and more diffuse. Some are a little bit more shallow, a little bit more in the surface and much more defined. And then in between the pores in here and everything, you're going to see echoes of the same structures, it's like the tiny micro veins in here represented. This is what's causing this redness to happen in here. At the blackheads, for example, they have the name blackhead, but if you paint them black, it's going to look completely awkward in your model. So the tendency is to actually try to paint them slightly darker than the skin itself, sometimes a little bit more towards orange brown, they should be called brown heads.
Yep. I'll give you a time check too, Kris. 10 minutes.
Yeah.
So you know.
Yeah, there you go. And so when I paint my structures in here, I try to incorporate a lot of this. It's like obviously here I still have to refine some more, but I mean, like I have my little lightning in here.
So what brush do you use? Well, you built a brush for painting?
Yes, for
Can
those
you share that
micro
brush
veins.
so they can see it.
Yeah. So for the micro veins, let's do let's see if I have my veins in here. So you see like this alpha here looks like lightning.
Yeah.
So I just switched to a color. All the colors, when I use them, I try not to use like super saturated colors. You see, like I went with a super red in here. I try to keep the colors a little bit more desaturated in a way, so like bring it more towards gray. And then I can add something like this. Obviously with not the same intensity, I can use like lower intensity, for example. And then I can create something that, for example, if I want to make sure that those details look a little bit deeper, I can actually use the alpha in here and just blur it completely. So I go to my blur here, just like blur it a lot. And then when I do something like this, I can create an impression that's deeper, When it comes to the detail itself in the surface, let me just switch to my material here. It's a lot of the same that I show you guys the previous presentation. If you didn't see, check that out, like for the summit in 2018. But then a lot of the things I'm doing these days, instead of using the standard brush as a base, I'm actually using the elastic brush. And the difference is this: for example, if you use the elastic brush, you're gonna just duplicate it. Gonna do like a clone in here, and then I can use like it's like a spray. And if I switch and I use the same brush I use for a lot of my detail, this alpha 16 here. The difference between using the elastic and using the standard is that the standard, if you go over the same area over and over again, it starts obliterating the whole form. But then with the elastic, it preserves a lot of the detail that's underneath. So let me just switch to something like very, very subtle in here. So let's do let's say like 30. And then if I do something like this, let me use my tablet. Let's see, 20. If I go over here, I can start to actually, even after I have all my detail in place, all my pores in place and everything, that area that I mentioned, like all the directionality that I need around here, I can actually use a brush like this and just like, I don't know if you're going to be able to see, but around here, I'm actually introducing some direction.
Wow.
Yeah, you can see it.
Yeah, and it actually goes and it doesn't destroy the pores themselves, It's like, so you start actually incorporating that. You can actually use this in circles as well. Like if I go in circular motion like that, I can actually incorporate some of this detail in circular motion. But yeah, it's a shame. Like, I mean, like it goes so fast, 1 hour, man. It's crazy. I have a lot of stuff to show, but but for the most part, I mean, like in terms of the detail, you're gonna get a lot from the previous presentation for sure. But let me see what I had to go over here just to make sure that I hit all the main stuff first. Let's see. Let's get this one here. I was around here. Actually, this one. Let me go back. So the
somebody
patterns-
was asked. Oh, sorry. Just somebody was asking how often you switch between programs for testing things out.
Oh, between ZBrush and Maya, all the time. I mean, like I do a sketch first, bring it straight away to Maya, do some renders just to check like proportions and it's like how the forms behave, and then I assemble a scene from the get-go. Like during my classes, we assemble a scene, I think in the first or the second class lesson, and then from that point we just iterate on that. It's like, so it's very early on, but yeah. One thing I have to cover, I forgot here. It's someone asked about like the other passes. Yeah, everything is painted in ZBrush. Very simple stuff. This is my specular level, for example. Very simple. You have to keep in mind that it's completely dependent on how the surface is being broken down by detail, right? So the specular can look very simple like this, but the way that the surface is sculpted is going to define a lot of this. And then I have this roughness pass in here. And this roughness pass, what I use it for, it's basically to control how high it's my micro displacement. I use another pass in Maya that's a micro displacement. And I control how high it is. So for example, like, around the eyelids in here, if I want something to look shinier and a little bit more wet, I'm going to keep it completely black in here. For the nose as well, a little bit shinier. And then the opposite is true as well. Like for the ears, not a lot of shininess in there or anything like that. I can actually just go back in here in my Maya and I can show you what I have. Last thing I forgot to mention. Okay, last thing here, and then I can just point you to a link. So one thing that I notice is that a lot of times when you're looking at the this point here, albedo from scan data and overly saturated SSS effect. A lot of times when you get the albedo extracted from, let's say, like a light stage capture session, the subsurface scattering comes basically baked into the color itself. There's no way to remove the subsurface scattering. They remove like the specular levels because of it's like they do a polarized version of it, so they can remove that. But the subsurface scattering is always baked. So what I try to do with my color before I can render anything, I try to desaturate everything. Imagine like if you see like a dead body in the morgue, for example, like all the blood is not in the surface anymore, so you get this kind of like desaturated, pale, bluish kind of tone. So basically that's what I do behind the curtain here, is like use a color correction node before I can actually plug my color into the subsurface, so I can actually desaturate things and turn things a little bit more bluish and everything, But I'm going to point you guys, since we are not going to have time to actually explore everything, I'm going to point you to a couple of links in here. That's going to be very useful for you. So the first one is going to be this one here. You can go to my another plug. So I have a YouTube channel now. There is this video here. You can check this behind the work HDR Giger. So if you go to this one, I actually break down like the shader network, how I'm plugging, actually detailed quite well how I plug like my specular levels, so I can use the micro displacement to actually break up the specular and everything. So check that video out. Another one for you to check is this guy here. He has an Instagram. His Instagram name is this, Joe's Lock Bower. And he has a collection of live casts, right? So live casts are very important to be able to understand like the skin structures and everything, but not as reliable for likeness as you might think, because there's a lot of pressure that happens, it's like on the face when you're casting, because of the heavy materials being deposited in there. But from a light stage, you can actually rely on the likeness much more. But still, this is a great resource, like for skin detail and things like that. And then the 3D scan store, they have a lot of awesome scans in there you can study from. I particularly don't have any, but I really like, to look at lists like in the images from the website. I ended up like buying some stuff for sure, just to get, it's like a better idea about this type of, detail you get from the scans themselves. And then obviously the eyes, it's like if you type something in Google like eye close up, you're going to find a lot of awesome reference in there. It's like for sculpting the iris, very important stuff. And all of the stuff I spoke about here, obviously I go like into full-on detail for like close to 40 hours in my classes if you guys are interested. And if not, I mean, like in my YouTube channel, I'm constantly posting different things that I go over things in a little bit more detail. So check it out.
Yeah. Yeah, I know there's a website too. You think you can also purchase actors' life casts. I can't remember what it is though.
Yeah.
What it is. But it's like multiple generations though. It's not obviously an original. They're casting, I think, from an original that's now been casted and casted and casted.
Mm-hmm.
But I know there's one that exists out there.
Hey, you mentioned the Hulk before, like Mark Ruffalo. The interesting thing is that when we did that, we got the the life cast, right? Like the scan of the life cast, and we got the light stage as well. So with both of them, I was able to actually project everything into 2 different models, and then I could pick and choose what detail worked the best. And it's very interesting because the likeness you can trust from the light stage, obviously because there's no contact. But then for the skin itself, we got a lot of awesome detail from the life cast. So like, especially neck and things like that was pretty cool.
I just love that you guys put his fingerprints on the hand.
Fingerprints is a great fact. I love that.
Well, he grabbed the camera, right? Doesn't he grab the camera? That's why you did it, right? Doesn't he grab the camera and put his
There is a shot that actually there's this super slow motion punch. He punches one of those big creatures. I actually modeled those creatures too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and you can see a little bit of the fingerprints.
Well, it goes to how much detail you put in, and I think that also goes to show to your work that you're doing with portraits. Like, it looked like you had a personal photo in like someone's photo book for some of those pictures with Frank. Right? You were like at his house and go, "Oh, there's some good pictures. Let me take some pictures." Like, you do some serious research on the internet, looking, diving into the character as much as possible.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's like when I started doing those portraits, I thought I would be kind of like, I'm gonna get tired very soon. But then every single character is a completely different challenge. It's like every time you look at this the skin structures and everything, it's like super different. For example, this little guy here, he had progeria. He died years ago, and he died when he was 17. So, but they look like old people, But at the same time, the skin itself is kind of like baby-like. It's like it's very thin. So every single portrait I try to challenge myself and try to see things a little bit differently. It's like a little bit tanner skin, or it's like there's a lot that happens. I mean, like if you start looking deeply, for example, the Velus hair, which is the peach fuzz, it varies wildly depending on the type of ethnicity. For example, you're gonna get more or less of it. Same for like facial hair, like it's like over your upper lip, for example. I was looking at this, like there's a paper comparing like women and it's like the little mustache in women, because normally those things are related to products that they sell, like for beauty stuff.
Yeah.
And one of those papers talking about like Indian, Asian Indian women have more, and then it's like it goes like there's like Japanese, and then it's like they compare all those things.
There's hair color. There's different numbers. Like red, I think, has the thickest hair.
Mm-hmm.
And then every hair color's got different number of spans of hair.
It's amazing, man. It's the amount of variation you get, like doing portraits, is it's endless. That's what keeps me driven. It's like to do more of it.
Right.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, this was awesome, Kris. Yeah, and I encourage. He was talking about his 2018. I encourage you guys going to check that out too. Probably when we're done with the summit this year, we'll be breaking off, and we can add that in the link on our YouTube as well, so you guys can see that, because you go through all your brushes and your alphas. And
yes, a lot of that
as well.
Because I was afraid of being redundant, and those things I spoke about today, they're so important for the life of the character that goes a little bit beyond the technique itself. So yeah.
Well, this is awesome. Again, his studio is. If you want to put your studio information back up again, too, so people are aware of that. Fly on the Wall.
Fly on the Wall studio. This guy.
There you go. So there's his URL. So you guys have that as well. I know some of you are like, all right, I got to take your class now. So that way people are aware of that. And then your YouTube, right? He shared that as well on this.
Yeah,
the
intro
is recorded, people, so you can go back and watch it. So there's his YouTube. You can find.
Oh, I love your YouTube channel too. I've been lurking.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I had it for a while, but I never posted anything. And then a month ago, I started posting stuff, and I was like, oh, that's kind of fun.
Yeah. No, you talk about things in such a great way. It's excellent. I recommend everybody go and subscribe. Go.
Oh, thank you.
Right now.
Awesome. Well, Kris, thank you so much, and thank you for taking your Sunday, part of your Sunday with us as well. I know you got stuff going on at home and busy, and so I appreciate you taking time to come and share all this information with us.
That was perfect because I'm in between jobs, man, so I have all the time right now.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah. So thanks again, guys. Like Paul, Ashley, and it's like everybody involved. Boehme, Kyle, everybody involved. It's like again, like I have such a long relationship with Pixologic. Back like I would say 20 years. I would say when I started.
Back when you were the banker in Brazil.
Yes, exactly. And so I really appreciate. I mean, like a lot of my career, as I posted in my latest video on YouTube. I mean, like it's around ZBrush basically. It's like a lot of stuff related to my personal work and my growth as an artist and in this industry. It's like it was completely connected to how ZBrush developed as well. So I really appreciate everything.
Awesome. All right. Well, Kris, we'll let you get on with your rest of your Sunday, and Ashley and I are going to gear up for the next presentation with id Software. So, Kris, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
For being
Thanks,
a part
Kris.
Of it. Okay, but we have to do the normal, right? Giveaways.
Oh, it's giveaway time.
It's giveaway time.
Giveaway time.
Giveaway time. Let's
Dude,
see.
my brain is like melted. That was like so much information so fast. It was so
Yeah.
good.
Yeah,
It was really
I
good.
think it's like a 1-2 punch. If you go watch the original one from that he's talking about 2018, and then I would say watch this one, then watch that one, because
Yeah.
he's doing a lot of the sculpting and stuff. Right? I think a lot of people were shocked. I know you were, that it was all poly paint too.
Yeah,
Right.
that was cool. And then he does everything like by hand too. Like he drag, like the alphas that he creates himself and things like that. It's really, really cool.
Yeah, old school. Just get to sculpting
Yeah.
and going at it. Right?
Just get in there.
Yeah, get in there. I love it. It's good. All right, let's start giving some stuff away here. I'm going to do this. Looks good. Let's go with this one. Let's do this one. So this is an on-demand bundle. Includes 4 on-demand courses at XMD Academy. All right, so this is a good one too. This is the same tool that's making the thing that we've been giving away already, the toolbox. So here we go. Let's draw our winner. Winner is, okay, let me get the name. Here we go. Confirm that. And here is our winner. I'm going to put that in the chat. Wait for that to make sure it goes through. Make sure that goes. There it is.
There it is.
There it is. It came through. All right.
Are you gonna say his name?
No, you can say that.
Are you gonna say his name?
Rootsy? Rootsy. I go with the Rootsy, but I'm not.
I think it's
I'm not the best for this. I'm assuming that's going to be right. Okay, let's look at this one. So let's go ahead and take this one down, and let's do one of these. All right, so a nice figure from the Good Smile Max Factory Company.
Oh, like my guy.
Yeah.
Woo. Who are they giving away this time? Do you know?
Well, this is one of them, and there's a bunch throughout the whole summit. There's a whole bunch of these. So let me draw this winner. I don't remember all the characters they're giving away. Okay, but let me confirm that winner. And here is our winner for this, Steven. There it is. Steven Regula. Steven Regula. Man, I'm the worst at names. I need to.
I'm really bad at it too.
I'm
I
horrible
suck.
at it.
I'm really sorry.
Yeah. I'm not the best at it. I'm not gonna deny I'm not good at it. All right,
if it makes anybody whose like name is pronounced wrong feel better, just pronounce our names extremely phonetically.
Yeah,
it'll be great.
Well, my last name gets changed several times by many people, and whatever, it doesn't bother me. Whatever. All right, let's do another one of these keyboards. All right, I got a winner. Oh, and here who has just won that keyboard, Julio.
There we go.
There you go. Hopefully,
very nice.
Hopefully you guys are seeing this that are in here. Let's do another one. Let's do another one.
And again.
Yeah. We got stuff. We got a lot of stuff to give away here.
How many do you still have?
Oh man, I don't know. Look, I think there's still about another 10 or 12 items to give away.
Oh my.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
let's go.
Let's give another extra mile course away. All right, let's draw that winner and see the winner. All right.
Who's it?
It's Francisco Jose. So
Congrats, Francisco. Dude, that's such a good.
I'm putting your full name in the chat right now. Francisco Jose Moreno Garcia. You
actually
are
such a
the
good
winner of an extra mile course.
Such a good course. Such a good course. Pablo's awesome.
Yeah, he's a great instructor too. But we got a lot of really for these summit presentations. A lot of people that are also really good teachers.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right?
I don't want to interrupt anyone either because they're like on a roll. Like I don't want to like, you know, like they're just doing so well.
Yeah. No, I'm hearing you on that for sure. Let's do another one. So this is what I was talking to you guys about. The cool plugin is for ZBrush. Comes with brushes. You can do searching for brushes, tools, fiber mesh, like whatever's within the light box in essence of ZBrush. You can actually search in here. You can tag it. So let's give another one of these away. And this is a lifetime membership. So it comes with the brushes as well that they've made. So let's see, XMD lifetime membership. 2 months. Let's see.
If anything's supposed to be popping up on screen, by the way.
What is?
No, I don't know. The last time you were like showing things on screen.
Oh.
I'm just mentioning.
Wait, my screen is. Oh, so my screen's not being shown.
Yeah. Good catch, whoever that was in chat.
Something happened to my screen here. Share screen. There you go. There you go.
There we go.
There you go. It got turned off. All right. So lifetime membership went to Leonard Yee.
Leonard, you got it. Yee got it. I'm sorry.
Got it.
I'm sorry.
Let's do one more before we get ready for our next presentation. Let's do this one. Let's do this one.
It's a big one, tiny one.
This is a 1-year subscription to Gnomon Workshop.
A good one.
Yeah, very.
I'm just gonna say that.
Courses. Lots of courses in there, for sure.
Who's gonna get that Gnomon?
Okay. Joelle, you are the winner of this. I'm going to put your full name in there as well.
Joelle
Ninberg, you are the winner. And again, we're doing these after every single presentation, right? So this isn't your only time to win this, as long as you're sitting here and you're watching, okay? And at near the end of the next presentation, which our next one is id Software, we will be making the registration live once again so that you guys can put your name in the hat or, you know, the big silver bowl. We got to draw your tickets that way. So we're just replicating it digitally. So make sure you're sticking around because we're not done yet. We are not done. We're moving right along, but we've got id Software coming up next. I'm telling you, you're going to want to watch, especially for those that want to get in the gaming world. Even those of you watching that are in the gaming world, what they're going to show is pretty cool. The things that the way they're using ZBrush, not only do organic stuff, but their hard surface stuff. It's really going to be a good one for you all to see that. And then obviously we're going to be following up with the Pixologic presentation to end the day. But stick around. This id Software one's going to be really awesome. I'm looking forward to this one myself. It's going to be a lot of fun.
I love the Doom aesthetic though. It's so cool. I'm very excited.
Yep. All right, so we'll roll the reel. Again, their presentation is going to be starting. Let me get my time right here in just a few minutes. Okay, so don't go too far. Like literally like 3 or 4 minutes. We're going to be starting with those guys. All right, so stay tuned. I wanted to see how long I can hold it. Woo! We made it back. All right.
You get old
So-
every time I see your face. Just poof, it's time.
Pops up. Okay, we're down to 2 more today, but right, we still have tomorrow as well, Monday, and also Tuesday. I had to just in my brain had to think today was still Sunday. So we're excited for our next set of people that we have coming in. This again, it's going to be a lot of fun. They're putting up the schedule too for you guys. What's going on tomorrow? So this is going to be a fun one. All right. So I'm telling you, if you guys have never seen what id Software has been doing over the years, and especially for the last set of games, you're going to really enjoy this, and you're going to be blown away of what they've been doing. So enough said by me. Let's bring in the team from id Software. Hey.
Hey guys.
Hey, what's up?
Hey there. How's it going, guys? Team id.
Good.
This one's nice and unique too, because you guys are all different parts of the world, right? Jason's in Texas.
Yeah, we're everywhere.
Yeah. Peter, you're in the UK, right?
No, Germany.
Germany. That's it.
Yeah.
And then Denzil, you're in Australia or New Zealand?
Australia, get that right.
Australia. Yeah. So we're all over the place. And then I'm LA. And then Ashley's in Canada. So we're all over the place, right?
Worldwide.
Yeah. This should be a lot of fun too. So thank you guys for taking your Sundays. Denzil, your Monday. And then Peter,
He's from the Denz is from the future.
Yeah. Yes.
Good to see
And
we're still
Peter, it's
standing.
late at night his time right now too. So thank you for doing this, taking some time out of your days to participate and be part of the ZBrush Summit this year. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's weird that we're virtual. Hopefully, again, we get to do this in person again. But it's an honor to be here for sure.
Well, I'm excited to have you guys here. So I want to hand it off to you guys so you guys can start, because I know you got a lot of stuff that you want to share. But we got an hour and a half with you guys today, so this should be a lot of fun. Again, we will be monitoring as much as we can the chat for you guys, throwing at you whatever we can. Myself and Ashley will throw out questions and stuff that are coming from the audience to you guys wherever we can. So, but also, audience, please keep in mind we're not going to be able to throw everything at them, because they have some set things. They have some set things they want to share with you all, right? So we're going to hand it to Jason, correct, to start us off here, right?
Yeah, sounds good.
All right. So here we go. All right. You want to share your screen? Do you need to share your screen, Jason?
Oh, yeah, I do need to do that. Sorry.
Yeah.
That might help.
It's delayed.
And
this is just the anticipation now. That's all this is.
Yeah. You gotta
It's getting people anticipated.
like Paul said, buckle up.
Yeah.
Buckle up, Cupcake. Are we
There you
am
go.
I sharing? We good?
Yep.
Okay, hold on.
There you go.
And
Nice.
let me get
Look at
my screen up. Sorry.
No worries.
We good? Here we go. All right.
There you go.
Anyways, welcome to Character Art of Doom. I want to kick this off with kind of stepping through some process, and then hand it off to Denzil, and then Peter will do some demo stuff. I have ZBrush open. I'm not going to do any sculpting stuff, but I want to take some time and just step through the process and how we convert it completely to a ZBrush pipeline for modeling through Eternal, and just how we did it, and all the stuff we learned along the way. So first things first. Want to introduce the character team. Obviously, I'm Jason Martin, the character art director. Denzil and Peter are here with us today. They'll be demoing. Back home and abroad, we have Philip, Solomon, Angel, and Field. It takes a mountain of people to make video games, and we couldn't do it without all these guys. So I want to give a shout out to everybody. Thank you. And hold on one second. So I want to talk about some challenges that we had to overcome during the production of Doom Eternal. Every time you start a game, there's challenges. You want to see where you can dip and tuck and gain speed along the way of the pipeline and still make great art. So it's important for us to increase fidelity, increase speed, mostly in hard surface. Organic stuff is organic. It's a little bit more friendly, but I mean, it's a different beast, not easier, just different. So basically hard surface, we want to put as much detailing and stuff as we can in our hard surface, and still not blow up our production, because hard surface takes a little bit of time. And in the same aspect, we want to simplify our pipeline. And there's a couple ways you can do that. Next slide. Whoop, yep. So the ZBrush approach to solve these problems. more fidelity with hard surface modeling. We get to stay in one package. Multiple methods to approach the problem. That's the great thing about ZBrush. It's not just like poly modeling or whatnot. You can sculpt poly. It's with just different ways of skin attack, skin a cat. So it's a lot of freedom and a lot of artistic creativity. In my opinion, complexity slows down creativity. So ZBrush is really free in that matter. We can just try a lot of things quickly, erase it, go back, as opposed to some of the traditional poly modeling methods that would take some time and were harder to make changes. So there's 3 types of modeling techniques. One can argue that in ZBrush is how you model anything, but I want to step through this process real quickly to kind of show you how, like, these are 3 ways we can approach modeling a character. So personally, my favorite is the Z model base method. Now, I realize, I'm going to call this out, in between these little arrows here, there is a lot of information that happens, but I wanted to simplify it or else you'd be bored with a lot of like bullet points underneath each thing. It just wouldn't make sense. So I'm going to call up the most important ones. So the first approach is the Z model base, and that is just a crude low cage model block out of the character or pieces of the character. And then we'll use the crease method, and not by hand. We'll do the auto crease. I think we usually use it real quick. Let me call that out. I think down here in geometry, we'll use crease at 35, like 2. This will get you probably 80% of what you need for the holding edges. It's not always perfect, but I don't ever do this by hand. Why would you? I'd rather do that and then delete or erase a few or add a few along the way. So don't crease it. And then obviously the subdivision, dynamic subdiv. It also is light and it's really like fast. So once I have that all down, it'll be a nice clean model. Then it'll give me a freedom to sculpt in like all my third lead details and such. You can use any method across. I mean, there's a million ways you can do that, and I'll talk about that briefly in a minute. But the Z model base is a huge win. It's basically you can get these nice clean shapes at a very low cage, and then you can manipulate it along the way. And then the creases are great. You can set that. Now, granted, when I usually set 35-2, and that's a general crease across the board. There's not much, and sometimes you might want a tighter crease here, tighter crease there. What I'll usually do for that is instead of changing my crease value, I'll add in a tighter edge loop or something so it's a little sharper here. But I generally like the look of 35, 2 really to crease how it subdivides across the whole surface. And then, like I said, you can use any method. Past the sub D commit, you can use anything in the book, booleans, brushes, all day long. And a lot of times, in the early stages of this, and I still do it, one thing we do is after sub D, before you want to sculpt the third read details, you save a morph target and use the morph brush to erase it. It's real free because you're not too scared of mucking things up, especially if you're coming from that. And I'm not really bringing anything new to the table with these processes. I think a lot of artists have covered it, but the main thing is to just keep it as simple as possible. That's the approach I have. I don't like to use a lot of things that are convoluted. I like to keep it simple. You can get as detail oriented and as complex as you want, but I just think you get speed by keeping it simple. I'd rather start simple, build up, than go crazy in the beginning and go back. It's just kind of, you want to keep things, a decent, creative freedom speed across the way. The second method we might use is similar, but maybe in the beginning you have a really complex shape that's got a lot of curves. It might be easier to sculpt it. So it's like, oh, I don't want to Z model that. Let me sculpt that base. So then you can sculpt it all up, and maybe you don't have to be perfect with it, because the idea here is we're going to Z remesh that, and then either maybe it's just one shape of it, and then we remesh, if it's a panel or like a, let me think, anything that like a fairing or something like that that could shell, you can just Z remesh it, use shell, and then you have a nice clean surface. Now, a lot of times, I'm not going to spend a lot of time with Z remesher to get it perfect. I just need it to be simple. So it's sculpt, Z remesh, get a clean shape, and then basically clean up the edges, delete a couple edges, and now I have a really basic panel surface, or any kind of surface really, and then I can shell it or do what I need to it, and then sub D it, and then basically we're back up here at the first section, where sub D commit, sculpt, third read details. So both of these are super powerful, and you can use whatever along the way. And lastly, this is more of the older school version, and it still has its place. It's still used. I would probably say 80% of my modeling is the Z model method base, sometimes maybe 5 to 10% sculpt base, and then the third one is your typical Dynamesh sculpting, and you get the shape in H polish and sculpt in third read details. Generally, the size of what I'm modeling, I put this all through filters, through like glasses of basically how I'm going to arrange things. Generally, most of the time it's Z-model based, but like how close you get to things and how far away the character is, you can get away with some stuff. So tiny things hidden under something, you can probably be a little bit sloppy with it, because no one's ever going to notice. That's actually the key to speeding this whole process up, is how close you are to things and how close you're going to get the camera to it. Like, you need to always be modeling at a distance and then zoomed up, because you can go crazy and get lost in the weeds, and then you pull out and you're like not even going to see that. Or you spend a lot of time making something really, really clean where you could have been quicker about it. This is all the stuff we learned along the way. When we started, I was pretty much, we learned we just were completely Z, at least me. I was like, in order to know Z model, I basically Z modeled something all the way through, really detailed. I wouldn't do that now again. And I'll talk about that. There's a couple of models that we actually did this on, and I'll talk about that in a little bit. But generally, that's the 3-method approach to, that ZBrush allows us to model, and it's really freeing and very creative. And what's really cool is anytime these third-degree details, you got to go back. You can still go back. Yeah, you might lose this with a morph target, but you go back to Z model base, step down subdivision level 1. There's also the cage. You can move it around, crease, back, and it all stays. So I want to just show real quick. I just showed a section of the torso. This is a skin that I made, a cosmetic skin, a tech revenant that is basically an outfit for multiplayer in Doom Eternal. The base of this was modeled by Peter, so the arms, feet, and the face underneath, and I just put an outfit on him. But this was all done probably 80% with the first method I talked about over here, the Z model base, crease, subdivision, sculpt, third-degree details. So let me just step through a couple of these images real quick. This is a front and back view. This guy, I can't not unsee this. I'm a huge RoboCop fan, and I always call this out. There's a part in RoboCop where they show a bunch of defunct cops, robots they were made to compete with RoboCop, and there's one that walks out and kind of stutters and falls down. The Revenant, even without this outfit, the Revenant always puts me in mind of that guy, and when I see this, it totally reminds me of RoboCop. It's a close up, and like I said, and all the hard surface was done that way. And on the back.
Nice.
That's awesome.
Yeah, totally decent.
So on the torso here, I'm just going to call out this one little section. I know it's really small, but with this little piece right here, I can walk through our process. And you can see that, like, basically doing this there, you can duplicate all this across the whole board. So what I'm about to show you on this one piece, I did everything. And it's really, in my opinion, simple. I mean, I'm not trying to, undersell it or anything. I mean, everything takes time and efficiency to make this clean and neat. But the tool set is pretty basic. So basically, there you go, the Z model thing, crease, dynamic subdiv, and then the sculpted details. Now I realize, I see this a lot of time in tutorials. It's like, oh, Z model to crease, then there's a massive jump from here to here. I'm going to talk about that. I'm not just going to be like, oh yeah, see, here you go, boom, boom, we're done. See you later. But this is relatively fast to get to this. Obviously, stuff that's free. It's just hitting a button. I usually like to go to level 4 on the dynamic subdiv. That usually covers most cases. You don't have to, but you'll usually get nice clean lines. And you can see what I'm talking about with the crease set to 2, 35-2. It grabs generally most of these. I don't have to select a bunch more or anything. So you generally get a nice clean shape. And now you have this really pretty clean basic shape that you can put all your details in. Now I could Z model this, no problem. ZBrush, if you wanted to, if this was going to be like flying across the screen, maybe I would have. But again, when you put things in perspective, the size of this and how far away, you don't need to. So it's not perfect. There is some boogers in some areas here, but it's clean enough at that distance that it works really, really well. And if I had the amount of time it would take me to poly model that old school way, versus new with all the tools in ZBrush, and there's even more coming with some of the newer stuff in ZBrush I wish I had when I made these, because the pipeline's always evolving. So I'm looking forward to doing more of that down the road. But let me go ahead and step through this piece right here through the different, what we use and how I got here. So generally, the first approach when I have this subviewed up, by the way, I don't go into this, it's important to note, I don't do this till I have the block out all in one place. You don't want to go ahead and detail something out like that when you're making a character model, especially in a production. You want to, because you want to get like a basic block out. So I'll go basically the top route here all the way, these two, method, I'll do the whole thing. Now, I kind of wish I had a slide with this, but like I don't have one saved at that state, so it's kind of confusing. So you got to kind of see through it. So basically, I would have all this blocked out. It'd just be clean surfaces, but nice and clean. And then we take it through down here and then go to sculpt the details. So first thing I'll do is usually figure out my panel lines. Now might be a good time to save a morph target, like I said, because you can morph it out with the brush, and then you don't have to worry about too much stuff. I did that at the beginning because I was always like, well, I can always go back. I've gotten pretty good with just H polish and like just fill to be able to correct mistakes. So the orbs cracks, I'll use that with a really good lazy mouse method. So I'll be able to like basically just drag it all around the edges to get clean shapes. Now, I know you're doing this by hand, but it's almost you become like a painter in a way. And that lazy mouse kind of saves you. You can get really, really clean lines. And usually you can kind of one-shot it. Now, here's a trick that will save you with this. I don't even worry if they're a little bit wiggly, because there's one thing that'll save your ass, and that is using AccuCurve with Move. Move brush and AccuCurve is vital to be able to get hard surface stuff clean. And I know people mention it, but I want to just call out how absolutely vital it is to our process and how I do things. Is that Move, and I have it, on my bar up here. I just turn it right on right up here. I mean, you can look up where it is. Actually, I even forget. I'm assuming it's under. No, I forget where AccuCurve is.
It's in the brush.
Yeah, because I've had it.
Brush and curve.
I've had it saved for so long. I'm like, where do they even have that anymore?
Same here.
So basically, the cool thing is like if the line's a little wobbly with the AccuCurve brush, you can come in and nudge it back into place, and it'll be really nice and clean. So I'll usually figure out all my panel lines, get them all nice and sharp. And then basically then I'll come in and be like, what do I need in more detail? Actually, secondly, I usually like to do is find out my reliefs and what I'm going to push in and push out. And there's a real balance to that when you're doing hard surface detail. You don't want to have everything going in or everything coming out. And what I'm talking about is I'll call this out. I use the mask brush. I'll just paint a mask in here, and then I'll probably, a lot of times I alter between smoothing the mask and sharpening it, which is powerful. You can use alphas for this stuff, but a lot of times I don't want to come, again, everything was made with just this stuff here because I don't want to dig for alphas in a panel. I want to be, it's faster for me to be like, I can just paint, I know what shape I need to paint this. So I'll paint all these lines around here and mask, not all at once, obviously. I'll just, mask this area, probably, this has got a softer edge, so I probably smooth it. Then I'll use the gizmo move tool and push it in. And then I'll, sculpt a little bit of detail on top of it. Over here, I'll just paint, the shape was this rectangle. And instead, like it's got a tight edge there, then I'll basically use the move brush and then transform with the rotate and push it in. So it's rotating from the edge. Here is the same process as this, but inverted. Basically, I paint around all the bolt holes and stuff like that. I'll smooth it and then push it out. This indent here is a basic H polish. Standard brush. A lot of people forget about this guy. He's still my buddy. That's how I get all of these lips here. And believe it or not, this is just with lazy mouse. And I'll usually take the fall off down so it's like sharp, so you get a nice bulbous curve to it, so it's sharp on the edges and not like you want that crease right there, right? So then I'll just trace this around, and then you have this nice little lip here. I believe I used it here. These little knobs here. And remember I was talking about pushing things in and out with surface details. You'll see there's a balance of that. It's in, out, in. It's all about balancing that. If all of that is doing one way, it'll look a little odd. You want a little balance when you're sculpting the surface, these little tiny details. By the way, even in production, this is where character artists get to shine because concept guys can't design every little piece like this. A strong character artist needs to fill in the gaps. So we need to be able to fill in all these details. They certainly can't afford their time to do it. It depends on what we're making. Concept it ranges. Like sometimes we get something rough, sometimes we get something very specific, and the character artist needs to be able to complete the task. Basically you do all that. That is applied to everything on here.
So a question came through. Sure. When you're doing that piece, are you just going straight into ZModeler, or are you doing a little quick block out? Really rough, and then switching to ZModeler?
So it's interesting. I think this varies depending on when. I'm going to date myself, but I've been doing this for a while, and I came up in polymodeling, so it's just so ingrained in me with a background in polymodeling. So I generally would just I'll create a primitive, and then I will just usually go from there. Like real crude, delete all the edges, so it's just a box, and then I'll just push them around. There's a lot of cool. There's the brush that I use to kind of manipulate that is the move infinite depth, because it's screen based and shoots right through, which is awesome for forming out blockouts. That's a really good question, because I wasn't going to mention this, and that's why I like questions in the process, because it makes me think of things I didn't think about. This brush is also imperative in a blockout, because you can make stuff really clean. Before we had this, is a little tricky. You had to like basically mask out with an area and then use a transform tool. I got by with it, but whenever they finally, when you guys added this, I was so happy. Because it's so easy to manipulate a really low cage to get an interesting mechanical shape, and it's going to be very precise. Now, I usually kill my perspective when I do this, so I'm looking at this very orthographically. So that's vital for it. But yeah, I generally don't. It depends though. Like I said earlier in the process, let me step back to the slide real quick. How am I? I'm 16. Okay, I'm all right on time. I have a little clock going up here, so I want to make sure I don't run into these guys' time too much. That goes back to the first two bases. You can Z-model the base, or you can sculpt it. And basically, these top two are the same. It's just, actually, they're all pretty the same. It's just the beginning. How do you start? And that depends on how you want to approach the problem. Not one of these is wrong. So you can just do a sculpted base and Z-remesh it, which some of us do. And on this guy, I think I mostly did the blockout, but it depends. When I get through the actual renders that I'm going to step through, I'll get back to that. But yeah, that's the basic approach to all these, and that's how we tackle the whole problem. And Peter and Denz are going to kind of share their process of how they approach their characters and demo some of those exact things. I mean, and they'll get into the weeds with that. But first, before I get into that, I want to kind of step through some of the renders, talk about some stuff that we did on the project, and we'll start off with this big guy. This is Denzil's character, and this was, I'll let Denzil get into this a little bit when he gets to this, but this was done in the beginning, probably Z-model heavy. We probably could have done a little bit different, but there's nothing wrong with that. Like, getting really friendly with Z-model and knowing how to attack it still makes you strong. It may take us a little bit longer to make things, but they're really precise and clean. And now the process is just like, we try to keep it as simple as possible and sculpt on top of it. And like Denzil will talk about this whenever it's just his turn to go here in a minute. But it's just awesome post, lighting and rendering. We tried to, all these are on ArtStation, by the way. So you can, the full HD versions of these on my own, Denzil's or Peter's. So feel free to check them out. They're really high. They're 4K resolution, so you can take them.
You guys also made an artist dump on ZBrush Central too.
Yes, that's very true. Thanks, Paul. It's all on ZBrush Central as well. There's the man himself.
To reiterate, you guys are doing all of this in ZBrush. You're doing all the hard surface,
Yep.
all the organic that you're
Yep.
doing. All 100% ZBrush.
Yep. Now, in the beginning of the project, I think it took, to be fair, in the very beginning, I think some of us came on a little bit late to this. But it definitely what started, the first couple of characters we started completely migrating over. I was complete ZBrush probably like halfway through. And then what we did was I started talking to the guys about it. And I understand, like a lot of people that come from a traditional poly modeling background, Z-modeler is tricky, but that's anything that's new. You just got to spend time with it. And I think some of the guys were kind of like, oh, it's just, you have to get over the hump with it because you approach things differently. But I can't think our entire team went right to it. Like, I don't think anybody was like, after, like, they got it. It just clicks and you can't go back. I don't even know. It'd be weird for me to go to traditional package and model again. I mean, I could do it, but why would I? Staying inside of ZBrush gives us so much freedom. And if I could stay in one package forever, I would. It's just fast, and speed is everything in production. This is actually, so as far as the pipeline is concerned, this is the beginning stages of that. Like, I think I was starting Z-modeler on the Arachnotron. I think the Marauder and the Arachnotron was the beginning of it, and the Dread Knight, which I'll show here in a second, was the most was where I went like full bore with all the whole process. That's just him at mid range, and so the Dread Knight. Yes, this is actually the one that, like, on his arm. I actually Z-modeled the whole thing full tilt, and I think some of the face actually, yeah, the face and the arm were like full bore Z-model, or no sculpting on top of it, just straight up 100% poly modeling. And then that's when I was like, I can get by with introducing so much other elements and faster when we start doing like speed. And a lot, by the way, it's really important to know that like we didn't pave the way of this anyway. A lot of artists were already doing this. It was more about like, hey, we need to do this, but get it clean. Cleaning and control is, I'm really anal about that with like, because it's a sculpting program. If you're not careful, you can get stuff that's a little bit doughy and sculpty, and that breaks the illusion of things being hard surface. So I don't care how you get there in ZBrush, as long as it's clean. That's the takeaway from it. And the cool thing is ZBrush gives you all the tools to do that. Like, there's no, you're not lost in the weeds there. It's like, well, actually, you have a lot of choices, a lot of avenues. And I'm sure I'm not hitting them all, but like that's the basics of it. But yeah, on this one, like, and I think basically on the face and arms and stuff, I did a full Z modeler, and then the rest I kind of started experimenting and started breaking out more into to keeping the cage of Z model really low, and then sculpting on top of it. And that was when I was like, man. It also, by the way, I love polymodel and polymodeler, but the more intense the model is, the more tedious it gets. And then when you're putting a time frame with that, it kind of sucks a little bit. And so when I got back to doing it this way, it was just like a love for it all over again. So I'm like, holy cow, dude, this is so much better, And I feel like the tool set has finally arrived. I can kind of leave it all behind. It was so freeing. And I watched. What was really cool, I was really nervous because I was like, I don't want to push this on everybody because I know it's a big change, but please try this. And everybody at first was like, the team is so open-minded. I love the character guys we work with. I mean, they're all awesome. And they all slowly were stumbling at the beginning, like similar to I was. And then but they all figured it out. But it was like me, I think Emmanuel and Denz were kind of experimenting this at the same time. But then we started passing it on to everybody else, and it just kind of grew from there. This was the whole process. This is more of the going back to the Z model crease and model on top of it. Like this is when we kind of had our bearings. And this was done I wish I actually could give you the actual time savings, but we were finishing it a couple weeks. Models were finishing earlier, and the fidelity was way up. And like you can't complain with that. Like the writing's on the wall. If you can get more clean fidelity and you're shaving time off, that's a win. If the schedule would have stayed the same, that still would have been a win in my opinion because the fidelity is going up. And that's how it is with everything. Every couple of years, things just get more and more involved and more intense, and it takes a little longer to make. But ZBrush allows you to bridge that gap, especially in the game pipelines. We still bake models to the high resolution. You can get kind of bananas with it.
Yeah, you're using the other program to do the baking.
Yes. Yep.
And some of your painting too, of course.
Yes.
Yeah. Are you using any poly paint during the process?
I do poly paint. Like that's a good one to call out, though, guys. Sometimes I'm using poly paint to figure out basic colors. I don't have good examples of it, but I know Peter and Denz are definitely familiar with that, and they definitely lay out some of their color stuff in ZBrush, for sure. This actually was experimenting more with booleans on the Cyber Mancubus here. I still use booleans. I use them a little bit more sparingly, but like it was pretty cool testing out like how far I could get it. So this guy was a little boolean heavy. I would probably not use him as much in only certain areas this time. Again, you have different tool sets to use. Which one am I going to use at the time? Booleans are are another awesome feature that shouldn't be forgotten. I like this right there. It's a pretty cool pose.
There were a couple of questions that came in, regarding when you actually make a decision to sculpt the detail or texture the detail.
That's a good question. Well, in hard surface, I'm going to almost always put it in there. The only time my texture detail is very high frequency, like I'm glad I stepped back to this. All these dents and scratches, I would not sculpt that in. That's all done. I would keep it very clean, like on the model I was just showing. It's basically, you want a nice clean surfaces. I'm not going to put little tiny nicks and scratches on here. I mean, maybe if there's optional time to do that, but in a game pipeline, you want to do that more in surfacing. As a matter of fact, we keep things cleaner than we ever have been now, and we save a lot of that stuff for painter or texture pipeline stuff. The Marauder here, that's everyone's character to hate when it first came out. This was also in the beginning process. He's a little bit more basic business. The surfaces aren't complex. But this was the same process. I think I cut my teeth on this, I believe, on the Arachnotron and the Marauder. And then when we finally committed, it was more like the Con Maker and the Mancubus hard surface and stuff and forward. Here's the big guy with his axe. Yeah, and like now all these surfaces here. It's a good question. It's a good question to answer your question here. Some of these big gashes and stuff, you have to sculpt that. You have to sculpt hero gashes and details. You can't do that in surfacing. It's got to be in ZBrush. You have to, but then all this tiny stuff, that's surfacing. That's not in that character. For game pipeline, you can solve that with tileable detailing maps and a couple other things that I don't want to get into now for. But like, you have the big scratches and gouges and all this stuff. That's all sculpted detail. It has to be in ZBrush for sure. That would just be a pain in the butt. I mean, you probably could do that in surfacing maybe, but I wouldn't want to wait to do that. That's stuff I'll call out in the sculpts.
Yeah.
Nice.
It's cool.
This is the Revenant. This is one of Peter's models. It's a pretty cool pose. This was probably, I don't think Peter had gotten to the pipe ZBrush method.
Yeah, this is a pretty early one.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is
but
mixture
for you, Peter?
Like an external package.
Yeah, so this is you're using a different package to do all your hard surface stuff.
Yeah, and then bring it into ZBrush for some scratches and stuff. So,
yeah,
it's pretty. I think 2018 or something.
Yeah, this was
early on.
This is a really cool pose. This is when he gets his armor shot off. I love the breakables aspect of Doom. It's just a lot of fun to just basically shred demons down to their bones. It's awesome. And it's also, that's just the first layer. He's not even gored up. That's just like the breakable section. Then there's gore on top of it. He can blast and tear up Primo. I love this pose. It's like he dropped something or he forgot to tie his shoe. He's like, but this is another one of Peter's. He's like, damn it. This is another one of Peter's models, or like the ceiling's too low, or he's like, I can't see. Yeah, this guy's really cool. This is a tyrant. And now he's upset about it. No. But this is great. Great character. Awesome work.
It's also the very first one that I made when I got on the project. So this is even older than the Revenant.
Yeah.
So a lot of this is just polymodeling in Max, and then I'll bring it over to ZBrush and doing some dance.
Sure.
But you can see, like, at the beginning, that's where we were, and then where we landed.
Yeah.
Like, it's so cool. This is actually one of my favorite characters. This is Whiplash. This is another Peter's model. This is fucking awesome character. It's just that from game design, from the design all the way down, it's just super cool. Love it.
I agree. I love this one.
So cool.
It's so cool. That's a cool one, yeah.
I love the teeth and the face. It's just awesome. I thought Alex Palma was a concept designer on this.
Yep.
Yeah, and the transition from the organic upper torso into the body of the hard surface, like it's beautiful.
That's great work.
Yeah. Great flow.
The back is really cool in this.
Yeah. It's such a cool character.
Love that skin. It's nasty.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to get close to that. And this is actually by the Dark Horse DLC model by Philip Bailey. He's a principal environment artist. Actually, he does a lot of organic stuff, and he wanted to join the character team. So we're glad to have him. He's been with us for 1 or 2 years now, over probably 2 years now. And this is one of his first characters he did. And this was a Z model right all the way through. The top process I was talking about, the Z model base method. And it's great. It was also an interesting feedback pipeline with that method, because we were able to change things really rapidly. So it wasn't like you're not that committed to things. Like, it's easy to, especially surface panel lines, you just erase them, boop, boop, draw them back in, get approval. You're not having to like kill polygons or like, it just gives me nightmares of the old days of that kind of stuff. That is it. I have one more thing that I want to mention, but that is it for us. It is that, guess what, guys? We are hiring. We have positions available now here, and I think they're linking this in the chat. I think Kyle has mentioned we get it up there somewhere for y'all. So I believe it's just a generic character art position at the moment, but I don't care. We're looking for any range, from senior to junior to mid-level. So please, if you want to come model monsters, demons, hard service, we do it all the fun stuff. Anyways, in my opinion, I've been here for 10 years now. I don't see myself going anytime soon. So we are hiring, and all positions, like I said, for the project that's coming up. And if it's not there, I would still try to, I think we have some generic, but I'm assuming most people would apply for character art in here. But yeah, we're looking for people. So if you have what it takes, please hit me up. through the website, of course. Don't flood my Facebook or ArtStation. I don't mind that either, but like, just mind.
Somehow finds your personal phone number.
Are you guys staying in the studio atmosphere like the way you guys are right now? Everyone can stay where they're at, or student location?
That's a very good question, and I figured that was going to come up. Thanks for asking. Right now, we are all remote still. We are at this hybrid method and open to. So the basic rule of thumb here is none of this is concrete. They're open to senior talent being remote, mid-level and junior. They're not. They want more of a hybrid approach. I think when we go back to the office, it'll be hybrid. But things are possible. If I would say, if you're interested in working here, don't hesitate to apply, because nothing's in concrete yet, and we're still working out the details on that. The times are changing, and so is the industry. We don't want to count with our pants down, but we don't have a definitive. Right now, it's going to be hybrid, but we're still work from home. Sure. I don't know when we're going to go back just yet, but whenever we do, it will be a hybrid method. But like what positions are going to be allowed to be fully remote versus coming on is up in the air. So, okay. That's it for me, guys. I think I'm going to toss this over to Denz, and he can show you some of the good stuff.
All right.
Cool. That was awesome.
Yeah. Hey guys. My name's Denzil O'Neill. I've been with id as a character artist for 9 years now, which is kind of crazy to think about. 8 of those years I worked with Jace in Dallas. We're currently working from home in Australia. So yeah, I had the opportunity to work on Doom 2016 and most recently Doom Eternal, which was a special project because I was given the opportunity to work on the Doomslayer. So as Jace mentioned, there's so many techniques for hard surface in ZBrush, ranging from sculpting to poly modeling. But the beauty of the program is that you can mix and match all those different techniques to varying degrees, depending on kind of what you want to do with the asset, time constraints, and stuff like that. So here's the Doomslayer here. He's 100% demodeled in ZBrush. So we knew he was going to be a hero asset, and the camera is going to be up close on the surfaces. So one of the things we wanted to push was the Z modeler aspect and get that really clean surfaces and that kind of sub-D look that you get to models. So I'll just get into some of the pieces here. So everything is still non-collapsed. And you can go back into the low poly. So when you press D, you'll just go into the sub-div mode. And as you can see here, the meshes are pretty low poly. And one of the things that ZBrush helps to achieve that is the crease edges. So instead of like back in the old days, you had to add holding edges to everything. So you would have double edges everywhere. In ZBrush, you can just use crease edges, which acts as like a double loop. So that will create tighter edges so that you can, I forgot my time here. Basically just create shapes. So I'll go down to the body here. So as you can see, this is one contiguous mesh. It's all box model. There are some pros and cons to keeping everything uniform and contiguous. So I'd say one of the pros is that you can move stuff around and keep stuff together. Cons is probably it takes a bit more time, but when you're moving stuff around, things don't kind of separate. So, and one of the things I wanted to achieve with this model was the leather kind of poking through and like jutting up against the pieces. So having that kind of cut in look kind of helped with achieving that. You go down to the leg here, and you can see, as Jace was mentioning, the use of Boolean. So this is before we started sculpting stuff. So you can see there's a lot of Booleans peppered around the model to create the smaller details like holes and rivets. Even here, we have a cut line. So some of the cut lines were modeled as Booleans as well, separate subtools. One of the benefits of that is that you can keep the clean underlying mesh and then have a lot of detail on top that doesn't disturb anything underneath.
That's a good point what Den's just mentioned, Paul. Like that's something I forgot. I use that a couple times on panel lines on the Mancubus and stuff. That's a good use for booleans that I think some people might not think about is for panel lines.
Yeah, it's like more of a non-destructive approach. So you guys keep your panel lines separately, and then you can do whatever you need anywhere else on the surface.
Totally.
So these are, but these you didn't. This is like the one that's going in the engine, right, Denzil? Or are you actually doing this with ZModeler?
That's awesome,
yeah, this
right?
is the high res, all done in ZModeler.
Wow.
Basically just box modeled.
Yeah, like I said, we pushed it. We basically, Paul, like, yeah, the idea was to push it as much as we possibly could. Like, and that's why I'm saying, like, we're so confident that, like, anything polymodel can be made in ZModeler. Absolutely. Easier.
Yeah.
I mean, nowadays, I think we would do it. Denz, I would like your comment. I think we would probably not go this far. We'd probably sculpt a little bit on it now. But, like, knowing that we could go that far, you know, it's just that you push it as far as you can so you have that ability and you learn a lot. So I think it's still a powerful tool. But I don't know necessarily we probably, you know, it depends on the artist, really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, that's great.
Or how much, yeah. So, yeah, you can get super detailed. I would say, like, you know, because I, like Jace, come from the traditional packages of box modeling, sub-D modeling. And so, yeah, coming to ZModeler was a bit scary. Can we achieve that kind of level of detail? But now going back, I would never go back to traditional methods just because ZBrush keeps you in this, I guess, kind of ecosystem that is just very intuitive. And yeah, it's one of the benefits also is that it's very difficult to make like funky geo, like n-gons and stuff like that. I think it's literally impossible.
Yeah, there's no n-gon.
Yeah,
have n-gons.
Yeah, so
you can't sculpt in an n-gon. That's why ZBrush doesn't. You can't sculpt across an n-gon.
Oh right, yeah. So that's one of the reasons.
It's not possible.
Cool. Yeah, so that keeps you within like a certain kind of constraint, but doesn't really limit you. I couldn't imagine making this in another package. I'll just put it that way.
Wow.
So
how many levels of detail do you have for this one? This character?
Levels of detail? Do you mean like in the?
Well, you have your high res. Do you have levels of details for this? Because he's the main character. Right?
No, because this was not. This was before sculpting, so this is just a low res mesh with a dynamic sub-div applied, and then booleans on top. So there's no.
Are you talking about different levels of detail in the game engine, Paul?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, like the engine automatic LODs are characters, so we don't have to make them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so we have some grip on the shoes there. All this stuff is one contiguous mesh as well. Stuff like the knife. So back in the day, we used array mesh to build things in the center of the world, and then look how they look on the arm, and then still have the symmetry. I think today stagger might be a better way to do that, or another way to do that. Yeah, and sometimes I would also build a box, like a very simple box, so that I could bring it up to the arm and use the box as like an anchor point for the gizmo, so I could always have that XYZ space to work in. I'll move over to the helmet. So I'm trying to get through this pretty quick because we've got the demo as well. So the helmet was a cool piece to work on, just because so much emphasis was put on getting the design correct. As you can see, so it's also one contiguous mesh. So it was built to function in a real helmet in the sense that it has an inside and it's all connected, and you can fit a human head in there. So all the inside's modeled in, and it's just all the same technique. So I'm just going to show you some of the, here you can see like how many Boolean things we have. So those are just like IMM brushes, some basic ones that come with ZBrush, and then some that I've kind of modeled myself and then add them in. And then there are levels on, Booleans on top of Booleans, so going in, and then there's kind of assets inside the Boolean. So that kind of gives the model a nice layered effect and look to it.
What's your final triangle count for the in-game for this piece they're asking, and how many pieces did it end up being?
For the low poly?
No, for when you in the engine, what was your guys' final? What was your triangle count that you allowed for this particular character?
100 kJs, I think, somewhere around there.
Ballpark, yeah. Our ballpark, yeah. Honestly, our triangle in-game count is actually a lot smaller than a lot of people think. Like because of the speed, 60 speed is everything. Yeah, you're like a Ferrari running around. So and there's a lot of characters. So we're like the main character can be about 100, but some of the monsters are 30 to 50 to 70. But like that's a big guy. You know, I'm ballparking it, but yeah. We got a lot. We have to squeeze a lot into those lows.
And across how many pieces usually? 4 or 5, 6?
I mean, broken up pieces to low poly.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, like their torso, legs, arms. Depends on the model. Like it doesn't really have a limit to it. The texture size is more of the issue there. So we usually try to keep it like around 5 texture sets right now, depending. Hero character got more, like this guy. Den's going to answer that. I don't remember how many texture sets he had.
Yeah, around that range, yeah. And pieces was probably
just trying to keep up with the chat. The chat's rolling for you guys right now.
Yeah.
It's like a Doom. It's seriously like Doom in the chat right now. They're like,
yes.
Sorry, go ahead, Denz.
Yeah, sorry. So here we just splayed the model out. This was a trick that Jace used in the original 2016 with the helmet, where we splayed it out to get the field of view looking from the Doomslayer's perspective, so you could look through the helmet. So it's the same helmet. We just kind of flattened it out. As you can see all the inside there. I think I added a few more details just to get a better read on a closer up view. All right, so I was just going to do a demo now on kind of getting one of those pieces from like the blobby sculpt stage into a nice cleaner stage. So I just started here with a Metabarosaurus, which is a local dinosaur from where I'm from, Queensland, for this demo. And so here I've just sculpted some hard surface pieces. So I wanted to go for like a Dino Riders kind of feel, if you're old enough to remember that show. Most people probably don't know what it is now. Yeah, so that's just straight up sculpting, standard brush, pinch, move, yeah, all the standard fare. And so I'll come to the finished piece. So it demonstrates like all the different techniques that you can use. So I'll be just kind of going over the sleeve piece, and then up here. So these parts are just like straight up sculpted. Taking the blobby part, Z-remeshed it, and then just sculpt. So yeah, that's the awesome thing about ZBrush. You can stay in the same ecosystem and do so many different techniques, and just roll with kind of how you want to take things. So I was going to work on this sleeve piece. So yeah, so I started with this. So that's already decimated. I'm going to just Z-remesh that to as low as we possibly can. And that should get us like the lower the better. Otherwise, you're going to spend more time just chopping stuff out that you don't need. So that should pop up in a second. Yeah, and that looks pretty good. So it already gives you some of the polyflow which you need. So basically, when you press D, that'll go into the sub D mode. And so it all looks pretty soft now because we don't have any creases or holding edges. So if we start, so I'm in the ZModeler brush, and the cool thing about it is just one brush, you hold down space, and it'll give you the context. So you can do polygon, edge, or vert. So I'll just be switching through those. So we're on edge crease. So if we go through and crease here, some edges, already you can see that starting to sharpen up. So as Jace was mentioning before, the different kind of options to get the nice sub D look, you kind of want about dynamic sub div of 3 to 4, and a crease of 2 to 3. So that'll give you a nice soft look. It also depends kind of on the resolution of your model, but that's generally works for most things. So if we look now, it's starting to get a bit more shape. Here, start cleaning stuff up. So I want to make a kind of a bold shape here on the forearm, and it actually already has pretty much that edge flow. So one way I add edges. So I learned this before slice mesh was introduced, Paul, and I still use this way because I guess I'm just used to it, and I like the kind of methodology of it is insert edge loop. So if you go polygon, insert poly loop, hold it down, that'll give you your edge, and then you can slide it. So you can slide the partial, and then give that a bevel. So that'll give us somewhere where we can add in a cut. So if we transpose that, and then go in the gizmo, and then hold down Control, that'll let you. Turn up the volume for a second.
So I want to call something out real quick too while Denz is doing this. It's really interesting. Like sometimes panel lines in the low are absolutely easier to do there than drawing out. So it just kind of becomes like after you use this process, you kind of get used to like, oh, you can just kind of see how it is and add it in like in the low. It's just kind of convenient. So it's kind of like, oh, I can just panel loop this and drop an edge real quick. It's faster than me painting it. But it takes some mileage of getting used to working that way. But it just kind of like this thing's kind of pop up now and again. Like, oh, I'll just throw an edge loop in here and make a panel line, as opposed to sculpting it in. It's just whatever's faster or cleaner.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, if the structure's already there, then sometimes it's easy just to cut it in the polys. Yeah, or if it doesn't work with your structure, then sculpting for sure. And one of the awesome things about ZBrush poly modeling is that you still have access on the fly to all your sculpting brushes, so it's a lot more organic. So I will use pinch, smooth. Smooth on a really low intensity is awesome for cleaning up the mesh. So if you hold down Shift, let go of Shift, it'll pop out, or you can kind of degradate the mesh by just holding down Shift. Also, like standard brush. So pinch brush. So if I want this shape to have a bit more tighter edge, I'll just come in with a pinch brush and run that through, and then standard brush, push that out, and you can see it's starting to hold more shape now just because those edges are closer together. So I'm just going to add a bit more detail, just checking time. So here we can come here. Q-mesh is actually one of the coolest things ever. Like, takes a bit of getting used to like what it's going to do, but you can create details so fast with it sometimes. Sometimes
Q-mesh is definitely a call out. That thing saves so much time, for sure, man. It's awesome.
So we'll just make a little inset here.
Yeah, and I want to call it to the very first feature he used too created triangles in the backside for him too. So he didn't have the loop go all the way around the whole piece here too.
Yeah, and I'm not too worried about creating clear geo or worrying about triangles, because there's going to be so many opportunities to link loops up or hide loops in crevices and stuff that you're just trying to concentrate on getting the shape to where you want it to be.
Another cool thing too is what you can do when you keep your base low. A lot of times your people are worried about pinching, because you can see up in where he pushed that in. A lot of times back in the day, you might get a pinch there. We don't worry about that anymore, because you can H-polish that out. Like no sweat, dude. Why worry about cutting another edge loop to smooth that like traditional poly modeling? Because you can just H-polish it out. That's another time saver.
Yeah, that's another great thing. You're not stuck with the geo, so let's add this little detail here. Man, I'm sweating. It's hot here in Australia. I don't know if that's.
You're looking good though, man. It's how quick you're doing all this for them. I think you're opening some eyes, I think, for people too. So you're doing great.
Absolute wizard with this stuff.
Yeah. So it's just you kind of get in Zen mode actually, like. Whereas I think before in other packages it was like anxiety mode, but you can just keep doing this for days.
I think old school box modeling to me was like almost like mathematical equations, because you had to figure out your topology, where you're going to go, edge loops.
Yeah.
Like it wasn't the creative as much as you can get, say, with this per se.
Yeah, like seriously, that kind of slows that stuff down sometimes. I mean, complexity definitely hurts that. And keeping it like it's fun. It's interesting that when like younger talent coming up, like they just start with ZBrush. It's like they didn't know. They don't have to, you know. That's why sometimes the sculpt. That's why the methods. It doesn't matter as long which way you end up is what matters. Not the approach is what the model looks like. And there's you can take 3 different streets to get there, or more than that. Actually, we just mentioned 3.
Yeah, well, look what he's done in what has only been like 5 minutes, like that top part, right? That then
So clean looking.
yeah, it's money.
So I'm just going to add a little boolean here. So I just dragged an IMM basic. Now just split this. So split unmasked points, and then that'll put its own subtool, and it's just as simple as going subtraction. Pushing that in, turn on live boolean, and give that a color, and then kind of just getting the angle correct on that. A lot on my custom brushes, there's a setting, right, Paul, where it can conform more to the mesh underneath when you draw it on.
The projection.
Yeah, projection. Yeah, so that helps with a lot of that stuff.
Yeah, yeah, it's in the brush palette modifiers. There's a projection slider.
Yeah. Do we have time?
Yeah.
How much time? Am I on half an hour close?
We're at 3:12. You got time. Again, it's only me and Ashley next for our stuff, so you're good. Don't feel
so.
Hurry up.
So
no, you're already working. Sorry.
I have one Z-modeler brush that I've separated out, and I use it for all the what do we call that? Like the
topology.
Yeah, the topology kind of stuff. So I have that, and then so all the parts of that brush are geared towards that mode, so I don't have to change anything.
Yeah, there's one in Lightbox too.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, for those that don't know what he's referring to, there's one in Lightbox that allows you to. He's turning on all the snapping ability with edge, with vertex and edge looping, so he can draw right on the surface with polygons.
Yeah. So this will just be a little cut line. You can crease where you want, or actually you can add in. We'll add in some edges where you want things to be a bit tighter to hug the mesh.
By the way, what he's doing right there is whatever is faster. Sometimes crease is faster, sometimes chopping an edge is faster. Your brain just learns to click which one's quicker. It's there's no wrong way there, but sometimes dropping an edge is faster than worry about a crease.
It's interesting. You use a lot of Gizmo. It's interesting to see how much you're using the Gizmo too as a modeling technique too.
Oh yeah, it's great. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm big on the Gizmo myself too.
Yeah.
Oh, love it.
The transposing Z-modeler seems to be a hidden feature that every time I show up here, like, wait, you can do that, and then you're just flying with it.
I use a transpose as well.
Yeah.
I find for organic stuff it feels more intuitive for sure.
Mm-hmm.
So that'll give you a little cut line. What you can do is add a bit more structure to it. So insert an edge, transpose the edge, and push it. If you hold down Control and scale, it'll do like a universal push. Increase that edge, increase some of these edges as well. Make it more tighter edges. And then, so that'll give you a different kind of look. And the cool thing about this method is that you can colorize it for baking methods or just for the visual look of it. And then from here you can, where is it? Dynamic subdiv. You can collapse.
The poly paint's a cool idea for that stuff. That's dope.
And then you can sculpt to your heart's content. on top of that. So you can have all these techniques kind of going at once. Yeah, so I think, I did all right for time. So I can hand that over now.
That's great.
Yeah, you did that so fast.
Yeah, and what you just got done in that time. Look at that. That's awesome. That's dope. Right. I think you opened up people's eyes. Just seeing it in action helps a lot to see what you're doing and relating to what you guys have been talking about already during this presentation.
Cool. Awesome.
Yeah. All right. So we're moving. Peter's next.
Yeah.
All right. Let's throw yours on.
Cool. So yeah,
Peter made that sphere.
Yeah, I made a sphere. It's a new
color
feature in
yeah.
2021.7.
It's a new feature.
Yeah. So yeah, Jason talked about our workflow and how there's like 3 different approaches to hard surface modeling. Now, Denzil showed the proper way of doing it with ZModeler, all clean and proper. And now I have a thing where I kind of wanted to take this third method a step further and not use any poly modeling at all. So I'm trying to avoid poly modeling, Z modeling, and only ZRemesh where necessary. And I had for this occasion I dug up an old personal project of mine, which is from 2016. So there's a little sketch I had, and I turned it into this concept. And this thing here is actually like my messy Dynamesh blockout from back then. I did all the, like back then my approach would have been to make this blockout in ZBrush and then take it over back to 3ds Max and do like a sub-D modeling pass on top of that. And then I got as far as like thinking about a few details on the visor there. Anyway, then some other things happened, real-life stuff and id Software, and this never went anywhere. So I dug this up because it's got both hard surface and organic stuff, and this is kind of the updated design where I picked out some of the details from back then, and I wanted to try making this just with the base tool set in ZBrush, like the standard brush, masking brush, moving and transforming, but without actually Z modeling anything. So and that's where this Z sphere comes in. So yeah, a word on the process. All the new like hard surface process is still kind of relying heavily on the standard tool set that's been around for ages, like the standard brush and the transpose and H polish and stuff. So it's not necessarily new stuff. So I'm gonna I have this ZBrush file here with a lot of incremental versions of this, and I'm gonna go through a couple of them. I'm actually, like the part that I wanted to demo, I'm gonna actually skip ahead and just show that. So this is like, as a starting point, this would have been my my Z-sphere here, and the thing I did was extracting like that visor there, using like a mask from the Z-sphere and dragging that out. And this is also just Dynamesh, and I'd just masking things off here and scale it up and down and so and keep redynameshing that. Actually, let me skip ahead to the next version, and then I dragged out like extracted some geometry from the base sphere for the head and this element in the back here. And I'm going to skip forward to here. Hang on. Some scan. Gonna skip.
You sculpt so fast, Peter.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? So this is still kind of the blockout. I'm kind of looking for the file where where I started adding the frame elements, like these guys here from the concept. And I did those just by extracting things from the visor here, like so, and then accept, and then I just Z remesh this, clean this up a little, Z remesh, and that's about the only time I used Z remesh, because I wanted to kind of do a PG crease on the edges here, and then yeah, merge it together as a Dynamesh, and I'm going to show you. I hope this is the kind of the next step in this. So essentially, what I did here was I extracted these frame bars from the base mesh, and these guys here on the sides, they're just a cube 3D. It's got the same bevel, and it's actually merged into the basic main visor there. Sorry, and then these recesses here, they're booleans. And let me check if I still have the. Yeah, I still have the Boolean operands here. That's what they look, right? So, yeah, and that's basically the blockout, right? Just extracting stuff, scaling things up and down. A lot of edge polish along the way, and a lot of planar brush to keep things clean and smooth. And then for these details, I actually started building a brush, that a multi-alpha brush that contains some of these basic geometry shapes here. It is over here. It takes a minute to load because there's like a whole series of brush tips in there. And by the way, if you want to learn more about that, I found that multi-alpha brush trick by watching a YouTube video, actually, by Michael Pavlovich. So if you Google for a ZBrush multi-alpha brush, you'll find his video on that. Essentially, what you do is you pre-build these. Hang on. You can pre-build these pieces of geometry here, and then import them into your scene. And in the brush menu down here, you can go add them to the brush, and it's behaving like an IMM brush. So you can get the same preview up here at the top of the screen for all the stuff that's in there, or hit M for all the brush's contents. So you can see my little collection of base shapes. This is like rounded elements, and some rectangular stuff, and triangles, and some arrays of lines down here, some stars, and I can then go. I wonder why it's not. I wonder why it's only Z subtracting right now. That's weird, but. Yeah, that's weird, and I don't know why, but essentially,
holding the L key and it's not pulling out.
Oh, it's like actually subtracting for both. That's strange.
I've had that happen before. I don't know what.
Yeah, I would probably have to restart at this point, but I'll just skip ahead. Yeah, and.
But I think people get it though. You got the subtraction and add it, like the additive method.
So this is actually an additive element here, and these are added. So yeah, that's pretty weird, actually. And on the top piece, I'll try that. Nope. Okay, that worked this afternoon though.
If it's a stored brush, try resetting your brushes. Maybe if it's a brush that you have inside of your ZBrush, try resetting all brushes. Maybe you were playing with.
Maybe I can reset current brush, maybe. Or...
Sure, you can do that too.
Yeah.
And see, maybe you were playing with something.
That's really strange. Yeah.
Oh, there you go. Sweet.
There we go.
That's pretty weird.
That's interesting because, okay, you just reset brushes. That's all you did, Paul? Because sometimes I'm like, just reset ZBrushes. I'm like, I don't know what setting to switch. That's good to know. Because I actually had that.
You might have been playing with a setting you forgot or something like that, and it's caused.
Yeah. I've definitely accidentally done that where I'm like, crap, what am I?
What's weird is that it's now doing the same thing again. Awesome. Anyway, yeah, just to go through some more increments of this. So basically transition now from blocking out this visor element and this thing on the top here. By the way, this kind of Kum element there sticking out, that's also from the brush, so it works on rounded surfaces just fine. These cuts, like Jason mentioned, this is orb brush, right? And these extrudes are just manually masked and then dragged out. So yeah, the next iteration takes a while to load. Something like this, and you can kind of see on the back here where what the brush does. So it's a nice little trick to kind of build up greeble quite fast. It's not necessarily good for making like really aimed bigger modeling choices, but for like small details like this.
It's very clean though. I mean, that's really clean. That's what really matters.
Yeah, I do a lot of smoothing in between, but it's still all kind of Dynamesh. And it's not even like a very high res. So this is, I don't know, the scale also depends on the size of the model inside the scene, but this is 1400, so it's about half of the maximum that is possible. Also, you can kind of see here in the wireframe that I've been using the orb brush and also some of these base shapes with the sculptress mode on. So if you ever run out of resolution in Dynamesh and then don't want to remesh, you can just turn on sculptress mode.
That's cool.
Oh no, it's also like dependent on brush size, obviously. So if you have sculptures on, you want to go like for a really small brush size, and then it'll just add in the necessary density there. So that works. Fortunately, it works for the orb brush as well.
That's really powerful for alphas. Just sometimes you don't have the resolution. It's just the sculptor's thing, kind of.
Yeah. So up to this point, it kind of makes, yeah, it makes for a nice alternative. Obviously, this is only like an experimental thing. I'd still use polymodeling like in an actual model, but you can go a long way with just Dynamesh. Okay. As for bevels, this bevel here in front, this is essentially the same technique that Marco Plouffe mentioned using the clay brush. You can just, I hope the negative clay now works as well.
I got something turned on then.
Yeah, I have some weird setting somewhere. I don't know. So essentially, what you can do is like go around edges, even harder edges than this with a clay brush, negative clay brush, and then that way kind of create little bevels there. And obviously you want to kind of use H polish or something to clean them up later. And a bit tricky to demo this stuff right now, but yeah, essentially that's what I use to make these bevels here and the bevels on the front of the visor. So anyway, onto the organic part. And yeah, the other thing I want to talk about is actually detailing organic stuff and how to start when you have like a block out. This is all built from Dynamesh and a lot of smoothing. And if you are puzzled as to where to start, it's always a good idea to just throw in some alphas first. So I have a couple of them here, like at a really low value. It doesn't even have to be like skin alphas. I'm just at the very beginning, after some basic noise here, and then I have some.
The happy little trees there.
Yeah.
Popping out.
Happy little trees there.
Happy little trees there.
These are actually alpha brushes, alphas that I found on ZBrush Central like ages ago, like at least 15 years ago or so, and I'm still using them. I can't remember who posted them though. It's just been just dragging them along, and
is it in the repository, like that brush thread that was going on since forever?
I'm not sure. I should have Googled for them. They're called Next Stipple and
well, there's the ones Alex Alvarez did years ago, and then there's actual repository of alphas on Pixologic's website too.
Let me actually look that up.
So it might be those. Look a little bit like Alex's.
Next Stipple ZBrush. Find out.
So while he's doing that, Jason, there was a question about what you guys are looking for hiring. Is there anything in particular you guys are looking in portfolio wise?
That's a good question. So it's a little tricky. You got to do it all here. You can't just be a creature guy, or you got to be able to model hard surface, and you don't have to be top notch either. But like we'll get you there. Look, it doesn't mean I want to hire you. Like I'm down to teaching some things. It just depends on the portfolio and whatnot. But if you want to be specific, hard surface, organic creatures are important. That's what we do. So keep that in mind. My general advice to anybody is don't stay in one lane too long. You can. There's definitely people who specialize. There's no harm, no foul, to each their own. But the more robust you are here, the more I can plug you into the pipeline as opposed to being specific. So hard surface is just as equally as much as creature stuff. I think today we're going to focus a lot on the hard surface stuff because that's what impacted Eternal so much. But I'm glad Peter's doing some organic stuff because that's we have
about that. I think this weird Z add Z sub thing is still going on. Like I can't.
Can you? I don't think it wouldn't take that long to just if you want to just reboot.
Just restart.
I think it might
be restart rather than.
I can either restart or go through the other.
Restart. It might be your tablet or your Cintiq too. Maybe something's going on where it's reading.
That's weird because Okay, let me just.
Another question keeps popping up about like how long you how long you guys spend on each character.
Oh, that's a really good one. So it varies. I'd say obviously if you have something like the imp, it's a single manifold character, which is not very complex. I mean, it's all one mesh, but for the most part, it's organic. It's faster. Generally, it depends. It depends on the feedback loop because Doom characters are iconic, so it's not like you get a concept and then it's done. So there's a lot of feedback loop going back and forth on that. It's generally 2 months. If it's an organic character without hard surface, it's probably half of that. That's for high poly work. The whole generally it's a month for high poly. If it has hard surface, it's 2 months. If it's a hero character like Denzil the Doom Marine, it's going to go longer than that because we're going to be real critical of it. And it's tough. I mean, these chess pieces are important, so we spend time on them. So it kind of varies. The feedback, it really depends on the feedback loop. So in general, I'm giving you a very rough ballpark because it's hard to pin that down because it could be a boss might go into 2 or 3 months time frame depending on all that. But it's generally if it's a single manifold character, I'll use the imp for example. Doom Eternal, it's about a month of high poly work, probably a week to low, a little week depends, and then a week to texture. Sometimes it's 2 weeks.
Cool. So let me see if this works now.
Yeah, I think they found the alphas that you were getting them. They were from Monster Maker, aka Rick Baker.
Oh, Monster Maker, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that guy. He's just,
Yeah, they put a link in the chat.
Just like a hero to everybody that knows anything about 80s. So it's amazing.
So yeah, this is essentially my base skin pass before any other detailing. I'm just laying down some base noise like you saw with the alphas, and then essentially going over the entire model with a damn standard pass. And this I keep doing for a while, right? This is not so much about finding final detail, but rather finding some basic directionality. That wasn't a good one. And then in the next step, I would then go in and with a standard brush or with a clay brush, and like zoom in. This is kind of a small scale process there. But I go in and kind of start adding some volumes and trying to find some interesting things that are going on. Adding some volumes, also combining some of these wrinkles into larger pockets, and then gradually kind of working my way up. So it's not actually like a linear process necessarily going from large blocks to small, but it's in this case in the detailing of monster skin at least, it's you've often got the case with that like smaller details and smaller flow informs the secondary details, and so you can kind of start bringing out more decisive forms.
Sorry. What do you guys do for references? Since you guys are creating stuff that just doesn't exist in real life, right? So someone was asking, well, what do you guys use for reference for all this stuff?
One tool a lot of artists are not aware of, but first off, we use a program called PureRef, which is amazing for image boards. So I'll do a breakdown from a top-down view, but I'm sure each artist is different. Usually what I'll do is to do the PureRef, drop the concept in that we have, and then I just litter it with Pinterest stuff from Pinterest. Like we reference Doom is basically 80s horror, like Evil Dead stuff. Its old effects are always like awesome callbacks to kind of like our style. We look at some pretty gross things. Nature of it's weird. It's some of us on PTSD from it. But basically, references everything. You have to have it. We don't go into blind. The image boards are something we just totally use. It looks like Den's grabbing his head. I also have in the background these real life skulls. Not real life. I mean, yeah, real dead people's skulls. A replica of skulls, stuff like that. This guy right here, man, is huge. I use that thing all the time. You never master anatomy. I don't care how. I mean, it's like a lifelong thing.
It's a journey.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
So sometime later, I just skipped to the next version of this. Sometime later, you probably have something like this, and yeah, I think this was a point where I saved this and put this aside for 2 days, which always helps in kind of having an opinion on like a small scale detail like this. So coming back, I thought this was all still a little too uniform, and yeah, a change from this base loop, like damn standard brush for wrinkles and then filling them up was in order. So the next step would then, I think, be with the polish and clay brushes to go in and beat down some of the. You can kind of see it here in the side of the cheeks. Beat down some of the uniform detail and start trying to find some areas of rest. Also, along the transition here. To the hard surface thing. And from there, I think, yeah, this is polished down even further. So essentially, what you can do at this point, because you don't want to lose all the base noise that is still shining through, so you cannot just smooth this out. So you can actually try and polish things using the standard brush, like ever so carefully filling in things until it's only like the larger shapes remaining. Or you can, like the next stronger brush, I would say, is the clay brush that kind of smoothes out the things, but depending on how hard you press, it doesn't lose all the underlying detail. It's just very subtle. And of course, polish, which is like nice way to kind of flatten everything. Again, not as strong as like edge polish would be on a hard surface model, but yeah. And that way you go like can go through your model and create areas of rest. And I think there was a question before how much detail we put in the sculpts versus how much we do in the texture, and that's a pretty important thing to ask yourself in a game that is going to ship on a couple of platforms. So I wouldn't necessarily go in and do all the atomic detail in the sculpt, because you still want to retain a little bit of control over the resolution of the third read pore detail and whatnot in Substance or wherever you texture this stuff later. And I can skip ahead. There's some more work on the wounds and stuff. And yeah, lastly, this is the last detailing step. I decided this was all still too uniform, so this step, I started to make some more bold kind of incisions with, I think this is also Orb Curve tool, and then you can, let me try that. Like make a really bold cut here, and then go in with a standard brush, and then kind of try to add some context around the sides of the incision, and kind of make it a bit more organic looking and start repairing things.
So for Doom, there's a lot of transitioning from organic to hard surface in
Yeah.
you guys' pieces. Someone was asking, Ara was asking, how do you guys manage fusing from non-organic to organic surfaces? Is there anything you guys do specifically, or you're just pretty much, I see some hard surface and you'll make some adjustments in organic to reflect the things that are colliding?
Yeah, obviously you wanna like make your sculpt appear as though it kind of interacts with the hard surface. You can kind of you know, add little bumps in the sculpt and kind of suggest that the hard surface element is continuing underneath the skin. You can kind of see that's going on here or in the back here. So that's kind of how you create the context between the two. And then obviously in the texture later on, you can cover it up in a bit of gore and have blood on either side of the transition. So there's blood on the tech bit and on the skin. It kind of makes a nice transition as well.
Yeah, splitting out stuff into subtools like flesh to metal is always generally a good thing. It's just easier to split things out. Usually, like you get that nice transition at hard edge, as opposed to like if you had to it's just a pain in the butt, you know, to manage hard surfaces. It's also turning into flesh. Like split it out where you can.
So yeah, this is I think the organic part is actually now a bit more polished than the hard surface stuff. So I'll probably go back in with the hard surface and add some more detail to this later. And it's funny that I can't select this guy now, but yeah, something's weird with my ZBrush today. Sorry, folks. It was all good in the afternoon. Now it's behaving weird.
That's how it always something always goes wrong.
It's the curse of making a demo.
I do not understand, but anyway, yeah, that's all I have. Anyway,
it could be live boolean, maybe, or no, you don't have live booleans on.
No, it's weird.
All right. Well, that, believe it or not, has been an hour and a half actually.
Wow.
So you nailed it perfectly, right at the right
There
time.
you go.
There you go.
That's crazy. Do you have any more questions?
Any questions before we move on and do some giveaways and then presentation from Pixologic? So you're not going to want to go anywhere because who knows whatever I say, and that's pretty much the whole day, but especially for this upcoming demonstration. You never know what I'm going to say. So you're going to want to stay tuned for that. And then, yes, we are going to do giveaways again after this. And I think I'm going to save a couple to give away after I also go for our part of the Pixologic presentations today. On the one question that didn't came through, Jason, was, are you guys also looking to hire our environment artists?
Yeah, everything. Don't shy away. Even keep in mind, like I know that I'm only familiar with our character artist posting. If they aren't live right now, the positions, a lot of things are tied to the new project starting. But they will be coming. Like we're definitely looking. So if it's not there, just hold tight and check every couple of days or something. I'm sure they'll pop up because the positions are opening up all the way to the end of this year and are going to the next. I believe on all art. I'm not sure how many or whatnot. I can speak for us, but we're looking for a couple.
Yeah.
Any concept roles? So
traditional concept artists definitely. They'll send it over. We're definitely looking for some of those guys too.
Nice.
Well, guys, this was great. Really appreciate it. And I think showing what you guys are doing too maybe help some people seeing the techniques that are also hard surface and how you guys intertwine the organic with the hard surface and within your games as well. Doom's iconic. So seeing those characters come to life. How do you guys, that's a good question that came back too. What do you guys to keep reimagining these characters? What's the process there? Because you keep reimagining characters that are old and you keep revamping them and making them even cooler.
That's really interesting. Well, they are iconic, and each version of Doom is kind of different. Like Eternal was a throwback to original '93 Doom. And it's got a little bit of camp to it, a little bit of Evil Dead. 2016 was a kind of a mix. We went full bore Nintendo blood gore, kind of like campy, but we want to walk the line. We don't go too campy, blah, blah, blah. So, I mean, obviously I can't say anything about the next project, but in the beginning for Doom Eternal, it was like, we're going to go way back. We're going to go back to the original for inspiration. You can see that across the board. All the characters very much 93 Doom updated, which was awesome. And I look forward to whatever we do next, which will be a while, but whenever we're time to share, I look forward to doing such. But yeah, the Eternal specifically was a big nod to 93 Doom.
Yeah, I remember that game as a kid. I definitely remember playing some Doom.
Same.
Yeah.
My friend's dad's Pentium gateway at his kitchen business, hiding from him because there's pentagrams on the wall.
Yeah, I had a 480. I think I had a 486. Is what I had.
I remember that.
Packard Bell.
80 meg hard drive.
Slowly turned his color to yellow.
yeah. Those are the days, man.
Yeah,
that was funny.
The kids, they know nothing about this now.
Yeah. Shareware, does that mean anything to you?
Shareware, that's right, dude. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, thank you guys so much again for taking time out of your Sunday. I really appreciate that, especially everyone's got families and stuff, and for you guys to take some time away to spend with us. Really, really appreciate it. People were loving it because your chat was just rolling like it was on a wheel going down the hill. People were just already commenting and making a lot of questions and throwing things up. So really appreciate you guys taking the time to do this, especially Peter. It's late for you, and Denzil, it's morning time-ish now in Australia. Yeah. So, and I really appreciate.
Thanks so much for having us. It's awesome.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
And
yeah,
it's great.
100%, man. Like, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, hopefully you guys get some people those again looking for a job.
Yeah,
Jason's throwing it out there throwing the gambit out. Who wants to work here, right? So,
right, exactly.
Yeah, get it up there. All right. Well, thanks, guys. We're gonna move on to giveaways and to the Pixologic presentation. So, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Take it easy, everyone.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks for tuning in.
All right. Giveaways. That was a fun one, eh? Like we said.
Oh yeah. There was I had
ahead.
a whole bunch of my own personal questions that I was just like,
You should have asked.
I don't want to cut anybody off. No, they were like in the middle of like talking and showing stuff. I didn't want to like completely derail, especially since other people were asking the questions anyways. So
all I know is I have to remember to do this. Since you're not going to be with me tomorrow or Tuesday, I got to do the Ashley giveaway. All right. So, and then of course we're going to do some giveaways now, and then we're going to go into Pixologic presentation. And again, we're actually doing a presentation every day this summit. So today, tomorrow, and on Tuesday. I just had to get my day straight again. I forgot it was Sunday again, real briefly. But we want to do some giveaways for sure right now. So you guys have put your names in the hat, right? So let's start pulling some stuff here. All right, that we're going to pull up. Hold on, let me get into my system. Let me move this out of the way and let's share my screen. Let's add that up there so you guys can see what the heck I'm pulling right now. All right, let me get this.
I'm gonna grab my dog because he's.
You're gonna grab the dog?
He's busy right now. He wants up. He wants to say hi,
Yeah.
so he'll join us for the giveaways. There we go.
This is a good time to join. This is a good time to join. It's another one of Ashley's favorites. Another one that Ashley really wants. Right.
Oh,
so let's see who you're gonna be contacting for this
who
one.
am I jealous of today?
Okay. Here you go. So Kim is your lucky winner. Kim Road is your lucky winner.
Kim! Congrats. I'm jealous of you. I want it.
There you go. A 1/10 scale
bad.
of the horse. Right?
Look how nice that looks.
Yeah. Evolution. I'll get it right yet, Andrew, if you're watching. It'll happen yet.
Evolution.
Yep. Part of the Nanme Tools teams too, right? So all right, let's keep this rocking and rolling. Let's keep going with this. All right. Hold on. Sorry. I'm full screening this over here as well. Okay, let's move on. Let's do one of these. Let's do one of these. Let's do the full key shot with the bridge. Again, this is the full version Keyshot Pro. So this is the $2,000 version of Keyshot with the $150 also bridge, right? So let's draw the winner for this.
This is a really good one. Whoever gets this, you're
Oh.
lucky as heck. When I ended up getting the full version of Keyshot, I was very, very happy. Very happy.
All right, confirm the winner. Here we go. Oscar Trejo.
Oscar, congrats.
Oscar, you are the winner of a Keyshot Pro full version with the bridge. Did it go? Yes, I saw it go in the chat.
Yes.
I gotta make sure these make the chat. The chat's starting to move a little bit faster. I gotta keep up on the chat. Let's do this one. Let's do this one. Okay. Let's do another model for us. Racing Miku, a 2018 summer figure, right? From our friends over at Good Smile Max Factory.
Very nice.
Let's draw that winner. Let's see who we've got. All right, I'm going to put, you only put your first name. So I'm going to put a part of your email address in here too. Raphael, you have
Raphael.
Yes. Which you got Raphael in your email address too. So I'm putting a section of your email address so you know it's you. Because there could be several Raphaels watching right now. All right. So let's continue this fun. Let's continue. Let's keep going along. Here, let's do one of these. Let's do one of these. We got another one of these to give away. The XMD lifetime membership to their toolbox. That again, it's an awesome plugin for ZBrush. They've got brushes in there, alphas in there too, and you're going to be able to search and tag things in here. It's a great system to have for you, for your ZBrush users. So let's go ahead and draw one of those. Let's see here who we have.
Who's gonna be the winner?
And the winner is, come on down, Sean Davis.
Congrats, Sean.
Sean, you've won an XMD lifetime membership. There you go. And congrats on that. Let's do another one. Let's do another one here. Let's see.
Another one.
I'm debating now what I want to do here. Let's do this one. Let's do this one. Let's do another 3D mouse from our friends at 3D Connection. Again, this is a way for you going to be able to, another way for you to navigate with inside of ZBrush. And then this particular one has the buttons that are programmable as well. So it's a great way to also work with inside of ZBrush. Let me draw the winner for that. All right. And this is a Z. Z as a boo. There we go. Z, you are the winner. I can just put the name in there now.
Oh, actually, Z. I thought you were just saying the beginning of the name.
Yeah. No.
Z.
Z.
Is it Z?
Yeah.
Or
There
is
it is.
Z?
Yeah. There you go. You are a winner. Let's do one more. We're going to keep a couple for after we go here with the Pixologic presentation. Let's do another one. Let's do this one. Let's do this lifetime membership to ZBrush Jewelry Workshops. So
oh, that's a good one.
He's been in here. I don't know if he's still in here. He's been in like almost the whole day, just chilling, talking to us.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you're still here, Thomas, tell me to go ahead and press the button. He is here.
Hi, Thomas.
He is here.
Hello.
All right. So he's here. He's going to be your instructor. So I'm going to draw the winner for Thomas. Let's see who we got.
Anticipation.
Here we go. Kadri, you have just won a lifetime membership to ZBrush Jewelry Workshop.
Very nice.
Kadri Kakmak. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that correct. One will find out. I'm sure I'm probably wrong. All right, so we got our last presentation of the day. Ash has got the dog now. We're involved here. We got families involved now.
You got two co-hosts.
Yeah. All right, so buckle up for this. We're gonna go here in a little bit here. So we're gonna play a little bit of the B-reel for a little bit just to get situated. And then we'll be back in a short couple minutes. So don't go anywhere. They definitely want to see what we have to show and share with you. All right. So let's roll that reel and then we'll be right back.
Learn jewelry design and object fabrication through ZBrush. Expert, beginner, and every skill level in between. ZBrush Jewelry Workshops can help you bring your digital dreams into reality. Taught by leading industry professionals. Use the offer code SUMMIT to get a $100 discount on membership.
So dramatic.
No.
So dramatic. Okay, here we go. Ending the evening. First of all, Ashley, this has been a blast. Thank you for joining me. And
yeah, it's been great.
Day one of the full presentations modes. It's been a lot of fun seeing all these great demonstrations. And yes, of course, all this is being recorded and will be put up on our YouTube page for rewatching. So don't you worry. So what are we doing here? Well, we're showing you some new things. Okay. So yes, we're going to show you guys some stuff that we've been working on. And this is going to be exciting. I'm telling you, we just literally released 2021.7.1 in July, right? So we've got some stuff here that I want to share with you. And again, we are going to be doing this actually every day for the summit. So I'm not showing you everything today. So if you want to see other things, you got to come tomorrow, and you want to see some more other things, you got to come back on Tuesday, right? I'm not showing everything that we've been doing in this one stream today. We're going to be spreading it out this year across 3 separate days. So you're going to have to come join us for all 3 days if you really want to see everything that we've been up to that we're looking to share with you guys today. Okay, so is everyone buckled up, ready to go, excited for this? I know I'm excited. I can see.
I am. Am I in the dark about these features too? Like, is this the? Oh, okay.
Yes,
I'm ready.
You are. Yes.
I am chat live reaction.
Okay. So Ashley's going to be your guys. Yes. Chat live action. Ashley might know about some of this, but Ashley's not going to know about all of this. Okay. So there's going to be, yes. Thanks, Spicer. Throwing it up there a little. Look up here. Look at me. Look at me. Look at me. Look at me. Okay. So this is just something I've been making for actually the purpose of the summit. And I'll be using him throughout these 3 days, just doing some different things on him. So there's just something I want to highlight really quick on this particular model. That is something that it's there. So like this kind of pattern thing that's on his chest, right? So I'm going to actually have a copy of that subtool, right? So I want to talk about, for me, we were talking about some things. The chisel brush is a big brush for me that I like to use. I like to throw on a little Z-add in there for this too. And I'll go like a little bit smaller and I'll say, so you guys might be doing this already. And I'm going to turn off the poly paint. We don't need any of that. We don't need any of that. Just keep it armor-like. So let's say you do a stroke like this, right? And then say I want a stroke down here that does this. And then you guys should know now about, right? Do you be able to do interpolate, right? So when we do this, ZBrush is going to look at all those strokes and interpolate them, right? So I'm only showing this to get this idea and concept down, okay, for everybody. And I'm going to switch to a different model right now This one's got live booleans going on it. Okay. And what we've done here is we've taken this idea that with this interpolation idea that we have. Okay. And what we've done is on my Cintiq is, there we go, is put that in Stager. So you guys are now going to be able to use something like this in Stager. So as you can see, we've made some additional things to the Stager, which we already had 2 tips today. So like I said, so I'm going to grab, say, this piece right here, this little white piece right here, so you guys can see that, right? I'm going to say I want a home stage for that. Then we're just going to move this down to here, right? Through here, say there, make a target stage. Now I can say, how many do I want to interpolate? I click that, and then I can.
Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, that's nice.
Undo, and
that's good.
I can tell you, how about just give me 5 of them, and then I can interpolate.
Yep.
Now I'm getting only 5 of those stretched across, right? So it's taking that same concept sculpturally, and now we're using it with actual meshes, right? Come in here, part of the Stager. Okay, so obviously not only that, we can undo this, right? And then I can say, let's make this one a little bit smaller maybe here, and then let's move it to there. And I want to actually retarget this, okay? So I'm going to turn this off and then back on, so it makes a new target, right? And I'm going to close this little circle here, this little friend here. Let's go maybe to 8, and then I say interpolate, and now you can also see variation in sizes too.
That's nice.
So it's not just about interpolating the same mesh, right? So this is over the course, right? It's taking this idea that we're talking about that I just showed in the beginning here and applying it, right?
Yeah.
And making it work across the board with the mesh, right? But it's not going to stop there. We wanted to keep experimenting and expanding upon this feature, right? Because you guys, I know a lot of you are already using this feature, hence we've got some tips already happening for this feature. So I'm going to take this one. So again, we'll just make a home stage. And then I'm going to say, let's put let's go back here, right about in there, right? Make a target stage. Then I'm going to say I want 7 of them, and then interpolate, and then boom, we get them across the whole piece here, right? So I'm going to undo that, because then obviously this is a big one for, I'm sure a lot of you asked for. There is now a copy, right? So I can interpolate this, and then I can say, hey, you know what I want to do? I want to mess with something else on this surface, right? I want to go at this and do some different things with this. So I'm going to go clicking on, say, this piece. Oops, that's me. Sorry, that's my clicking, right? So this middle piece right here that we have right in there, okay? I want to say just paste those and then interpolate those, and then boom, I can get the exact same thing. So your Stager now is going to have more abilities. So even those tips already today we had, right, from Steven and Anna about using Stager, you now have the ability to interpolate across. You can change your sizes. You're going to be doing a lot of copying and pasting now. That's going on. So I'm not able to watch the chat at the same time.
Yeah, no,
so,
everybody's like super hyped about that. They're saying your audio is a little bit choppy.
My audio is choppy?
Yeah, I don't know. That came through a few people.
Huh. Let's
Sound
see.
fine on my end.
You are?
Yeah.
Okay. How is it now?
They're saying it's fine.
Now? It's fine now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe a CPU thing.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. Okay. So we've added stuff to the Stager for you guys. So I'm sure some of you might even saw some of this. So I'm going to move on to something else now. So I'm going to grab one of old school Joseph Druss trucks. Right. We'll turn off the floor grid. We don't need that. Right. So I'm sure you guys saw it when I opened this. In the subtools now, there are now these little V1s through V8s. Okay. And this is going to be helpful, I think, for all of you, especially for us trying to do some things. So what this is going to be is a visual subtool thing. So as an example, I'm going to go to V2 and I'm going to say, okay, the only things I really want to look at is maybe like the upper body portion, maybe like this or like this, right? Mm-hmm. And so now this is stored in V2. So now I can go back, well, now I need to see everything. I can go back and see everything. And then you know, I need to get back to looking maybe at the body of the truck again with all the parts together. You are now can store 8 different stages of your subtool viewing, right? So if I even switch to say something like view 3, and then now I only want the tires, right? The stuff that's the tires. Okay. Now this is stored in view 3, right? And then view 1 goes back to showing them all. View 3 will go back to just showing only your tires, right? So I know, and this will work with folders. I know that question's probably already getting thrown up there right now. This will work with folders.
How about layers as well? People are saying, are layers compatible with this?
No, this is just for subtool visibility. That's all this is for. This is just to be able you guys to show and hide subtools, in essence, making visual sets up to 8 for your actual subtools, right? So it's just another way, because I'm sure a lot of you, maybe you got a folder that's just the head and maybe a torso. Maybe you want to have, it's one of those stored where you have just like me. I'm looking at just the top part, right, of the vehicle. And then I'm back to looking at the whole vehicle. Then I can go back and say, I want to look at the tires. And then every one of these, you can make different selection sets, in essence, for this a little bit. It's viewables, right? That's what it's doing for you guys. So another way for you guys to kind of help organize your subtools a little bit for you
so
all.
hyped. They're so amped.
Okay,
everybody's amped. Yeah.
Good. And as long as my
Life
audio is not
changes.
breaking up anymore, then we're in
Nah,
good shape.
you're
Okay.
great. As soon as
All
the
right,
bus
so-
truck came by.
Yeah, we need a Joseph Drust sighting. Okay, so let's move on to this. And there was another reason why I grabbed this chisel brush to begin with. I'm a big fan of this brush. I like to use it to cut into the surface. I actually like using it for scribe lining. And like I just did on that samurai guy, raising the surface, right? So we're taking this idea a little bit and we've made some other brushes. So we've got 2 new brushes. We've got a scribe chisel and a scribe standard. So I'm going to go with the chisel because you now know it's near and dear to my heart. You love me some of that chisel brush. What exactly is this going to do for you guys? So I'll just throw a couple brush strokes on here and you guys are going to see right out the gate what this is doing for you. It's creating some very nice cuts through the surface through here, right? So, and then again, I can make my brush size smaller if I want to, start adding a little bit more different parts in here, right? Go even smaller, right? So this is all being done along a curve, right? So which means I can actually move it if I want to, right? But what also means is I can start adjusting and playing with this even some more, right? Because in the stroke palette, we are going to our modifiers and looking at our size. This is what we're doing. So if I threw another, say a dot in there, another dot in there, right? So we got a different, completely different looking profile now, right? And then so if I start doing this, you can see I get now very sharp and then gets wider and then back to very skinny. So you guys can really do some unique brushes with this, right? And again, changing your brush size to smaller and bigger will make a big difference for this. Okay.
So some people are asking if you can reverse that. Like
Reverse
the way
it in the sense you mean like flipping it. So you can flip it. Yeah. If you want to do some flippings, you can do some flippings, right? And then you're going to flip it the other way. So now the 2 parts are larger, right? At the end and the beginning and the end of the curve, and skinnier in the middle, right? So it's really whatever you want to do here with this curve, right? But what I also want to highlight, with this curve in this in particular, what we've done with this is actually we've added another slider, okay? And we've added a sub-stepping slider now. So in the curve mode's got another addition to it, right? So if I drop this down to 1, right? And I'm going to go a little bit bigger just so you guys can see what's happening in here, right? So you can see when it's down to 1, this is what's happening. So we're dropping right now. This brush has got in essence a VDM alpha on it, right? So we're dropping at every point this alpha along here. And now what we've added the ability to do for you, and again, you guys are going to experiment with this however you want. These are just some brushes we're going to ship with you. So they're sub-stepping. So in essence, how many of these do I want to add in between each one of these, right? So the more I go, the more stuff. Like for example, if I only put it at 2, okay, and now I do this, right? You can see you're getting stuff like that, right? Where it's got like some kind of little ribbing thing that's happening in there, right? And then let's not forget, you got things like Z-add, right? Don't forget, you can also add that.
Yeah, that's
right?
what people were asking. Yeah.
Yeah. So so like as an example, right? If we go back to here, I'm going to put him back to the defaults. I'm going to put him back to the sub, and I'll put him back to just all the way. So now what I'm telling ZBrush is add 25 of this same alpha in between each one of these curve points, right?
Yeah.
So I keep adding and adding more throughout this, okay? So if we took this in another context, okay? Let's look at, say, this mask up here that I did on this guy. So we'll solo out, so we're only looking at him, right? So you can start seeing where I even used it, okay? So we'll go with just nothing. We'll just stick with just this, right? And now you got to be thinking about all this stuff right now that I'm showing you and we're bringing together. Think about way all these presentations have been going, right? It's about using, okay, well, what if I made a stroke like this, right? And then maybe I go a little bit smaller, right? And then make a stroke like this, right? And then now, okay, come to your strokes. And how about we interpolate that, right? And tell ZBrush to do this kind of a thing, right? Yeah. So, and then you can see you got a nice change in plane right here.
Yeah,
and
that's
then
gorgeous.
We've got those repeating things, right? But I'm going to take this, I'm going to go one more step. I'm going to go one more step with this, okay? So let's actually add some color now. Let's throw in some red.
Okay.
Right?
Okay, making it colorful.
You gotta have to throw a little bit of color. So we'll do, say, something like that.
Oh,
And
nice.
let's do a completely different color and a completely different size. Okay.
You're getting a rainbow?
And let's do that. Okay. So now I've got red and I got a yellow. I got different sizing. Come here and interpolate. Right. And again, boom. We are actually transitioning the color. You got a gradient color now going from the red to the yellow, and the size is also transitioning now for you guys, right?
Oh,
so
yeah,
I'm
that's
taking
cool.
advantage of interpolate with this new ability with this scribe brushes to create some kind of unique design on this mask, right? Almost.
Oh yeah, they're jazzed.
Yeah,
they're heckin' jazzed. Yeah, they're really they're
loving
very
it.
excited about gradients, man. It does it. It's the juice.
That's the juice. The gradient hits home. The gradient hits. And mind you, this is only the first presentation, right? From us. We still have also tomorrow and Monday, so don't forget about that. Okay. So this is just, again, I'm trying to make a story here. If you see, starting with some interpolation with the brush, we pull over in a little stager at you, a little visible, come right back to it. You know, you guys feel loosey goosey now. I love it. Okay. So let's
keep storytelling.
Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah. It's really important. Okay. Storytelling. Okay, not just in your sculpts, but in your presentations, people.
Oh, yeah.
All right, let's go now to Mr. Demo Soldier, just because we're all used to him.
There he is.
There he is. You got to bring him, okay? You can't leave him in the dust, okay? We all know Dress loved his earthquake, but I'm Demo Soldier kind of guy. All right. So I'm going to switch back to our Gizmo. And it was really great to see how much Denzil was using Gizmo to do some of his hard surface modeling with ZModeler, which has a mode in there for that, which is great. Okay.
Yeah.
So let's throw it here on the front of his face here. Okay. And we all know this, right? We got this, right? We can move it. We're throwing a party, right? Everyone's involved. You know, throw little pizza boxes on it, Joseph said, right? But you're all coming. Okay. Ash is coming. All of you are coming watching this. We're all coming together. Yay! Right? All the subtools come together. Okay. Makes sense.
Party.
What?
I'm here for this party. Let's go.
There you are. Okay. So I'm going to do a little something here. Watch. I'm going to change my focal shift to say 90. Okay. And now what you guys are going to be able to do is, let's say, scale. I'm actually scaling his head. Beetlejuice. And then also, so this is now a transitional, nice gradient. I'd say the easiest word I could say, this is a gradient little transition. I'll show you a couple more examples in this, right? So what this also means is, guess what? Throw those pizza boxes on, right? And they all
together,
right?
I'm gonna abuse this.
Yeah.
I'm absolutely abusing this. Yeah. No, this is beautiful.
Right? So let's as an example, let's do this. Okay. Let's throw on a little bit of some symmetry. Let's throw some local in, right? And now you can see, yes, big hands. Big hands and small, tiny hands, right? But this is not just working with scale. You can also move. So see, there's a nice transitional part happening here, right? So it's got a nice little roll off now to your gizmo. And then also, obviously, this is for you, Ash. Oh, there you
Oh yeah, that's the
Oh, yeah.
juice. That's the
There it
good
is.
stuff right there.
Right? That's the good stuff that you like,
That's
right?
good. That's good.
So I've found this also very useful for you. You know, you're talking about posing, coming in here, doing this, right? Having a higher focal shift, right? And then using this actually to do some of even your posing, right? So you can hold the Alt key, set it here, right? And then you can see starts
That's good.
soft transitioning, right? Through here. So when you now are going to be changing your focal shift, there's going to be a change in how the gizmo actually is going to work for you guys. Okay. So this is going to be something that I can see some people, right? Like I say, some experimental stuff for this for sure.
Oh,
Right.
yeah.
And then you got your whole slider range to do whoa.
Oh, yes.
Whoa,
Let's
matrix.
go.
Burp, 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 right? So your gizmo's got even more stuff thrown at it now, right? So that's another thing for you guys. It's just trying, again, we're all about, you know, we're thinking about, I'm sure you guys have seen from all the presentations about designing and discovering some of this, right? That's where some of these features are coming from us is I want to be able to have some quick ways to design and think of some different ways, right? So, and everyone's going to use this stuff differently. I think that's what today hammered home, right? For everybody.
Yep.
Okay. So good. We're good. So let's keep motoring on. I'm going to take a swig of water because this one's exciting for me. This one's a big one for me personally. Hold on.
Well, everybody's super, super jazzed anyways.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like to see.
Some people are saying like they want to see that with EDM, like that's an EDM visual for some music.
Oh yeah, right. It could be, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so this one's a big one for me. This is going to change hard surface. Okay, this is a hard surface tool I'm going to drop on you right now. Okay, so this came up multiple times already today. Right, doing beveling is something that we all want to put on a hard surface. Now, in the world of ZBrush, we're dealing with not just low polygonal stuff. We're dealing with things with higher polygon counts. And in all fairness, it's not always clean topology with the things that we have with Dynamesh and Sculptris Pro, right? So there's a lot of ways you guys can just saw from the last presentation how different ways you can attack something like hard surface. So as an example, this is a mesh, you know, that's sitting around 500,000, right? And you can see how dense this is, okay? And you can see it's got different types of topology. And then, of course, there is some poly grouping here, right? So what I want to do is take this mesh and let's throw a bevel on this, okay? I want to be able to throw a bevel on that, okay? So what we have here right now, it's going to be a plugin. We have something called Bevel Pro.
There it is.
And so I'm just going to click this little handy dandy button, and we're going to have another application open up for you. And what this is going to do, and this is using your video card, by the way. Okay, so this will use your video card. And again, the stress point here is if you've ever had to do beveling on anything, like all applications have beveling, but it's usually topology driven in the sense you got to have low topology to get that nice bevel. This you don't. Okay, that's the beauty of this application of this now. Okay, you're going to be able to actually change things on the fly. Okay, so I'm going to walk you guys through this because this is near and dear to my heart, this one, because of all my hard surface love. Okay, so you see some blue and some red. In essence, that's controlling your bevel. How much beveling do you want to actually have between each of the polygroups? And I want to point out specifically with this piece, this is going to have concave and convex beveling happening. Okay, so watch. I'm going to say, you know, my bevel amount, in essence, is how much of a bevel do I want in these polygroups. Okay, so all I'm going to do is just start raising this a little bit. I let go. This is going to reanalyze. And again, we're doing 500,000 polygons right now, analyzing, figuring out what the bevel is going to be, and then boom, it updates. Okay. So now you guys can get a little bit more visual cue here. So the blue dots are in essence the vertex points along every single one of the polygroups, right? Okay. So all those polygroups that we have on this piece, you got the blue dots. The red is where now your bevel is going to start and where your bevel is going to end, in essence, where the beginning and end of your bevels are going to be. And that pinkish red tone is actually going to be your bevel. Okay. So as an example, I can come down here and say auto apply. And now what this is going to do is bam! Apply a bevel. Okay? There you go. You got a bevel just like that, right?
That was the
This is
exact
going
same.
to use live booleans to do this. Okay, so this is why the geometry itself, it can be different topology, it can be a little more dense, right? You don't have to now, we have beveling already in ZModeler. This is now for you guys to use this on a mesh. So now I say okay, comes back, boom, it's in ZBrush. There you go. It's that simple. You can see that I've got my poly grouping as well, all set there, ready to go. Right, so I want to show some examples because I want to highlight some of the features throughout this Bevel Pro. I'm sorry, I get loud and obnoxious and exciting. It's just, it's a changer for me. It's a big one for my workflow.
They're getting
making
just as
things different,
excited.
right? So
They're
throwing
getting
in
just
the
as
Bevel
excited.
Pro again. We're going to throw it in there. Okay, so this one is like a gun handle, right, that I made. And again, I used live booleans to actually make this repeating pattern with array mesh. Okay, but it's very harsh. So I don't want it to be harsh anymore. And again, where the red is, that's how big the bevel is. So for this particular mesh, that's way too big, right? So again, your bevel amount here is going to allow you to change your bevel without actually even applying a bevel. Okay, so this is the point. By default, we're going to show you the non-applied version, but the mesh that's actually being created to be able to give you guys the bevel that you're going to throw back in ZBrush. And I'm going to show you here in a couple other examples in a second here that you don't even have to apply the bevel in Bevel Pro, but you're going to be able to throw the mesh back into the world of ZBrush, right? Because a lot of us that were using live booleans, like myself, I'll have a bunch of subtools. Some of them have dynamic subdiv, some of them are Dynamesh, some of them have been subdivided surfaces, and I still got subdivided surfaces, right? So I'm going to have a range of things that I want to manipulate and change here. Okay, so I want to be able to have some controls to this and figure out what do I want, right? So this is now the bevel that I have. Okay, so again, this coloring is showing you this. And by the way, this can be changed. You have display colors. So you guys can even change the color of the mesh, what color you want it to be inside of here. You can change all the things, your bevel amount, right? So this is that reddish tone color, right? You guys can make this any color that you want, right? So you're going to have a range here of things that you can do as well to change your colors and whatever you want to do, okay? So what I mean by this is now I've got a bevel here going along all this part. And now if I just say okay without doing an auto apply, what ZBrush is going
Just a
with this is in
little.
here,
There we
and
go.
we're going to throw it back inside of ZBrush. And what we're actually going to give you, as you can see, because solo mode's on, the actual topology that we created it for you inside of the Pro, right? So that's what's going on here. So this is, you can see we're in solo mode right now. So if I turn this on, right, this is what we have. And so there's the bevel that we're getting, but it's really coming from that geometry. And you can see that is automatically set to subtract as well, right? Because that's what I wanted in here. I want this to be a bevel, so I want it to be a subtracted piece. Okay, so you guys are going to have both methods. You're going to have, you can apply the bevel immediately if you want to, or throw it back in my scene because I got a mesh that has subdivisions, or I got a mesh that I don't want the bevel to be applied to all the time, right?
We
okay?
like options.
So,
options are good.
options are good. All right, so let's look at some more stuff in here. Let's throw this at it, right? And again, keep in mind, a lot of these meshes, they're all over the place as far as polygons, what they're doing and everything as well. That's the point of this, right? Is coming up with an option for us to be able to throw different things at the Bevel Pro. Okay, so I want to cover some more options through here. Okay, so I'm going to turn off my smoothing. I'm going to turn that completely off. And you can see when we make these adjustments, it's got to reanalyze everything and figure this all out. So I'm going to zoom in particular a little bit closer to say this area, right? So what's happening here again, right? We got your beginning, those dots in the middle is where our polygroups are connected, right? So if we throw on auto apply, then we're going to apply. You can see there's our bevel. We're good to go. Now, one thing I want to stress about this particular, this particular mesh, what's really becomes also hard for bevels is this thing where I'm coming up here, I'm on an angle, and all of a sudden, boom, I shoot this way, right? That is very difficult sometimes to be able to manipulate. And again, we're dealing with a piece of topology that's not, low polygon. Like this is not a couple hundred faces. This is a couple 100,000 faces right now, right? So there's an option here called sharp, okay? So if I turn this off, that option is going to tell the Bevel Pro, hey, don't pay attention so much of the transitional. So you can see this corner now isn't as good right here where my mouse cursor is right there. You see how this is the problem that you'll have sometimes with beveling. So we had to come up with a way, well, when you do have scenarios like this, where you've got a 90-degree, in essence, transitional change, right, happening, we need to come up with this. So that's what this sharp option's doing. That is a setting that you are going to be able to turn on or off and say, hey, I need this to pay attention, boom, to that angle. And now you're getting a clean, nice line right there through that transition. Some of you might not think this is a big deal, but trust me, from developing this and throwing models at it, this is a big deal. This is a big one for you.
It really is. Yeah.
It is.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then, of course,
some people were asking, actually quite a few people are asking about the GPU load, like what kind of GPU they're going to need for this.
You're not going to need a fantastic video card to
There we go.
Right? But obviously that's all with video cards, right? The better video card you have, the more polygons you're going to be able to throw in a Bevel Pro compared to a lower end video card. But we've done tests with a whole bunch of ranges of video cards to literally like a low video card that's in a notebook, right? All the way down to that level to obviously higher end level video cards. Okay. So then you hit OK. And again, we throw it back there. I'm done. It's in now my ZBrush, and you can see there it is ready to go. And I also like to point out, which I'm going to show next, see the topology that's being created? See how nice and clean that is? Right? You guys are also going to be able to control that too. So let's go to this, right? So here is part of a Gundam model that I've been making, right? And I want to stress with this one is I've got 3 polygroups here right now, okay? And again, this is all driven by polygroups, okay? That's what it's looking to see where to put the bevel. Where there's a polygroup intersection, that's where I'm going to throw the bevel at you, okay? So I've got this red portion. I've got this, what do we call that? Blue, pink, violet, I'd say. Violet color, right?
Yeah, indigo. I don't know. Depends.
Yeah.
Depends.
We'll go with it, right?
It's
And then we've
weird.
got this polygon, right? So this is on pretty much, if you look, relative to the same plane, right? It's pretty much the same plane as this area here, right? And so because this plugin is looking at your polygrouping, of course, it's going to want to then try and put a bevel, right, in that area right there, okay? We are going to need some control here because I clearly don't want the bevel here. So there's going to be more than one way to do this, okay, for you all. So the first way to do this is I'm going to tell Bevel Pro, in essence, to ignore a polygroup based upon the actual normal, okay? So in essence, how the normal is from each other, right? All the normals along this are relatively the same, right? They're all facing relative the same direction. There's not a normal here and also a normal going this direction, right? Because that would make sense then. So we have a polygroup angle slider here, okay? And the higher I put this, the more it's going to ignore polygroups to see that are on the same plane as what because that's clearly I don't want
nice.
a bevel there, right?
Yeah, that's nice.
Right?
That's nice.
Yeah. And then this bevel's not big enough for me. So I come to my bevel amount and I up that bevel amount to make a bigger bevel on this. And now I've got a bigger bevel. Okay. Do I want to see what that looks like? I can throw an auto apply here. I can see what that's starting transitioning and what that starts to look like. Okay. And you notice, say, this corner right in here, right? And these corners here. I also want to stress that corner right in there. You guys see that? So we're creating, obviously, a piece of topology, right? That's what this, right, for me now, it's pink, right? So it's a piece of topology we're creating for you guys, right? So you guys are going to now have also controls to this. So remember I told you the topology is being created. So if I hit my preview edges, you can see we are creating some topology through it. And see these spans here. We can't control these spans here because you can see every point here That's on the mesh that I sent to Bevel Pro, right? So we're taking every one of those vertex points along those sides and creating a new piece of topology. But you guys can also change the resolution of that, right? So see, now there's no spans this way. You can create and add more spans. So I want 6 this way. You guys might be, well, what's the point of that? You got to remember, there's 2 ways to use this. I can either automatically apply it here in Bevel Pro, or I throw it back into ZBrush, and then I can do stuff to that topology as well. So we need to give you guys that ability to have that range, right? Turning on the auto apply, I like to say, is a destructive way, because you're actually doing something in the mesh, you're changing it. Keeping auto apply off is non-destructive, because it's going to throw it back into ZBrush with the mesh. Now, something else that I want to show with this, I'm going to turn off previews for now. Okay, and then let's throw on auto apply again. And I'm going to show this in more than one way. So you see these, again, these corners here, and specifically this corner here, right? So that mesh that we are creating, it's got a certain thickness to it. Okay, so Bevel Pro is like, well, I'm going to create whatever you tell me to. And there's a slider to control that, right? So I'm going to turn off the auto apply again so we can see your geometry. And the mesh amount is, in essence, controlling like an extract, okay? It's not an extract, but this is the easiest way I can explain it to you guys. You're creating the thickness, in essence, how big is that piece of geometry that we are creating with Bevel Pro? That's what this slider, so now you can see there's a lot of pink everywhere, right? In this
Lots
case.
of pink.
So
Very
when
pink.
you guys are going to start using this, that's in essence what you want to start looking for. You don't want something like this where you see now you don't see any of the pink there. This is a visual cue. And I can't stress this enough, guys. I'm changing my bevel on the fly without even applying a bevel right now. That's
very
also
useful.
what this is giving you. It's not about, oh, let me throw a bevel. Oh, did that work? Undo. Oh, let me throw another one. Did that work? Undo. This, you don't need any undos. It's you looking at it and going, okay, this is not working right now because I'm not seeing this pinkish color everywhere, right? And then so I'm saying, let's add a little bit more thickness, and I'm going to keep going until pretty much all I see is mostly that pink, right? And then again, the blue dots are where our polygroups are meeting. And now the other pinkish. And again, we can change all these colors, right? So I can change the amount here. We'll make it green, right? So this is your bevel amount. In essence, where does the bevel start and where does the bevel end? Okay. And then also, when I now auto apply this, you see that corner? See the little, you guys remember there's little pieces of geometry that were sitting there? They're gone. They're gone because I upped my amount. Okay. And then now on top of this, I don't like what's happening in here. So I'm going to throw a little smoothness in here. Okay. And have it just, you know, go change that topology. What? Come on, people. Seriously. I'm telling you, for me, this is a game changer for me. I can't stress this enough. I like it, Ash. I like it, right? Throw it in there. Boom. Done. There it is. There's my new piece. Guys, try to think about, I challenge you, go try and do a bevel around this bottom piece that I have here. It would have been crazy. Or even this. Look at that. Look at all the change and shifts and planes that are happening.
A lot of
in this.
manual noodling.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's doing it, right? So let's take, for example, let's keep going down the Bevel Pro here. Okay. So now I've got something like this. Right. I do this a lot. I'm a big fan of doing this with live booleans. I like to use the cylinders to create, especially in automotive world. I see this a lot for air, you know, airflow, air vents, especially in ships and things like space. When I say ships, I mean like spaceships, sci-fi stuff, right? So what we're also going to be able to, because you guys are going to have a mesh like this, you can see this is made up of many, many different polygroups, right? And some of these hole or cylinder indentions have their own polygroups. Okay, so if you remember, we're talking about beveling based upon the polygroup changes. And again, look at this mesh. It's all over the place with topology, right? It's, you got more dense here, you got less dense here. These are all different. There's triangles, there's quads. And it's, again, sitting around 500,000 too, right? And I want to throw some bevels on this. So what I'm going to also do is say, I only want bevel right there. That's it. So I'm actually going to mask off everything else. Okay.
Very good.
Because I don't want Bevel Pro to even look at anything else. So I'm going to throw this in. So if you remember in the last example, we had some polygroup along the same plane. We've got a slider built into there. But when that's not working for you guys, no biggie. Okay. you can just mask off what you don't want to work. So obviously for this particular model, this is a little too insane for a bevel amount, right? I would want to go a lot smaller. And then this is the point of this. I want to go smaller with this and really see where my bevel is going to go, right? And now see if we zoom up, it's only happening now in a certain location, which is those
great.
4 circles, right?
That's
and if we
the
auto
juice.
apply it. Yeah.
It's the juice. You're giving us the juice. That's the good
There
juice.
you go. Right. And so now you see these don't have it and this does have it. Right. So when we throw it back, okay, you're going to see, right, it's got the bevels on these, but no bevels on those. Okay. So you guys have control. Like there's a lot of control here. It was really important for us when we were developing this. It's trying to keep up as much control as we can for you all, with the ability, like I said, a destructive, a non-destructive, using masking, not using masking, telling it not to use polygrouping or use polygrouping, okay? But it doesn't end there, okay? All right, so I want to keep highlighting some stuff with this. If you, again, you guys can tell this is like one of my little babies of what we've been developing. All right, so look at this mesh, right? As an example again, right? Not the prettiest thing for sure, okay? But I want to start putting bevels through here. Okay, on this eye part. All right, so let's go ahead and let's bevel pro that. Okay, I'm gonna throw this in there again, and I want to highlight a couple features again for this. Okay, so on purpose, I'm gonna turn this off. Okay, for now, and then I'm also going to turn off our polygroup angle. We don't need that right now at all. Okay, and let's go in closer here. Let's go in a little bit closer. Okay, so you guys see this area right here? You see there's no bevel there. Okay, this is because the geometry I'm actually sending it has a problem. Okay, it's not Bevel Pro that's the problem. It's actually what I sent it. It's not clean topology. There's mesh sitting there like kind of squashed on top of itself, right? Almost like clip brushes in a way kind of thing, right? So this is sometimes even, and this is from a live Boolean mesh. So sometimes the resulting mesh, you could get topology that does this to you, right? So this is why, well, when you're in here, I need to be able to adjust this. So we've got an option here for you that's called Fix Edges. And what it's doing is going through and reanalyzing and looking at these points and problem solved,
You're
right?
giving us another ZBrush button. Another one.
Yeah.
Just fixes it. It's amazing.
Right? I'm telling you, right? This is, so the Bevel Pro is not just only just giving us the bevels. We're kind of fixing some stuff to make the bevels work for us and go at, right? And so if we go ahead and say auto apply this, right? One other thing that I want to highlight is you guys probably should see it right here. See this area right in there, right? See how that's not clean either? Again, that's just me, what I threw at this. The mesh itself was not clean, but we're giving you guys options to clean this. So in this case, I want to clean up the mesh that's being created to do the bevel. So this is where, again, I'm just going to throw this smoothness back on again. And you watch right in here, right in this area. Just watch.
I'm looking with my eyes.
Bam.
Beautiful.
Clean. Done.
Beautiful.
Right? And now you've got what you want. And now you guys can manipulate and say, if I want a little bit more bevel amount, you guys can throw a little more bevel amount. Let the whole system run through its paces again. And then you're going to get a bigger bevel amount. Right?
Oh, it's just great.
Just like that, you've got now extreme bevel going around the eyes there, right? I hit OK, and again, there it comes right into ZBrush. You're off and running, right? Boom, yes! Because I meant, just think about your questions today was asking stuff like this, and I'm giving you something that's now answering these questions that's coming to you guys, right? So this is going to be super handy. Okay, I'm not done. So as an example, okay, this is something that I made with using pretty much Bevel Pro like everywhere on this. Okay. And again, it's concave and convex. So even this right through there is creating, right? So for those that don't know, I'll go back to this first piece. See this right here? Right here? Look, that was from Bevel Pro, this portion right here. Right? Because if I undo this, see, that's how it looks like before I send to the Bevel Pro.
Beautiful.
Right, so here we'll turn off the polygrouping now. Before, right? This is what a concave convex difference is, right? There's different types, and Bevel Pro handles both for you. So it's not just about beveling negatively, right? This is more an additive. This is additive bevel, right? So you're getting both. Okay. And so back into my example here, a little shoulder piece that I was making, right? Anywhere you guys see some major beveling, it's Bevel Pro, period. This is Bevel Pro, that's Bevel Pro, that right in here, this little transitional parts up here, right? Up through here, that's all Bevel Pro, and through there, all through here is got a ton of Bevel Pro. Now, when I was designing this and coming up with this, I think this was just like some of the stuff we were talking about with id, right? I didn't start here, obviously. I started with something like this, okay? And then this is just using the new bevel brushes that you guys already have, okay? And it's just taking a cube and beveling it up, right?
Wow. Damn.
But what I also have done with this, we don't need to save this, okay, is it's a Dynamesh. Oh, Dyna. Oh, the Dynamesh, right? So what you guys should now know is it's polygroup driven, right? So if you look at this, this is not pretty in the sense if you look at the poly. So let's just throw it in Bevel Pro and see what we get, okay? So I'm going to throw it in there, and this will also help you guys understand, hopefully, Bevel Pro even a little bit more. Oh, look at that. Just gorgeous.
Oh, yeah, that's a good line.
Just ugly, right? So number one, I don't have enough offset, right? You guys should know that. So that's enough offset. But why is it so bad through here is because our poly grouping is like doing a whole bunch of waving. Some of the polygroups are bleeding over to the other panel, right? So this panel to this panel, they're all bleeding over. Okay. So fine. Great. So again, we know you guys are going to use something like Dynamesh. It's understandable. Okay. There's some great stuff with Dynamesh. And by the way, tomorrow. Okay. So what I'm going to do now is say, how about let's just polish the groups that you are looking at Bevel Pro, because I know it's a Dynamesh and I know it's not clean. Done. Right? Now I've got the clean result. All right. Throw it on that, pop it back in, and then there you go. You're off and running. Okay. So we're developing this with the many things as we can possibly think of as well. Obviously, there's tons of scenarios you guys are going to be throwing at this for sure once you guys get it in your hands. But you can see what this does for you, right? It really opens up a different mindset, right? If you look how dense, this is 3.4 million polygons.
That's
right?
chunky.
This was all done with Beveling Pro in mind, right? So you've got different polygroups here, right? See? And that's how I got all the bevels through here, okay? Was using Bevel Pro to make all this happen, okay? So I'm excited to get this in all your hands once we get this out to the public, okay, to you all.
Yeah.
And again, these are just some of the things I'm going to be sharing with you guys, okay? So tomorrow, I'm also going to be sharing some more stuff. And also Tuesday, I'm going to be sharing some more stuff with you. This is just a little bit of the tip of the iceberg for you all, okay? So this is all I'm showing tonight. I'm not showing anything else tonight. Right? Because I want you back tomorrow and I want you back Tuesday. I got to be here. You got to be here.
The hook.
Okay.
It's the hook in line.
Yeah. It's a hook right now. You're hooked, right? You guys block it out, right? Get that schedule up. You guys even can get reminders to all these presentations tomorrow. So with that said, we still have some more giveaways. So don't go anywhere. We still got I got some stuff still left. Some big stuff too, by the way. I got some big stuff. I got some big stuff still left.
I mean, this was already huge.
All the presentations that we got today was awesome. I thought everybody had a good time. Ashley, you had a blast, yeah?
Oh yeah, I was into it.
You were into it, right? So that was just today, right? Tomorrow we're gonna have 9 in the morning, and again, this is Los Angeles time, okay? And tomorrow's co-host is gonna be Michael Poplovich. So between the two of us, we'll see how fast we go.
Oh yeah, you guys are you're just gonna like nonstop words. It'll be great. I'm so excited.
So we're gonna kick off again the day with this was a ton of fun. This first thing was so much fun with having streamers join us. Okay. And then they're going to be with us, and we're gonna again look at their monitor screens bouncing around. They're gonna be making something based around the theme Reimagined from the Sculpt Off. Okay. And we're going to be bouncing around to their screens, talking to them. And it was really great. A lot of people shared some great tips today and some tricks. If you didn't see it, you got to come to tomorrow's. It's
Oh,
a
yeah.
lot of fun. Yeah, we all said it. Well, man, we should make this longer next time because it was just so much fun. You know?
Yes.
And
Yeah,
then
I'd
we're
be
gonna
down
get
for
in-
like community challenges and stuff like that too. Like that would
Yeah.
be super, super cool.
Absolutely. And then we've got Marcin Clicky, who is a great artist. He's going to be really showing you some fantastic detail and work. So he's at CD Projekt Red. Okay, for those that might probably know that studio and probably recognize Cyberpunk, right? So that's where he's working. So he's going to show you some really amazing stuff. Okay, so and again, you can click on their names and get more information. And then you click these get reminders. It'll send you to our open one while we're talking to a calendar where you can also get email reminders. Then Thomas is still in here. Thomas and Eric Keller are going to be joining us for a ZBrush demo and ZBrush jewelry workshops. And what's really, again, really is great about this is Thomas is going to be in ZBrush. Eric Keller is going to be in ZBrush Core. And mind you guys, right now, we are all giving a summit special right now. So ZBrush has a summit special. ZBrush Core has a summit special. And ZBrush Core to ZBrush also has a summit special. Throw that up in the chat for me, people, right now. And there it is. There's my man, either Kyle or Grace. Thank you for putting that up on screen. Dice K's been in the chat. He'll throw it in there too. Okay, so you guys want to take advantage of this. If you don't currently own ZBrush, why not? Number one,
Like
right?
it's worth it. 100% worth it.
Yeah.
Super worth it.
We've given free upgrades now for 22, 23 years now. Okay. And then after them, we're going to get into tips and tricks again. So these are completely different types of tips and tricks than what Ashley and I did today, right? So there's going to be different videos. And then me and Michael are going to throw in some of our own stuff on top of that for sure, right? And who knows how many we can get in that 1 hour block of time, but we'll get in as many as we can for you all. And I encourage you guys throwing in the chat too with us too. And then we're going to end again with me showing you guys some new stuff.
The goods.
The goods.
The juice. Yes.
Right. And then we have Tuesday still too, which is 8 a.m. start time, different start time, Los Angeles time. Once again, we're going to have 6 of our streamer artists doing the same thing. It's going to be a lot of fun. Jessica Drew's coming back to be the co-host with me for this day. And then we're going to have Pitch Dev, another great example of showing conceptually work or just figuring out design-wise, and for many sectors, either film, game, whatever it might be, concepting, they're going to show you guys this. A lot of also hard surface in this one too. So it's going to be a lot of fun for that. Then more tips and tricks. We got Neville Page, and then we end the day and the summit with, again, me showing you guys some new stuff. And again, the reminder icons will come to your actual calendar page. And right here, you can click on Remind Me, and then you guys will be able to get any reminders, okay, that you want of that particular presentation, if that's what you're interested in. I say come for the whole day. It's a whole jam-packedness, right?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Come for that, right?
If you can,
Okay,
if
so
you're working, just have it in the background. I mean, why not?
Why not? Right?
Yeah.
Let's do some more giveaways. I want to do some giveaways again. It's always fun to do some giveaways. All right. Let me make sure my screen's still being shown. Yes? Okay, not yet. Now it is. Now it is. Okay.
There.
All right, there we go.
There
All
it
right.
is.
So let me see what we have here. Giveaway prizes. All right. I'm gonna leave one of the big ones for a little. Okay, so let's throw one of these up in here. So let's throw another one of these out there. Whoops, wrong monitor.
Oh, psyched.
Wrong monitor. So your XND lifetime membership. Okay. Let's throw another one of these out there. Again, this is a great additional thing to your ZBrush workflow. You guys are going to be able to search. You can star your favorite brushes. You can tag them. And it's not just about brushes. There'll be alphas, textures, UI. Everything's built in within this. And then it's a nice floating menu that you guys can have on your other monitor. You'll be able to load brushes. So it's really, really handy and great way. So let's see who our winner is for this. All right. And our lucky winner, Kris. Kris Gandy, you are the winner.
Congrats.
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 Kris.
Congratulations. Congrats. You got it.
It's yours.
It's
Okay?
all yours.
And again, everybody, for all these prizes, just stay with us. Of course, obviously, the summit's still going on. We'll be working on contacting you all after the summit and putting you in contact with all of our sponsors. So keep that in mind. We're not being able to give you the prizes right this moment. We're still in the middle of this. So, and then with that said, let's go ahead and let's give away something else here. All right. So let me confirm him. Okay, let's do the big one. You ready for
the
this?
big one? Which the big one?
The last one.
Which one?
A Cintiq.
Who's
Okay?
lucky? Who's
So
lucky?
a 22-inch Cintiq. This person is going to win. Okay.
Oh,
I love having a Cintiq. I'm a
yeah.
big fan
I
of
mean, hi.
Yeah. What do
Come
you got there? What size you got there?
This is the 21 HD, so it's not the newest one, but it's very good.
So the same thing that Ash is using right now, right? But this is the newest version of that. So it's the 22-inch. Okay. So I definitely want to, let's see, drum roll, draw that winner. Draw that
Who is it?
winner. What?
Can't handle
draw
the
that
anticipation.
winner. All
Who?
right. Here we go. Okay. I'm going to confirm this. I want to see if they're here. Okay. Jan Cruz. You have just won a 22-inch Cintiq. Are you? Hopefully you're still here because you have to be here.
That's insane.
Yeah.
You just got a Cintiq, Jan.
Just for watching the summit. Just for watching the summit. That's it. That's all it takes was a little watch and learning some tips and some tricks and some things like that, right? So there you go. There's all the prizes. But I want to first also say, everyone, do it in your household. Let's give Ashley a round of applause for being a part of the show today. Okay? She got the on camera. Everyone do it with me. Wait, unless you got family sleeping. Don't wake them. Don't wake them. Right? So Ash, thank you so much for being a part of this day for day 2.
Thank you.
Day 1 of presentations.
Thank you. It was so much fun. It was like honestly such a great experience.
I love
it. It was like kind of like it was like having like a front row seat to everything. You know what I mean? Like I got to like get glued directly to the presentations. It was fantastic.
Yep. Yeah.
Self-indulging.
Yeah, it's been a blast having you be a part of this too. It's been really a lot of fun. So change it up. And again, we're gonna have a different co-hosts every day. So tomorrow's Michael Poplovich and Tuesday's Jessica Drew again. So I don't know if Ashley, you got any last minute things you'd like to say since your day is done for you and now you're back to being spectator for the days that you want to watch?
Oh yeah, no, just probably that I'm actually gonna get pizza now. Decompress.
Again? Day 2?
No. I didn't get pizza yesterday.
Oh, you didn't?
I saw the broccoli in my fridge, felt bad, and so then I didn't.
Oh.
You know?
Yeah.
I don't want it to rot. It's just the thing. So I'll probably get pizza now. Bert, congratulations. It's done.
All right. So there you guys go. That was 7 hours today. We gave you chock full of ZBrush tips, tricks, presentations, and you guys got to see what we've been up to as a company for just this day. Don't forget about Monday and Tuesday. All right. So thank you all. I'm Paul Gabriel from Pixologic. Ash from...
I'm Ashley.
Ashley from above. All right. So thank you all for coming. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye.
Learn jewelry design and object fabrication through ZBrush. Expert, beginner, and every skill level in between. ZBrush Jewelry Workshops can help you bring your digital dreams into reality. Taught by leading industry professionals. Use the offer code SUMMIT to get a $100 discount on membership.